𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 from Team Navi.
大家好，我是实际战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaceNet.
大家好，我是 PUBG 战队的 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗.
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
Imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精英设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, CM's Letter, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要、很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤饰品，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Hey, it's Uba from Team Navi.
大家好，我是实际战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaZe Clan.
大家好，我是飘战队的 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
I've imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要、很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has the desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
To all the PUBG players, this year instead of the PCS series, we have a brand new offline tournament, the PUBG Global Series. As the first PUBG Esports global event of the year, PGS 1 will kick off on April 27th in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. During the 2-week-long competition, 24 professional teams will chase a $500,000 prize pool. Our 24 teams will come from all over the world to represent their regions, including all 8 PUBG global partner teams of 2023. And they will be competing on 2 classic maps. The teams will be split into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C. They will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. From there, the top 8 teams of the winner bracket will claim a spot in the grand finals. The remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket, leaving us with a new pool of 16 teams with one last opportunity at punching their ticket to the grand finals. In the loser's bracket, 8 teams will rise above the rest, filling out our grand final spots. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams from PGS 1 will battle it out in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team may stand and claim the grand prize of $80,000 along with the title of PGS1 champions. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with highest point totals from PGS1 and 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. Meanwhile, don't forget to go to twire.gg to pick your dream team, predict the winners of PGS1, and earn a chance to grab a bunch of G coins. This year, PGS will become a new frontier in the world of PUBG Esports. Stay tuned to find out who will be the first to plant their flag in the land of the new era.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，无敌力这边的，前面踩上来喽，头盔洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using here. Nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flag. Please the map. He is able to get it. 마지막 게임 이름을
Maybe they can find some assault. E1 Rella lines up.
ผู้สิโดนแฟดน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลบอสยังคงช่วยแฟดอยู่9 คิวท่านผู้ชมเดทเทด
trăm diện tích của vòng bo. Cái vòng bo tiếp theo coi sở một mình trước những số tiền mới. Wow! Đẹp quá! Rồi.
还这么被动，其实就是恭喜吃鸡的队伍。そして上から一方的にムクに対しても。
Can and Good are silent, not able to do so though. Can, this is their first.
We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps go out the window. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window because the shotgun comes through the chest, but the nade finds the second as well too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down. Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my god!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's gonna push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on Adanawa. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's gonna throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect, they're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Room. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him. And all Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push for it, aggress for it, get the final kill down to low HP. No!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but oh, Halo is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man. Able to stay alive. Penta, though, taking down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome to PGS1. We're live from the Battle Arena Malaysia premier esports venue located at the Jaya Shopping Center. My name's Tavis. I am joined by Martin Avenger as we get into the action on day 2 of the winners bracket. Losers bracket, I'm sorry. Yesterday, hopefully they become the winners as they make the top 8. Yesterday, we saw some teams that surprised some of us moving up to that top 8 and some that let us down.
Yeah, honestly, right now, we might have 5 teams that have already qualified themselves 45 points plus in that bracket there. So it could be only 3 spots that are up for grabs. Obviously, it depends, but should be quite easy to get your 15, 20 points to make sure that you're into the top 8 for the rest of the day.
Now let's remind everybody exactly what the week looks like. We are on the final day of losers bracket. We have a day off tomorrow for the teams to reset and get ready for the big grand finals that'll be running Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So make sure you tune into those because not only are we going to have great games, we're also going to have some codes we're giving away. If you want to support those partner teams by getting yourself those skins, we're going to be giving away some of those live on the broadcast. So make sure you tune in. Prize pool, $500,000 on the line, the lion's share for $80,000. But Martin, making the top 8 is a $10,000 increase in your prize pool just like that.
Yeah, you double the prize pool that you're able to get home. And also you have a chance at, of course, a bigger lion's share of the $500,000. Of course, the format here, as we've been talking about, we're the last chance here at Top. Of course, last day, you need to get top 8. Otherwise, you're not making it into the grand finals. Of course, we've not talked much about it, but there's also the PGS points. If you're able to get top 4 in most points in terms of that, you're going straight to PGC from the PGS series.
As our good friend Sims would say, it's their last chance to dance, to get out there on the floor and take those points home. Teams that are participating here in the losers bracket are on the screen for you. Some that were expected, some that were not. I know a lot of folks did not expect to see 17 in the losers bracket, let alone struggling to keep pace with the losers bracket. Take another look at them as they play those 12 games.
I gotta say, it's a bit of a few more surprises here than you would expect to go into it, right? You have your new habits, you have your Luminosity Gaming, Twisted Minds, Face Clan. There's a lot of big names here that you're expecting to be in the grand finals, right? And not a lot of teams of those, they shouldn't have been here in the loser bracket in the first place. But then again, if you could make sure that you're going to the grand finals through the loser bracket, it means that you have more games to play and you're well more prepared once you get into the grand final.
And for a team like Ascend or Gen G, 2 teams that are fighting in that 8th place cutoff right now, they are going to be they're going to need all of those points. Now, that was the teams on the cutoff. Here's 2 players who have been absolutely phenomenal in this bracket so far.
And I gotta say, I've had my eyes on Heaven for some time here, and he's been able to perform in the losers bracket in the first day, and 546 damage average over 6 games. That is very impressive. He had that game where he almost cracked 1,000 too, so super impressive to see Heaven and Ghibli play so far.
While you keep your eyes looking towards Heaven, let's take a look at the 3 teams that we think you should be keeping your eyes on in this one. LG is a shock for a lot of folks after the group stages to even be here in the first place. Have done very well in the losers bracket.
Yeah, I talked to Trevor and Nomi going into today, and he said the best thing that could happen to them was that 13-point day in winners bracket, because that motivation is going to push them so much further. That's the wake-up call that they needed. And now they're sitting in the guaranteed spot. There's 62 points. It is impossible for them not to qualify. There's not going to be 8 teams passing them today.
Now, another team that we're watching, but was also an interesting story yesterday, was Ghibli. We thought that they were going to go head-to-head. They did some challenging to Luminosity, but after game 1, they decided to go their own way, and so far it's working out.
Yeah, and we were kind of hoping to see some more Korean teams coming into the grand final, right? And now we're looking at Ghibli, and they're 48 points.
Yeah.
10, 15 more points. This should be certain into the top 8 here from the losers bracket.
Now we get a look at ZP, Jan, and New Happy, another team that has been, I think, a little slower than a lot of people expected, but here in the losers bracket, it's given them a chance to get their feet under them. If you've got those players, they have been getting you a kind of survival points, getting to the end, a few kills, some damage here, but what they are not doing is costing you -3 for dying early. They seem to have that staying power.
That's for sure, yeah. But I will say 35 points, they're 10 points behind Face Clan, right? They're that 6th to 7th, 8th spot there. That might be up for grabs if they're not really stepping it up here. Fantasy League, though, so far, Kickstart has been proving to be really well, doing himself here in terms of points. Snakers too, 211 points. That is the reason why he's my captain here for losers bracket.
Deserves to be. And now I love seeing Luminosity players on top. I will say for those of you at home, you have chances to make a change to your roster if you still need to. Rain for EXO is out. Kang is back in. But I did think it was interesting that Hikerman has been playing so well that the team has chosen to keep him in instead of subbing him back out.
For sure.
our teams here, though, let's not talk about Calaris. He's gone. He's been shipped home. He's busy.
He was doing too well. We had to send him on his way.
Yeah, get off with him. And then our teams, of course, it's close. It's very similar. Some Xiaobeis here and there, and other guys here, the casters, also some interesting ones. And I saw, when we were talking about Kickstart, I saw Cameron jumping up and down because he's been rooting him. That 9-kill game and a lot of damage, that really earned us some points yesterday for sure.
Really, in terms of single-player performance, riled only by Hamas earlier in the winners bracket stage. Take a look at the leaderboards right now. James does lead at 803. Despite not having being here today, we still must speak of him, for sure, who shall be named because he's doing so well. But I do love the idea.
60 points behind, though.
What's important here is the desk is trouncing the casters. That, for me, is probably the biggest takeaway.
As expected, but we're 2 points apart. It's actually only 1.5 points, I think, or something. It's like less than 2 points, so it's extremely close here. The total leaderboard, though, toughies, the 62 points we were talking about, and the kind of 5th to 6th cutoff I was talking about with FaZe on 45 and New Happy on 35. That 10 points, that is going to be a big factor. Only getting like 15, 20 points today here is going to be quite easy for the top 5. I feel like right now, the spots that are up for grabs is New Happy, Petrica Road, and the center spots right now, and that 35, 35, 34 point. Because look at Gen G and Third Eye, they're also in 35. It's tied, a 3-way tie for that.
And if you are a fan of GEX, PLM, Sun Sister, EXO, you need to be cheering them on in Game 1. They have to come out strong, otherwise they are just going to be untenable in terms of catch-up. Map rotation today, it's all about me, as we kick off on the dusty deserts of Miramar and wrap up on the grassy pastures of Erangel. This teams seem to be kind of okay with this going back and forth. It's new, just changing maps every single time.
We're used to having, 2 or 3 in a row, and I actually like this. It's fine. It's keeping them up, but it's harder to build that kind of map momentum when you're feeling like really good and you're seeing that the circuits are coming your way and you're having your drop safe and sound. You're not being contested, then you're going back all the time. I feel like it keeps them kind of on their toes, though, and I feel like it's good to see kind of a refreshing format for that, because we've also been changing it from me to imi. And that's also been working pretty good.
It has, but it's also changed up a few things for some of the teams. Yesterday we did talk about Ghibli was looking to challenge Luminosity, but because they wanted to challenge on Miramar after a tough Erangel game, they just didn't have the ability to do that.
I love that.
That is kind of a nice thing about the back and forth, a way to refresh after maybe a bad game.
I mean, it is a kind of a bigger chance for them, but if you have a good Game 1, right, and also, as you're saying, like the bottom teams right now, they need it. They need literally a snowball game from the get-go. First or second game, if they don't get like a double-digit game, it's going to be really rough, because the teams that are kind of defending that top 8 right now are really good teams. They're going to have a lot of kills today.
Let me ask you real quick before we go. Mid-pack, who's the mid-pack team that you think is going to hit that top 8?
If 17 Gaming doesn't do it, doesn't take one of those spots that they don't have right now, I would be extremely surprised. They're uncontested in Picado Pochinki. They have to get something.
It'll be a travesty if not. I'm just going to go Third Eye because NA bias. Why not? Let's have a little bit of fun and see if they can make that push. Guys, gals, it is time for us to kick off Game 1 of day number 2 of the winners bracket. When we come back, let's get it on.
And we are ready for the first game of the last day of the losers bracket here at PGS 1. It is going to be I, Paper Thin, along with my main man, Cammy D, coming through for the first couple of games here. And of course, we are starting on Miramar once again. The last chance here, Cammy, this is it. You either do or die.
Yeah, absolutely. And these circles, they've been hard, they've been rough, but that is no excuse at this point. If you cannot make top 8 in a loser's bracket in this lobby, despite how stacked that it is, you just don't deserve to be in the grand finals. It's the way competition works. I don't make the rules.
Exactly. This is where you got to get it done. So a lot of teams in a really precarious spot towards the middle of the leaderboards. A lot of teams, had big, strong days yesterday. Luminosity, of course, one of them. I'm very happy to see Ghibli playing well. But, there's some teams that we have a lot of question marks about. For me, Gen G, of course, I went on a bit of a rant yesterday about it, but as well as, a lot of those teams in the middle, like Third Eye, 17 Gaming, that are just not quite having those performances that maybe we had hoped for.
Yeah, there's still a lot of room for mobility around here. We have, what is this? Let me quickly count, like 5 teams between all at 35th or 34th, and then there's like 1 at 31 and 1 at 27. So there's still a lot of room for teams to be moving around here and really try and break into that top 8. And even though Luminosity Gaming at the first and 62 points, and then Twisted Minds at 58, there is space for the teams below them in like 3rd through 5th to just have an awful day and fall out at the last moment. So there's very, very, very little that is secured at this point.
Precisely. All right, guys, let's get it underway. It is time for Miramar. Game number 1 of the day. Game number 7, if my math is right, of these lower brackets.
You got there.
Let's get into it. All right, even on my birthday, I still got math. I'm getting older, but my math is still pretty good.
Yeah, counting to 7. That's
yeah, it's tough. and they gave me a physics degree in college. Jokes with them.
Oh wow.
Now I yell at video games for a living. All right, here we go. It is time for the plane path. And if you really know the map, you could maybe guess it from here, but it is going to be starting right out over the Eastern Islands, crossing Impala up towards La Cobreria. And then we will see where everybody wants to go. A little bit of a northern shift on this one. So spots like Chumacera, Valle del Mar, a little bit outside of the easily dropped zone. Gonna have to play for those vehicles potentially.
Yeah, it's not too bad. But yeah, it is definitely skewed just a little bit towards the north. So like Third Eye here likes Valdemar a fair bit. Not gonna be able to get to there so quick. Already see STK out of the plane, just mashing that F button the second the plane got in the air. GEX also landing immediately at Impala. It's been a while since we've had a hot drop. We've had early contesting and group stage and winners bracket, and we thought that we might see a lot of that, especially with, well, Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road in this lobby, but that is still going to be separated here as Petrichor Road are going towards the north.
Yeah, Petrichor Road now going to be settling in Hacienda for this particular stage of the event. Of course, that is 4AM's home territory, so coming into the, if they, assuming Petrichor Road gets through, if they do, could be some interesting kind of more shuffling that comes through because Twisted Minds looking like they maybe need, what do you think, 10 points-ish?
Yeah, we're looking at around 70 to be the cutoff. We're halfway through, 8th place is 34 points, so, around there, but phase number 1, really hard to the northeast. It's not that hard in consideration with the plane path, though it does mean the teams that are having to drop far then have to, at least in the southwest direction, then have to drive even further back the opposite way. But for everyone else that are around the center spot, really not too rough for them.
Yeah, for phase, a pretty good start for them potentially, where they have a decent zone facing them. Some parting shots at Adder. Grabbed a pistol, Fluky there, runs out of bullets. No hope for him to find any further damage. As Pentagram is already on an early rotation, I can see the rest of their team drifting already up towards the north of water treatment.
Yeah, maybe my memory is just really, really poor, but I don't recall Purple Mood being in this area too often, and that might, their presence alone might just be forcing a team like Pentagram to have to readjust. In fact, Wicked seems to be cut off. Thankfully, with this northern phase shift, they can just go all the way up towards, I mean, they're currently around water treatment. They could go all the way to Oasis or Torre Ahumada there on the north side if they wanted to. We'll see if they need to do that or not, but it still could be a disruption to their loot pathing.
Certainly. I think Purple Mood there, again, one of those teams that the desk was talking about that might need some points. So them, along with Sun Sister, EXO, I believe made a player swap today. If memory serves me correct, GEX, who's been pretty solid in this tournament up until this
stage, yeah, unfortunately. Gen G, I mean, talk about a team that's just been a disappointment here. Not to sort of beat a dead horse, but they've got some strong players on that roster, just unable to seem to be able to deliver here, which is a big surprise and a big shock, but it's been group stage and then so far in losers bracket. So at this point, you can't really say, oh, it's a fluke.
Right. Oh, it's decision making in my book from what I've watched. I don't think their mechanics are particularly of suspect. It's strictly decision making. As you guys saw there, we are switching out Rain for Kong today for EXO, as they want to try a slightly different roster. And I mean, it's hard to argue with that in some ways. I think Rain has been, maybe not their best performer, but with Akita and Hikerman in particular having some strong performances, I think EXO is looking for a little bit of extra oomph today because they're certainly going to need it.
Yeah, I mean, Kong has actually been their best player on their starting roster. Heikerman's been slotted in for the past couple of rounds because Kong has been feeling a little bit under the weather. But because of Heikerman's performance, I don't want to say carrying, partly because I think Akita's been doing some good work, but also 14th place. No one's really being carried at this stage in the at this level on the leaderboard. But he's been doing so well for the team that to put him back out despite him being the sub, I think would remove all chances that EXO Clan had at qualifying, and with only 15 points, they need every single chance they can get.
Yeah, and you got to think back to that fight with this team right here. Third Eye up by Oasis yesterday. Didn't go very good for them in a 1v3 at that time. I think Richie B slapped one out away from them, and that shouldn't have happened in the way that it did. So I think there's some miscommunication, some other things going on with Third Eye, and I think they're looking to make a change. SDK had a pretty solid day yesterday, sitting in 4th place at 48 points. I was talking to Vegas a little bit, and he just said, we think we're in a pretty good spot. We just need 22 points. We just got to play our normal game today.
Yeah, Vegas being put on the roster, I think, was probably one of the best changes that SDK needed because he's such a energetic player. While the rest of SDK and even the previous roster seemed to have really good players, but lacked almost a pull trigger mentality. And so Vegas on that, I think, has added them a level of a dynamic play to sort of be that X factor that open up opportunities. He's always going for crates. That's why he's always having crate weapons. It's not even a choice that the team is choosing to give it to him. He just happens to be there while the rest of the team is deciding if they even want to go for those crates or not. So sort of, again, that level of just trying to find opportunities, trying to find moments and really take over the lobby, I think is really good for STK. And every single time we see them at this event, they're just gelling more and more. I think they still have some room to grow in terms of team play, winning some 1v1s as well. There's been a couple of unfortunate engagements where they got 1v3'd a few different times. So as long as they can clean that stuff up, then I think they can still be an even stronger roster than we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're hitting a really strong point that I think a lot of us have noticed about SDK is macro is very good, but sometimes the team fighting leaves something to be desired for sure. Purple Mood just settling up towards the center of the circle. You do have a 2-1-1-ish split here for FaZe. I almost called it a 2-2, and then I'm like, well...
It's close enough. It's somewhere in between, but it is widespread. So Purple Mood and Pentagram are actually already slotting in between those pairs. It's phase 1. I don't know if they're going to get crashed in this position, but I think they're ready to bail from this spot if they need to. In the same way that New Happy are bailing in from the south side, actually arriving to the circle a little sooner than they usually do, just looking at the in-game timer. But again, they're looting on the south side where the plane started, so they don't need to stick around longer than they have to.
Yeah, I mean, New Happy is definitely a team that is happy to play the edge. God, I got to stop doing that.
Is it even on purpose?
No, I don't. That's the worst part. They like to do it on purpose. They're a very confident team on the edge, so certainly, these types of circles don't bother them at all. Yeah. Wicked does get a little info, I suspect. Maybe he spotted Gustav or, there were some shots or something, and he is just going to back off his Pentagram, not going to try to commit to any early game aggression in 17. Of course, Cammy, we'd be remiss without talking about them. It needs to be better today, period, end of story.
Yeah, and there was one day where they got contested in their drop spots, and they've looked terrible since. So I don't know what the problem is. Really good team. Constantly second place in their region, but that's constantly second place is still really, really good. Probably one of the more consistent teams in that top placings amongst the Chinese region. But here at the international stage, they should be showing up, and I don't know if just the Sonics got in their head day one, but the fact that if that is the case, and they still haven't been able to reset their mental is a big indictment of the team's chemistry or just mental fortitude, strength, whatever you want to call it. Because those players should be doing better. They should be able to be landing a lot of shots. And just that loss yesterday when they had the center compound, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and Luminosity, I'm not even going to say stealing it from them, but them basically letting Luminosity have it is... I don't know what to make of them at this point. I didn't put them on my fantasy roster just because, I have to learn to trust them again, and so far I still can't.
I feel you. I think now you have to start to wonder how much losing Show has hurt 17 Gaming here coming into these international events. Are they not as able to reset? Do they lack that mental fortitude? Did he bring something to that team that, one of those intangibles that you don't get to see on the screen?
Yeah. Well, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and Ascend both rotating very far north just to focus back up onto the game, crossing past each other. Doesn't surprise me that they wouldn't go for an engagement, that It's Chris wouldn't take the shots right now because the rest of the team is so far away. And honestly, unless you can guarantee that you're going to get the kill, and the opposing team won't then turn back on you at this part of the game, this area of the map in relation to the circle, then you just don't want to go for the shots. That 1 point, even if you can get it, would not be worth it if you're just stuck out fighting the blue in phase 1.
All right, EXO maybe sneaking up onto Pentagram. Kong and 𝗟𝗏. Kong subbing in today. Going to be fresh off the bench. Let's see how crisp he is with those mechanics coming into this potential fight. 𝗟𝗏 with an SLR. I don't think he spotted Kong, but maybe somebody heard that door. I'm not sure. 𝗟𝗏 doesn't seem to be reacting. Nobody from Pentagram is reacting to this.
There's some good cover from the rest of EXO to cause a distraction. Heikman also dropping on in, and yep, there it is. Caught off guard. 𝗟𝗏 out in the open. 0 clue and even more follow-up damage.
Oh, 𝗟𝗏, great job here. Kong on the cross, ready for 𝗟𝗏. Pentagram's communication not on point enough to really identify where Kong was, and they're going to pay the price. Now 𝗟𝗏 out in the open here, loses a fight to Fluky, who gets out of the buggy and is able to find the spray before 𝗟𝗏 does. That is a rare whiff from 𝗟𝗏.
Yeah, and honestly, Purple Mood attacking at the second that EXO took out other members of Pentagram. I don't know if that was just really unlucky timing for Pentagram or amazing timing for Purple Mood, but with this circle shift, centering up, but favoring the east in terms of where everyone has been playing and just the terrain of this map. Makes it even worse because Pentagram were in a position to potentially gatekeep. That's just going to open up entry points for EXO, for Purple Mood to make their way eastbound in phase. They're grouping up, they're centering up just a little bit. They have a really strong position as well.
And if you happen to be watching the map stream, which we always encourage, if you're wondering why so many teams were on the southern half of Circle 1, the reason being is the land ratio terrain up towards the north. The circles don't like to go north as much as they do south in this particular quadrant of the map. So teams we're gambling on that, and you can see why. It does start to drift back towards 𝗟𝗏. Wicked now all on his lonesome and going to be just proning and waiting in this shack for probably as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how long that's going to be. That's a shack that it's not a bad one to defend, even as a group of 4. It's pretty close to center, and it's just not going to be any sort of team send onto that spot won't be punished nearly as much as similar shacks and similar in different areas of the map, rather.
Certainly. Twisted Minds kind of coming out of power grid, not super early. There were some crates I saw dropped in the rotation path of Twisted Minds, so curious to see if they had the time to stop and pick those up. 17 just around the corner. 𝗟𝗏 up on the north. Ascend didn't really opt to harass 𝗟𝗏 at all from what we saw. So right now, both of those teams pretty spread apart and just kind of vibing on opposite ends in between Tierra Blanca and Cruz de Valle.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 specifically actually has a lot of space on the north side, which, as you say, is likely going to get pulled away from, but hopefully they can use that as an opportunity to get a lot of information and potentially sort of like crowbar wedge themselves further on. And EXO still going for more fights, more shots. 𝗟𝗏's actually going to be able to find the knock onto Vox. EXO, they love taking these fights and really sneaking up on other teams as they are able to get those first 2 kills on a Pentagram, but it sort of seems to be their MO, where they're just sort of like take a team apart a bit at a time, piece by piece, trying to go for the finish right now on the down member of 𝗟𝗏. Vox is still going to be alive for now, but it's going to be rough to try and revive him.
Well, here's what's super interesting is 𝗟𝗏 is out on his own up by the water treatment mountain, and he was putting some shots into EXO. So now I'm curious, Cammy, because you hinted onto something that I was really already thinking about with EXO today. Are they just going to be looking for those picks? So 𝗟𝗏 is ripe for the picking, potentially.
Could be isolated, but out in the blue. We'll see if they want to go for that. Adam does actually get knocked, so there's another member of 𝗟𝗏. They're falling apart here. While we do watch 17 readjust their position as a strong spot, but we're going to need to see them hold much better than they did yesterday as we flip back onto 𝗟𝗏 with even more shots. It was an attempt to go revive Vox. Now 𝗟𝗏's going to go for it. I'm assuming that there are a lot of smokes in play there, but you send enough shots that way. At some point, especially with this send, that they're able to sort of take this ground off of it. This is looking really hairy for 𝗟𝗏.
Yeah, I'm worried about 𝗟𝗏's ammo. He does find another knock now. Ooh, went for the reload there. Had 𝗟𝗏 dead to rights, but 𝗟𝗏's still good for it. 𝗟𝗏 is absolutely making it rain with that mini from downtown. He is tearing 𝗟𝗏 apart, and now it's just 𝗟𝗏 who is late on this rotation to come in and try to bail out his team.
𝗟𝗏's trying to give some good covering fire, but looking at 𝗟𝗏, they seem to be completely unaware that EXO made that push into that compound that they were just holding. So this game has just seemed to slip through 𝗟𝗏's fingers like sand. This circle shift would have favored them a little bit, but this really does favor Petrichor Road specifically. This Death Star Trench cutting through the middle. It's almost a level of river play where you need to sort of put all your eggs into either north or south. But there's a little bit more dynamic play available. But I'm looking at Luminosity, I'm looking at maybe even 17 and Petrichor Road to have good games at this point. It's only phase 3, could still change, but that's where my eyes are right now.
Yeah, this is interesting because Oldless is wrapping south, but there's already a lot of teams that have situated down there. SDK now opening it up with Savior, but Yuri's good for the first knock, trying to find Vegas up on top of the fence line. Not going to do it. The grenade there bounced right towards his feet, but was not cooked, so Yuri is able to evade any further damage. More smokes coming out here to try to protect this res onto Alo for now. GEX, let's see if they can get anything further done. Well, it's just a flush.
Yeah, it's actually Ghibli also giving some fire onto STK, so that revive onto Alo would have been very hard, and now Leo's going to catch another angle onto Vegas. STK, they thought they had the sneaky approach through the city, and they're just getting stopped hard.
GEX has been really good at some of these barricade positions that they've set up. The grenades are trying to get in the window, and it's good from Penta. What a throw from him. That might change STK's destiny, but the rest of GEX is on the push, and it's a headshot from Yuri. Takes down Penta. Now just Kurt standing for SDK.
Man, we thought that SDK would have a good day today. They're in a relative safe enough position, but at the moment, it's not a good game so far. Thankfully, Kurt has the opportunity to get the revive onto Vegas, but 2 versus 4, even with the knock against Leo, not looking great. Oldless is taken out in the kill feed. As you can see, Third Eye is eliminated quite early in this round. And Twisted Minds, they are sending it onto Petrichor's compound.
Yeah, they want to control one of these pivot points like you were talking about. The road here plays like a river, and if you can control one of these compounds that's in the road, you give yourself a lot more options for going one way or another. A good grenade from Lou. Kui on the other side of Lou, though, is going to put him down there with a decent barrel spray. Now going to opt to go up to the second floor, looking for Spyro down below. Going to cook a grenade. That could be good if it's able to get in that window and it's cooked properly. Not quite. Spyro's able to evade. Still, Twisted Minds doing a good job here, dodging a lot of the damage from Petrichor Road.
More frag grenades going in. They're just not landing. Chewy 71, Axlef does get revived. None of those grenades went towards their position. I mean, you can't really throw them through any of those windows, but now with the repeat coming out, Mill with more grenades of their own, they're going to be doubling up, not finding the mark. The revive onto Lou is coming.
I think maybe Petrichor Road misread where that knock was onto Lou. Maybe they thought it was on the inside of the wall in relation to the compound. So they're not able to get those grenades. They could have had a real good chance there to do a ton of damage.
Look at that crossover. He's going really, really far into this one. Kind of an ego push, but it's going to work out. Not getting taken out on the pass, and with his position, they can just continue to take this fight in a positive way towards Petrichor Road. But this is not the zone, so they're going to want to have to move eventually.
Spyro able to put Mill out of commission. Batulin's down but not out. Spyro is going to go down to the Saiga from Axlef. Immediately goes for the flush. Takes him down. So point for point here. Kui very, very weak. Axlef been knocked by, it's actually Tanawat from Purple Mood from afar. So now another team getting involved into this battle. Twisted Minds stopping for a moment to get Batulin's back up and running.
It was a bit early for a send that Twisted Minds did to this compound anyway, and the fact that it's shifted off of, you can see why teams don't like to go for just bold fights like this, because I think both Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds aren't coming out of this really fast, but 17 actually charging in onto Ascent.
𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 actually a grenade out. It got his teammate, but it is going to be the finish there for 17 Gaming. Lil Ghost did get knocked in the process, but not bad. Now it is shotguns abound here. Perfectix with the Mark 14 on full auto. Saw an AWM in there as well. Shotgun for Kui. He's got the pump. He's got an opportunity. Perfectix trying to set up a crossfire here with the rest of his team. Pulls out the nade at the wrong moment. A stun does not allow him to get the kill, but finally Batulins will be there to do the job. So a lot of level 3 gear here early for Twisted Minds beat up.
Looked hairy, but Twisted Minds, they were able to recover a little bit and actually take out Petrichor Road in a lot more healthy of a fashion than I expected. Here on the north side, this is FaZe. Hard gatekeeping this northwest edge. They took on Extra Clan, now they're facing off against Purple Mood, perhaps not letting them third party that south engagement that we were just watching as much as they would have wanted to. This circle shift did favor the northern side of that Death Star Trench. There is still a little bit of that southern half in, but ooh, Kurt now down, Vegas back up. Can he save his end-game leader in the same way that he was revived earlier?
Yeah, you've got Pio watching the other angle here, so if Vegas were to push ahead, he'd likely be done, but he's spotted. Should be good. Yep, TG with the repeat finds it. And now Genji, 2 very valuable points to see if they can recover from some of their mistakes from yesterday. Twisted Minds now pushing in towards Purple Mood as the grenades are out here. Purple Mood has a really favorable angle, especially with Fluky's off position, but he's getting shot in the back by Corexi. Perfectix and others trying to get involved. Thunder's up top, trying to see if he can blockade this, but FaZe is really making this a dicey fight for both squads.
17 as well, Logos and Xiaobei. This is 4 teams all essentially shooting at each other, and it's actually 17 do have a split across both sides. I missed that earlier on, and so that's given them a lot of angles here. And I mean, this is often what you see with fights at this point of the map, as Thunders does get another knock, but Batulin with the grenade, with the trade, this is just falling apart for everyone, and everyone can see everyone else. It's not a field, but it has a lot of features that are similar to it.
Yeah, Boarboats is trying to do something. He's trying to find some kind of space. Gonna have to wrap around the outer edge of this smoke to try to cut off the fire from the south. Perfectix sticking that res. Circle did hard shift up to the north. As we were talking about Death Star Trench, land ratio terrain, most of it. Oh, Boarboats! Oh, what a transfer, but immediately taken down by 𝗟𝗔𝗡.
Just after he killed Twisted Minds, though, so there's the points. No placements just yet. We're only just now hitting FaZe 4 kills. They lost 2 amongst all of that commotion. They have a pretty easy path to get in the zone, but I mean, with 17 shots angled that direction, crosshairs angled that direction, could be a little difficult. But honestly, more importantly, they're going to want to use this angle to try and punish the majority of this lobby, which is still coming out from the city to the east, as well as that southern side where we see in the kill feed Luminosity and New Happy fighting each other.
Yeah, Luminosity's reload on point. The IGL here trying to keep New Happy at bay. Just working the edge of that smoke line, but New Happy doesn't like what they see after losing a member to Flood. Now they're going to send it down in towards ghibli and GEX. Out of the frying pan into the fire. New Happy down and in, but that compound was abandoned by Glaz. So for now, New Happy has a brief moment of safety.
Yeah, Glaz almost looked like he was trying to third-party that fight, and then he saw New Happy coming towards him, and so he turned tail and ran away. They're actually in a good position, ghibli, to take these fights against New Happy and GEX and need to push into them. It's getting out of this small little corner. That's the hard part. In fact, Snakers is showing us exactly why that is.
Of course, Glaz, if you were a fan of Korean PUBG, used to go by Nephex a while ago, so same player, just different name. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 now starting to harass a lot of teams on the other side of the trench. Damage being done to 17, who has nothing but a Murado for cover. Pio as well, way out on the northern side, has been harassing the back flanks of FaZe for some time, even had picked up a kill earlier in the kill feed. HS now going to try to scoot across to that rock on the other side of the hill. It looks good. In fact, Pio and 𝗟𝗟udd going to take FaZe out in 8th.
HS slotting himself right in front of ghibli, a good grenade as well, potentially got Human. Human's going to be dodging that one, hopping inside the building, and the rest of New Happy is going to be swinging in front of that, so really good macro maneuvers to try and get inside this zone. It's all about holding point, and more importantly, not getting peppered by Luminosity, but Luminosity need to leave themselves, thus giving them the opening to take this fight. Ming pushes forward.
Yeah, Ming here wants to cut off the advancements of the other teams if possible. Having that superstar for ghibli yesterday, put up tons of damage and kills, really was a big part of their success, is rezzed and back up and running. Glaz on the outside, gets the knock on a Ming. The last bullet finding the head, their grenades there, weakening that knocked status. Stuns up and over. Another knock here from Yuri onto Heaven. HS gets Gyumin. ghibli is falling apart between GEX and New Happy. Still though, only HS for New Happy. Tosi sticking this res onto Heaven. Grenades are out, they're falling short.
Sunsister also trying to get involved. They'll actually leave their compound for this, but here's the Luminosity Center on the north side, actually able to pit all 4 up just below 17. I'm shocked that they're able to get all 4 into this position, but grenades are coming out. But 𝗟𝗟udd goes down to Pio. Pio on that north flank, still raining terror.
Yeah, he is just making life miserable for everybody on the northern side. A knock on to kickstart here buys 17 a little bit of time. Pio is still very far away. ghibli now is somehow stabilizing and taking down GEX down to the bottom picture in pitch. Like, this is nuts. Like, I thought ghibli was dead to rights, but New Happy got killed by that Sunsister push out you mentioned, and now GEX is faltering.
They're getting the revives, they're staying alive, and 𝗟𝗟udd with more grenades, zeroing in on the one spot that 𝗟𝗟 can be, and Snaker's holding that back rock, and now 𝗟𝗟u with the push, trying to go for the drive-by.
Snaker is trying to line up some shots. 𝗟𝗟u, though, spins him, takes him down. It's a headshot onto Snakers.
13 kills for 17. I only just now noticed that. We were saying 17 need to play better, need to play up to the level that we know that they can. And this is finally the game that we are seeing that. But can they continue to push this game? They're in top 4, but only 2 up, and they have to move the most. It's going to be a steal if they're somehow able to win this game.
Unbelievable stuff here. That That spin and turn onto Snakers from 𝗟𝗔𝗡 was absolutely disgusting, but now they're under fire from taming of Gen G. Sun Sister just on the other side of this hill, and 𝗟𝗏 prepping a grenade, lets loose with it. If it catches 𝗟𝗡, he's done. No, not quite, but the shot decent from 𝗟𝗏 gets 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Only one alive here, just 𝗟𝗡 for 17. Immediately pushing this hillside to see if there's any reinforcements from Sun Sister, but they've kind of backed off here. They're under pressure from 𝗟𝗏 across the way.
Yeah, this line you can see from this hill onto that tree means that Sun Sister cannot force that fight, and this could give 17 the opportunity for the revive if they identify that 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with a really good knock onto 𝗟𝗏. And while all this is happening, Gen G are winning. They are just spreading out. They're maintaining control of the high ground. They might not get any of these kills here below them, but they're going to get the placements.
And there's a crate dropping right in the middle of Gen G's formation as well. Yeah, just to make matters worse for everybody else on the bad side of this hill. 𝗟𝗡, though, did get the res onto 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Little help from 𝗟𝗏 along the way. Now 6 kills for 𝗟𝗡, 5 for 𝗟𝗔𝗡, 2 for 𝗟𝗡dd. Lil Ghost went out a little bit too early to find any kills for himself. PO beginning to make his way forward, wants to see if he can just end the day here. He's got him lined up. He's got the 3x, can't find the repeat though. Backs up. Oh, 𝗟𝗏 is really up high there. Heaven in particular, if he had repeaked a little or gotten a little bit higher up on that hill, he could have done some more damage.
I want to see DG and Foxy do a little more to keep 𝗟𝗏 from being able to peek like that, because PO's position could be incredibly powerful. He's such a good flank player. You want to make sure that he can stay alive, but I think those other two players are still backing away. They don't want to overegg this pudding here. They don't want to sort of give themselves up. In a way, like 𝗟𝗏 can only focus so much on PO because Sun Sister, they're just sitting ducks here at the bottom.
Yeah, PO was thinking about the grenade, but right now is not really close enough to make one connect. But the rest of Gen G now starting to gravitate towards the center of the new circle. Here, Phase 7 has centered up just more or less towards Gen G, a little bit southern shifted compared to where it was, but nothing too difficult. PO with a motorcycle. A little bit of old school Korean PUBG there, driving around with a motorcycle in the late game, repositioning, but they've got the space for it, Cammy.
Yeah, this shift is actually kind of bad for 17 in the sense that if it was further north, they could just stay here, try and take out Sun Sister along with 𝗟𝗏, but at this point, I think the kill is going to be a lot more spread, and Gen G have a lot more room, a lot more space and timing, I think, to make sure that they have a part into these kills.
Sun Sister's in a tough position. Coming out of this compound is actually fairly tricky.
Yep.
No matter where you are. So, yes, it got them deep into this game, but they're going to have to hit some nice shots. That's a good start from Run AX. 𝗟𝗏 up ahead, trying to push some space, trying to get some information. PO got one. Can he find the second? No. 𝗟𝗡 just a little bit faster, ready for that angle. And PO is going to have to go for the heal.
Yeah, certainly ready for the repeat. Taemin also here grouped up with the in-game leader, ready to take 17 out and only focus on 𝗟𝗏 and Sun Sister after on this. He's going to go and confirm that kill, make sure that no more information can go 𝗟𝗡's way, but the spray is coming out. 𝗟𝗡 is good for one. It's actually 𝗟𝗏 with the knock against PO, but Taemin is there. 17 are out. Revive is coming on in.
Yeah, just going to grab him and go. They know they have a lot of time because of that uphill, that steep uphill that Sun Sister has to come up. 10 kills for Gen G now in this game. Certainly the start of the day the Korean fans wanted to see. Let's see if Sun Sister can put up some big points. Let's see if we can get a Japanese team firing, but no, it's going to be 𝗟𝗏 hitting some great shots once again onto 𝗟𝗏. Gyumin with the SKS trying to harass them as they go for the res. Damage being done here and there, but so far they can't find any flushes.
I'm waiting for 𝗟𝗏 to try and do something to break his team out of this rough spot. Grenades are coming out, but I was hoping for maybe a low ground flank to catch 𝗟𝗏 off guard, but Sun Sister are just falling apart all around him. I don't know if it's fear or maybe 𝗟𝗏 just kept pushing him down whenever he did try and peek.
Well, now you're giving Gen G the opportunity to start bearing down on top of you too, so that's making matters even more difficult. But Gen G needs to be careful. This is a tight wire they have to walk right now because there is 𝗟𝗏 on the other side. So once they start shooting, once they start revealing themselves, especially when you hear that Mark 14, you'd love to knock that out of the hands of Gen G. You'd love to get that level 3 gear out of the fight.
Grenades coming on in. DG trying to zero on up. It's going to be PO again with an angle. Still pushing on in. Gets the second. Has to fall away again because of 𝗟𝗏, but still damage here and there. It's been really adding up for Gen G.
Well, this is the PO you've been wanting to see. Some great shots here, going for the flushes as well. Sun Sister's 𝗟𝗏 still alive, but the only one right now for SST. 𝗟𝗏 going to use this opportunity to try to wrap around the flanks of Gen G. This is pretty sneaky. Gen G right now has Foxy watching it though, so this shouldn't be super dangerous, you would hope. 𝗟𝗏 out in the open, and he's done. PO's got 8 kills on this game. Can he be our first to put up double digits?
𝗟𝗔𝗡, they had made that rotation towards the north, as you said. Maybe running into Foxy, which is why they're coming back down on the south side, but with Sun Sister taken out, Gen.G have nothing else to look at but the 3 remaining members of 𝗟𝗟𝗡. So 𝗟𝗟𝗡 are just searching around, crawling around, trying to find some way to break Gen.G's hold open, but the spread that Gen.G have been able to survive in for so long is just, the crossfires are insane, the information is strong. It's going to have to be an explosive push right now. 𝗟𝗓 has the grenade at the ready. Doesn't go far enough, though.
Came up way short, but 𝗟𝗟𝗡's going to continue to press. PO's wrapping down to the bottom. Are they going to see him? DG's looking the wrong way, but PO's got him covered. That is the sawed-off, getting the kill onto DG. 𝗟𝗟𝗡 trying to go for the repeaks, not good enough. Taming there to back off 𝗟𝗓 a bit. PO there with a long-range spray. Even trade in terms of damage between him and his opponent. Now Foxy trying to get into the mix. Taman with some really good sprays from range. Weakens 𝗟𝗟𝗡. They are in dire straits here. Just 2 members left. A heal comes through for 𝗟𝗟𝗡. Foxy trying to sweep through the edge, trying to get the job done, but PO has 𝗟𝗟𝗡 down. It is a sweep for Gen.G. They are trying to crush 𝗟𝗟𝗡. It is 𝗟𝗓 who remains.
𝗟𝗓 right now knows that PO is still just playing on the low ground. PO just cannot die. Out in the open, finally 𝗟𝗓's able to take him out, but the only one left for 𝗟𝗟𝗡, and the revive is coming in onto DG98. It's still a 1 versus 3. It's a hard push right now. Taman has the lineup.
Taman there has a weakened 𝗟𝗓, just needs to find a few more bullets to connect and he'd have him, but no. 𝗟𝗓, no helmet, trying to get away from this. Those head peeks are going to be super dangerous for him from now on. No heals being attempted yet. He's just going to try to play this one out. PO not really resible in this particular situation. 𝗟𝗓 a little bit more time to play with.
And there's no reason for 𝗟𝗟𝗡 to try and deny points right now. They're a lot higher than Gen.G are. So going for the points is more important than trying to deny anything from Gen.G, which is why 𝗟𝗓 is still in this round, but he's playing it slow. He's just looking for an opportunity, but he's running out of space. The blue pushing it at his back. We've already seen that it's been hard for him to prone down under shots and try and go for peaks because of it, and it's just running out.
Yeah, and you can see now Gen.G knows that he's pinned against the blue, and they're trying to make it more difficult, trying to cut off the angles. I think at this point he's given up. There is not much left for him to do, so absolutely a great game here from Gen.G. A 16-kill chicken dinner to start the day. This is the Gen.G we have been looking for all tournament, and what a time to show up.
Yeah, they had a really good spot in the circle. They were gifted a little bit throughout the mid game and the late game for that, but to get 16 kills, that's not gifted. And the big question right now is, can Gen.G use this as the momentum spark to have a much better rest of this run?
17 Gaming as well, putting up a ton of kills. But guys, we're gonna watch some highlights and then go back over to the desk as we get ready for our second game of the day.
It's a GG for Gen.G as they take home the first win of the day, and they do it in an outstanding 16-kill victory. My name's Tavis. I am joined by Avenger here on the desk to break down the action. Gen.G needed to make some moves, and boy, did they do it.
I gotta say, 10 kills for PO there. That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's the reason why he's back here and why he's back on Gen.G. Honestly, that was amazing to see how they're able to control so much terrain and completely lock down the in-game there.
You know, Gen.G's felt a little bit sleepy, if I'm being completely honest. Yesterday, I think we heard James talk about what's happening with the Korean teams. I don't know if they heard that and they got a little pep in their step, but they woke up this morning and they came to play as we see 2 of them in the big 2 here at the end. Also, I loved seeing the way 𝗟𝗓 played the end of that match. He put up a good fight.
He managed to knock PO, and then he's like waiting enough time to get that extra point there. That's perfect from 𝗟𝗓 there. And of course, this means that we might see there's a big chance we're going to see even more Korean teams in the grand finals because Gen.G had 34 points going into the day, right? They're one of the teams kind of on the cusp of the top 8. Now they're going to be in 60.
That's true. So they are going to be able to move up, and that gives them a little bit of freedom. Gen.G strikes me as one of those teams that if they get the bit in their mouth, they can kind of run kind of like a Na'Vi and play their game. Everyone can stress out a little bit more about that. We also saw Sun Sister in 3rd place on this game. Not something we see every time, but we attribute that to the trench and their sort of defensive play.
Yeah, they're able to hold down one of the creative positions in some time here. The circle went super far north at one point, right? And you were like, okay, it's not going to be kind of one of the walls of where you go into the canyon and the trench kind of fight out of the city, but it was way more focused on the top hill there, kind of triangle, Dorito, whatever you want to call it, the pizza slice there that it often ends on once we have these kind of Elasa high endings.
Yeah, and then we also saw 17 putting in some very good work. We saw the pickup and carry, a lot of hustle, and really I think it was 𝗟𝗟 that saved their lives a few times. As Sun Sister just couldn't quite finish the job. So 17 also a team that coming into the losers bracket, we had a lot of questions about. It's a team that was expected to possibly be contending for the overall win and has been struggling so far.
Yeah, I gotta say though, another team that I was kind of looking at here and how it was also happening was Twisted Minds and Battlegrounds. I was like, they're very meticulous with how they're taking the fight. And I really like that though. But I gotta say, that's interesting, especially with the 26 points that Gen.G is able to get here from this one. That is the huge one here. You see 16 kills, 2,600 or 2,300 damage. Not that much utility, but it just kind of talks to how much control they had of the terrain.
You don't need utility when you got hot lead, and that's what Gen.G, especially on the back of PO, who I think got 10 or something ridiculous.
10 himself,
10 kills on his own, puts the Gen.G-shaped backpack on, and runs towards the chicken dinner. 𝗟𝗟 comes out second. Sun Sister only 1 kill, but you know what? It's a team that needed to get some points. And 17 with 13 kills. You take nothing away. They played that game, 𝗟𝗟 in particular, very well. Let's take a look back at what happened in that match.
Yeah, they popped off completely here. Also, 𝗟𝗟 in a situation where they're getting out of Elasa, right? But this fight here, this 3-way rough fight with G, X, you have Sun Sister, third party, you have Gen.G kind of peeking up from the very top of the ground there. That was interesting one. But 𝗟𝗟 there with a double nade, or it's not even double nade, it's singular. You got to knock them with each nade there onto Luminosity Gaming, and they're able to close that on out quite nice. It's super well executed here by 17 Gaming.
Yeah, 17 definitely taken to Luminosity. Granted, not a lot of cover there. I think they were not expecting that sort of contact when they got it. But 17, that's what you do. You capitalize on those openings. Now we're going to go to the final circle here. We see Gen.G versus 𝗟𝗟. Ultimately, Gen.G gets it down to a 2v1. And then you kept telling me 𝗟𝗟 is peeking honest. Is that what you said? What is that?
He's taking honest, right? Like he's not healing, so he's just taking an honest fight until somebody wins. But he managed to get down PO. He waited long enough for the bleed to go through as well for that point, and then he ended up denying there. So super well executed by him. He kind of squeezed as much points he could out of that late game. Of course, PO here, 1,123 damage and 10 kills. That is amazing. Super well played by PO here.
That is absolutely, and sometimes that's the spark you need. You heard Luminosity's coach talk about that. They had one game that kind of brought them back into fight. Gen.G has this amazing play on the back of PO. I know that 𝗟𝗟 was dancing in the corner. It's 𝗟𝗟's birthday. Happy birthday, by the way, buddy. PO wanted to send you a present today. Kicked it off with 10 kills and 1,100 damage. I mean, look at this. Absolute control in that game.
Yeah, super. I mean, some more times we have had these 1K clubbers here, but when you have 10 kills with it as well, that's the big one, right?
I mean, only 64 players drop and you can't kill your teammates. So that's a sixth of the lobby goes the way of this man.
There's a limited amount of players available, and you're able to take all this, and you also have 6 on the rest of the team, right? It's kind of crazy once you're into this one.
That's that 16K club, so they do knock out a fourth of the lobby as they put points in their pockets. Take a look at the OS team summary right now. Who's putting up points? Twisted Minds. It's amazing what you can do when you're not stuck in a hot drop 24/7.
I gotta say though, but Gen.G jumping up in the first place for survival time, they've been able to really stick it throughout the late game here, and that's what's giving them points for sure.
It feels like they changed it up. Earlier in this event, they seemed like they were playing to take those fights early, maybe get a little frag heavy. This time they've backed off. They're playing a little safer, and it's resulted in 26 points off the back of that match. Sliding down, we do see PLM, another team that was in the bottom coming into this thing in 15th place, does manage to put 6 kills on the board. No placement, but for a team that struggled to get any placement points, that's at least something.
Yeah, for sure. 3 teams on double digits that are talking about, and I gotta say, it's kind of nice to see 17 Gaming with 17 points.
Yes.
Like, I gotta say, that's kind of lovely.
It's got good vibes. All right, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. Remember, top 8 is what matters. Yes, LG is at 66, but that 8th place cutoff is where the $10,000 difference, as well as the advance to the winner's bracket, comes into play. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, 60 points. Are you comfortable saying that they are going the distance?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll say right now the interesting one is, of course, this new heavy and shoot to kill. The difference there from 7 to 8 is 12 points.
Yeah.
This is kind of a big one, right? And if you're able to do, your 10, 15 points right now, if for 5 games, you're looking really strong in this case. But if you're 60 plus, 59 plus right now, I'd say our top 4 is pretty certain to go through to the grand final.
I think that's pretty good. Now, if you are one of those teams that's in that 7th or 8th place, you want to get that little buffer going. We saw SDK in the last round of play. They went in 8th place. They had a buffer, but it wasn't enough as Donowa leapfrogged them and knocked them here to the losers bracket. So that is what's going to matter. Now, here's my question for you. We see Twisted Minds doing well. Petrichor a little bit in the middle pack now. Is there a world where Twisted Minds decides to try to keep them out of the grand final?
I talked to them. I entertained the idea, and they said, no, we're playing our game.
That's nice of them.
Yeah.
That's nice of them. But you never know.
They could be feeling, happy and looking good and being so far ahead, and Petrichor being on the cusp. Stuff could change, and but I entertained the idea for them, and they said, no, we're playing our game. We just want to make sure we have our loot spot, especially. And another kind of talk is we have this is the first global, right? And if you are persistent in dropping into your drop spot at the first global, you might be able to secure it for the rest of the year.
That is absolutely true. A big one to talk about, we saw 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, they played that very safely. They did something that I haven't seen them do yet. They made that was a weird circle, and 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 rotated all the way around by the north border. We're not interested in fighting, just sort of played it safe. Is that how you deal with these how often do we see this circle, to be completely honest?
It's a rare one, right? But, the longer rotations here is something you have to do once you're in 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗's shoes, right? But they know that these circles here, they kind of pizza slice off 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. It's a very, very common ending once we were over there. We haven't really happened too much in the regionals or the tournaments leading up to this that's playing on the same patch, but it is a often one because of the land race there, how everything is working for phase 4. So we've seen a lot of endings there historically.
We're getting a chance to look in at some of the players. We get ready to launch game number 2 in just a minute. We saw FaZe, we saw SDK, and here they are, the Twisted Minds. They started slow in this event because of that hot drop. They said they're going to play their game going into these next rounds. And so far, again, there's another team that seems like they've woken up and they're finally getting the pulse of the lobby.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've been a little bit sad to see that they're not as hyped as they usually are. But it's always rough when you're in a situation where you're getting hot dropped, where you're contested, and you can't focus on your long game, because these guys are lovers and enjoyers of endgame. They're strategic minds, and they're really loving how to get into the later stages of the game, right?
There's a lover of endgame. It's Chris. If you want a player who can get into the endgame, who can survive when the team is struggling, it seems to be that guy. I don't know what his secret is, but as far as anchors go, he seems strong.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing from him, and I hope they're ready to get through here to the grand final. But we'll see. We have 5 more games to go. The next one is ready.
All right, it's time for us to get into game number 2 here at PGS1, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. Let's go to the explosive commentary of 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 and Paper Thin.
Thank you so much, Toffees and Avenger. We are ready for Erangel here. Certainly an explosive start, and the games will almost assuredly deliver as we go on. And Erangel is where we find ourselves, and obviously, 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗, yes, thank you for the birthday present, PO. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you.
Yes, did PO know that you didn't put him on your fantasy roster? He's going to run out of his booth and take
that one a secret.
You had a couple of Koreans there. Like
I did. Heaven. I have Heaven today, So, you know what? I'm in the mix at least. All right, Plane Path is going to be heading towards Pochinki. And, of course, LG, another favorable plane path for their preferred drop spot.
Yeah, they can find and land there. As I said, I believe in one of the earlier stages, Luminosity during groups were able to drop on their loot spot once throughout the entirety of groups. It was so many, or no, this might have been winners actually, but it was so many bad planes in a row for them. And they said, you know what? We got them all out of the way. Can't get worse. To which I said, I think you might have just jinxed it, but at the moment it looks good. It looks fine. It looks fine. It starts. They have the best drop spot for this plane path, so maybe they're right.
I think they were onto something. Maybe we'll see. FaZe and 𝗟𝗏, as per usual, they are a very strong team out of this position. We've seen a lot of prison and lumberyard area circles that they have done very, very well on. See where the circle is going to make its appearance as we wait for that.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll, please. Am I too fast for that? I was a little too early, maybe.
Okay, but why we surely it should be up right now.
That the the timer stuck on phase 1. There it goes. We are a little bit nervous there for a moment, but we're okay. We are going down to the military island, maybe.
That was the circle giving us a little few extra moments of anticipation for this, because that is, do you call this a split phase 1 or a milli phase 1? Because the entirety of military base, 99% of military island is in this zone, but there's still enough of the mainland that there's the possibility of it swinging north, and some teams might just stay up there for phase 1. This, I think, is one of the harder circles to judge, because if it is 50-50 split, you kind of just flip a coin and gamble, right? But here it seems weighted in a way that I imagine it's based purely on, I mean, it sounds stupid to say, it sounds like a Madden comment based on where your drop spot is. But honestly, I don't know if there's a way you can really strategize this. You just sort of go with what feels right.
But if you score more points, you win the game. That's my John Madden commentary right there.
It's true, though.
You
should be an analyst.
Over the line. Yeah, I should be. I would guess, just by eyeballing this circle, that it's like 70-30 military island. But, you know, again, I don't know if my math is fully correct on that, but that's just my eyeball rough guesstimate.
But we've also seen enough hardships here that's got to be in the back of everyone's mind. Like, statistically, yes, it should continue. It's very favored to go 𝗟𝗡𝗗, but with the energy that this entire event has been giving us, I feel like it's almost guaranteed to go back to the mainland.
I do love that energy, though. I'm not going to lie. I'm an agent of chaos. I thrive on those awful circles. And look, I'm gonna be honest. This one has the makings of another one.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad as we see a lot of teams rotate Pentagram right now, taking boats. They're going towards 𝗟𝗡𝗗 already. And in fact, I believe New Happy are already on the island too. FaZe now crossing. So it seems that at least for these teams that have early access to the island, they're not going to skip a beat, and they're going to immediately just get onto 𝗟𝗡𝗗 before the teams that dropped there, looking at GEX and Purple Mood, can sort of reestablish a better holding position. In fact, they might just have one of their spots taken by these quickly rotating teams.
Absolutely. I think everybody's kind of keenly aware of how important it is to be on the more likely side of this circle, particularly because of bridge campers, because people need points. I mean, I think especially in today's situation, with like we saw this with EXO in the previous game, right? Teams are going to be hungry on those edges.
Yeah, looking at the kills top 5 from the previous match, 𝗟𝗏 is in there. EXO were very active, taking out Third Eye in the early game, but then weren't able to do much more than that. But the fact that 𝗟𝗏 has all 5 kills that the team got, again, just shows how strong of a player he is. And so we're looking at EXO to continue to try and steal kills. And this is sort of a perfect circle for them to sort of have that playstyle. But right now, New Happy get crashed by FaZe, or rather it's just HS. The rest of New Happy are a little delayed behind. This is giving FaZe an opportunity, but 𝗟𝗏𝗄's going to be knocking his own teammate. That is not what you like to see.
Yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie daisies, but HS doesn't have much room to maneuver up in the attic of Grandma's house. This time 𝗟𝗏𝗄's good for the knock on his Beyond, but Nan just slams in there and finishes off Bex. Wicked stealing the kill onto 𝗟𝗏𝗄. So FaZe here, even though they make this crash, they make this attack, so far it is not going great.
I'm surprised that HS didn't get taken out for the mollies, but 𝗟𝗏𝗄 and G both with really powerful grenades. Ming is totally killed and confirmed. Nan is crawling on his knees.
Grenade out from Gustav, hoping that maybe HS will try to push out the corner. Wow, that was fast. Can't find the flush. Still in the invulnerable state was Gustav, so he has to switch over to the barrel to go for it. Take some parting shots in the back, out the door. 𝗟𝗏𝗄 now going to be wrapping around, going for the jump shot. Oh, HS had an opportunity, but could not convert. And New Happy is out in 16th place.
It was really close there. It's just doing a lot of work with the shotgun at the very end, but good for the rest of FaZe to have good timing on the double peek to make sure that the shotgun, if it did get one more knock, wouldn't be able to get the confirm or at least go for the final 1v1. So a lot of damage on the FaZe. Pentagram backed away from that fight. It looked like all those teams wanted that same compound. And now we see other teams continue to rotate through. 17 and now STK, who are very much fans of the nautical rotation.
That's not the ferry.
I know.
Come on. No, I'm just kidding.
They're on a budget right now.
Yeah, they can't afford the ferry. They had to rent out, they had to charter. Wouldn't that be more expensive?
Actually, yeah,
unless you steal the boat, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at a replay here from the previous match, and this Twisted Minds when they're trying to get across Purple Mood. This spray transfer from Boarboats was very nice.
Purple Mood, they have a lot of good moments getting kills, but they seem to be continuing this entire tournament to be evading placements. They get like 3 or 4 kills and then they go out. Or rather, on average, it's more like 2 at the moment. Maybe my math is terrible. Yeah, it's still around 2. Just above that. So if they can get a couple of placement points, and this is a great circle for that to happen, because they loot on 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 Island, but 𝗟𝗡's still getting some damage and knocks in the kill feed. Actually, 𝗟𝗡s is rotating around. With 2 players, their FaZe are still trying to go for a split.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗡's really been dialed in the last couple of days, and finding some huge moments for FaZe, keeping them very much in this thing. Right now, sitting at 5th place overall, so certainly in a really good spot to get through to the grand finals. Just need to have a steady day, and it should be no big deal for FaZe. Pentagram, though, on the other hand, down in the 12th, needs to have a big day if they're going to get through. They're only sitting on, it's like 26 points right now, and that's not going to cut it.
Yeah, certainly not. Certainly not. EXO now leaving 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Ascend are crossing at the exact same time. So if they recognize that Kang is the lone player from EXO left behind, they could try and isolate him, but with the rotation they all have to make, I mean, Ascend had an opportunity against Gen G and they didn't take it then, so they're certainly not going to take that now. They just got to get to this next zone. Everyone else has figured that it's going to be 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. They're not worried about the bad juju of the hard shifts that we've been seeing, which is going to give these teams like EXO and Ascend space on the mainland, though they are, of course, going to be looking for making those first steps on having that line to cross.
𝗟𝗡 trying to control the bridge. On the northern side, Gubin, though, taking a chunk of damage from Twisted Minds. Some long-range shots here from the other members of 𝗟𝗡. Just trying to keep them safe. Gen G and PO, I can tell you from lots of experience watching PO's teams that this is their MO on military circles, whether it be South George or here in Yaz. He is going to take his time on this. They are going to play late and safe, typically.
Yeah, I mean, they play like that already. And so when it's this type of circle, which the 2 sides of decisions are, do we try and go and fight now, or do we just wait as long as possible and bring as much loot into the game that we start as possible? It makes perfect sense that they're going to go for the latter. Petrichor Road now crossing that western bridge, setting up a, I don't know, do you really call this a camp, or it's definitely a toll?
I like that better. It's a toll you have to pay to try to cross. It's a pseudo camp potentially. Like if you wrap east off the bridge, you could potentially run into them. Purple Mood is going to claim the tower. I knew this is where 𝗟𝗔𝗡 wanted to go. Like you can just feel it in your bones whenever you have a milli circle.
It's such a historically strong spot for Luminosity. Even if they didn't choose to go here, their GPS would send them here anyway. But do they expect Purple Mood? We do actually see Heikeman getting taken out by 𝗟𝗡, so maybe Ascend are a lot more likely and willing to go for a fight, especially now that this is technically inside the zone of phase number 1. But here, Fluky and 𝗟𝗏 actually on the low side. Well, they didn't know that they were here. They do now. Snaker's trying to answer back, is able to get the knock.
All right, now Thunder's trying to play damage control because that's 2 members down for Purple Mood. Thunders, though, immediately backed off by some accurate fire from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. 𝗟𝗏 as well, beat up. Purple Mood cannot find much footing. Yes, they've knocked Flood, but right now, they have no hope of getting the flush.
Yeah, not yet, at least. 𝗟𝗏's going to come up with something huge, but the amount of pressure, the amount of grenades, and just... Oh, well, yeah, he's able to get one on a kickstart. Relo unable to answer back immediately. The follow-up grenade isn't going far enough, but at this point, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 need to decide, do you go for a revive? But Thunder's on the high ground. The spray looked good. It got there in the end.
Oh, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 maybe overcommitting a bit to this push onto 𝗟𝗏, and that knock onto kickstart was huge. Thunders had Relo out in the open, and it's able to find the flush onto him. Now Snakers has to play recovery here as Boarboat's looking to be rezzed on the top side. 𝗟𝗏 switching over to the SLR temporarily, but took some more damage and is going to have to go for the heal. Thunders now trying to see if he can find an angle onto the survivors here of 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗.
I don't know if he's going to... Oh, he's actually able to find it. Snaker's running out in the open. The spray is not landing. Finally, in the end, he's able to make it work. Fluky does bleed out in the meantime, so that's at least another point for 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, but they are eliminated in 15th place. That is not the type of game that any of us were expecting here.
And now we know for certain that this circle is going to go military. No shenanigans this one around during that fight. It did shift down, so absolutely nothing super crazy just yet. I mean, of course, there's still the option for some hard shifts and those kind of things, but we aren't going to have any 50-50s across the river that make us scratch our heads and you know, pray to the PUBG gods that it goes our way. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 sitting just to the east of Pentagram, driving a bit in their direction towards this forest. There's terrain to play with in this forest, but a lot of teams are going to be opting to try to scoot in as close to they can as the military base.
Yeah, Pentagram are actually on a 2-2 split. 𝗟𝗏 and Wicked completely separated from the other pair on the north side. And so 𝗟𝗏, well, they don't know about their presence yet, but if they're somehow able to sniff them out, this could be a really, really hard hold for Pentagram to just stay alive. I don't know if they really planned on being in this position, because there's GEX with potential angles on them to the south, but the shots are opening up from Wicked with the knock on to Vox. Once again, Vox goes down first for 𝗟𝗏. He hasn't been able to play his game so far today. He is going to get confirmed as well, and 𝗟𝗏 is waiting for a sneaky opportunity to also surprise 𝗟𝗏, but taking it a bit slow.
𝗟𝗏, I'm not sure if they fully realize it, but they are potentially surrounded here by Pentagram. I'd like to see Pentagram get a lockdown here. They need points, and they are perfectly positioned to flank the hell out of 𝗟𝗏 right now. 𝗏𝗏 working up on this side. He's got the opener with the Scar, takes some damage himself though. Wicked now springs into action, finds the knock onto Adam. Oldless follows quickly, and 𝗟𝗏 down to their last player.
What a great strike by Pentagram. 𝗟𝗏 shoots first. Even though he's not able to get the initial knock onto Adam, one bullet was all that was needed left. Wicked is there on the south. Once those 𝗟𝗏 eyes went towards the north, he attacks from the south, and it is Richie B, Richard Bizzler, the man himself, running away, tail between his legs. And 𝗟𝗏 is here. I don't think he's spotted Richie just yet, but this is still the remaining hope of 𝗟𝗏 in this round. Stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, certainly 𝗟𝗏 knows that there is a survivor out there, and he is looking for it and looking for that, potentially easy point. And yeah, 𝗟𝗏 going to need to grow a fourth eye with the way things are going here so far today. Hasn't been their day just yet. Twisted Minds way on the northern edge. 𝗟𝗡 out there as well, but the circle is going to shift towards the military base. Hard shift down to the southwest.
We still got the hard shifts. We guaranteed that it was going to be 𝗟𝗏, but we're still getting hard shifts. 17 immediately sending it down south, trying to swing past 𝗟𝗏, or at least through. They might be stopping short and take these pieces of hard cover here, but it's going to be the plain graveyard that is that strip in the dead center, and then a few teams that are already on the south side, but there's a lot less space to play there. It's weird. Like, do you go for the south side where there are fewer teams already, or do you hold the north where there are more places to play, but everyone's going to be coming in from that same direction?
It's a tough gamble that the 14 remaining teams are going to have to make. Absolutely, Cammy. Ascend is going to opt for the southern area. And funnily enough, that compound is open, actually, just to the north of the mini pier that's on the military island. So the Millie Pier, I guess you could call it. That's a pretty good name for it, actually.
Yeah.
People probably already call it that, and I'm just like, I'm so smart, I just came up with it.
Hey, don't worry. I'll give you a gold star for it.
Thanks.
I got some stickers in my backpack. I'll give it to you later.
Yay! Look at me now, Dad. All right, we go up.
It's better than your physics degree.
It's way better. It's more valuable by far.
Aw.
Well, not really, but
go.
Wow. Sorry, I didn't mean to diss your stars. Hope you don't mind. All right,
public broadcast of all places.
Yeah, where else? How dare I? All right, Twisted Minds now sitting in towards 17. Batulin's leading the charge for the boys, and let's see if they are going to be able to get in past the defensive lines of 17 Gaming, or if there is a brawl. There are, of course, some of those cars and other doodads around this part of the map that they can use. A little bit further to the southwest, there's those craters and dips and those kind of things, but they're going to opt to go into these garages. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is right here, ready and waiting. 𝗟𝗏 on the other side. He's going to hear the first one. He's going to get the knock, but he's surrounded. Good trade here for Twisted Minds to start the fight.
This is a very confusing hold by 17 because they were spread out, but they had no angles to defend each other from a push just like this. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 was one and done. The revive for Twisted Minds is going to be easy coming on in. You see 𝗟𝗏 with the shotgun in hand, expecting to push, but no, not able to answer back in range right now. 𝗟𝗏 trying to send it onto SDK, but they're getting the knocks, they're getting the kills, they're getting the flushes.
This is a pretty blind send. 𝗟𝗏 was all the way on the other side of the circle.
Yeah.
𝗟𝗏 here trying to do some work, and he is. It's 𝗟𝗏 actually that's going to sit him down. Taemin gets Penta, going to get the flush as well. Taemin still alive. Only Vegas now for shoot to kill, but it's Taemin from 𝗟𝗏 who goes down. So Vegas does survive for now, but for how long is STA going to be able to hold that position down?
They get peppered by so many different angles. EXO now crashing in onto Pentagram, who had also relocated here to the northeast side. Kang now sharing a wall with 𝗟𝗏. Empty healing on up. Exo got wounded on this push. They're already wounded from Ascend earlier, but now they're down to 2. 𝗟𝗏 with a really nice spray down into Kong.
Yeah, good opener here. Gonna go for the grenade. Did he catch the head there of Empty? He did, and he's gonna bounce a grenade in there. Empty's gone. Nice two-piece from 𝗟𝗏. Gives Pentagram much needed points.
That was a perfect grenade. Empty knew that there was no running away from that one. Bounces at your feet and you just give it up. You just let go of the mouse because it's not getting away from that. Twisted Minds, however, they're getting away from 17. This circle did medium shift a little bit towards the southeast, which means that 17, they'd rather rotate around than push through 17, which now that their presence is known, I think is a really good decision. But Petrichor Road angles on the STK earlier, now angles to the north.
Petrichor Road has great control over a lot of different areas of this circle, but still Perfectix and Twisted Minds making life miserable for 17 Gaming, who just had such a good start to the day, and then to come into this game and lose 2 strong players. Everybody on this team, of course, very strong, but losing them early like this is disastrous. Tires being blown out in front of Perfectix on the way through, so some Dacia is protected though. They might, let's see if they're going to use these. I'm pretty curious about how Twisted Minds wants to approach this. Yeah, I think they're going to try to use the vehicles.
They used it for a quick second to scout to see if anyone was hiding inside, so definitely a good heads-up play just in case 17 tried to pull Trick onto them. But they're at least going to be using it for a quick rotation. Pentagon also use their own vehicles, rotate in onto Purple Mood's positions, the crate. But FaZe also pushing in from the north side. 17 can get approached from multiple angles, and that's GEX2 that might also have some sight lines.
All right, Jeems has to prone it down behind the barrels. Try to wait this out, get a little bit of healing going. 𝗟𝗏 on the other end of him. Of course, FaZe just down to those 2 players, so they have to be overly cautious, but it is good for FaZe in the fact that it's only a 2-2 in terms of this particular battle. You never know when third parties might get involved, but 𝗟𝗏 trying to spot the edge around this cement block, seeing if anybody's gonna peek. So far, nobody is. Richie B actually does take down 𝗟𝗏 from Pentagram from out in the blue, so able to find a smidge of revenge.
Yeah, a little point, 1 point, but now that his position is known, he's just going to be kept out as Jeems sprayed onto Little Ghost. Can't quite get the final few bullets in. The smoke blocking the way. Can't see through those, and 𝗟𝗏 trying to shoot back onto 𝗟𝗏, and the blue is coming in. Neither of these teams, neither of these pairs has a position in the zone. Twisted Minds looped right in front of them.
𝗟𝗏, good shots. Jeems with the finish. And that is going to be FaZe Clan with 5 kills between Jeems and 𝗟𝗏. So they're doing a really nice job with this salvage. Pentagram here channeling their inner Lash K, trying to take these. He just loves these particular shelters. He's always at them, I find out. So Pentagram, though, did lose 1 player. Petrichor Road, 3 kills, seeing if they can continue to make their way through the airplane graveyard and find more success.
Twisted Minds find, I guess it's a dip. It's something that's not a dip pretending to be a dip, but so got 4 grenades from Sun Sister. Oh, they're not quite throwing them just yet. Oh, but they're getting ready for it. Yeah, come on, nail it in, nail it in. There it is, 3-piece go on through.
Let's go. The first one comes up short. The second one is good. The third isn't going to find the mark either, but still not too bad here for Sun Sister. They have a few more in the bag. They can start to really do some serious damage. Circle is going to shift over to the east in the meantime. That's going to send Petrichor Road scrambling to take advantage of this fight.
Already looping on in. Vegas, last one left for STK, forced to fall away lest he get crashed by Petrichor Road. And Ascend also might have eyes on this exact spot too, on being on the edge, because there's a lot of open ground in the center of the zone. Ghibli with a good high ground position, very similar spot from the last game.
Yeah, teams really like to play from this forest. It's a really defendable spot compared to some. Again, coming down off that hill will be tricky potentially, but I have to assume that Ghibli's vehicles are in relatively decent shape at this stage in the game, given how little pressure they've had.
Yeah, and at the very least, they can deal some damage and lighten the load. For now, Heaven gets another knock on to Wicked, but we are looking at the pair from FaZe for a brief moment, pushing in behind Twisted Minds. 𝗟𝗏 pushing on in, grouping up the rest of Purple Mood in the final bunker remaining. Pentagram are eliminated with the help of a couple of different teams.
Well, Purple Mood having a solid kill game for them, but as you mentioned earlier, Cammy, and there is a desk mentioned earlier, it is tough for them to seem to find placement points.
They're close. They're close. Only a few more teams in to go out before they can start to climb those placements once again. But a grenade on Twisted Minds. This one's huge from 𝗟𝗏.
massive stuff here for FaZe if they can get in, but no, it's Tegu from Sun Sister who sits him down. Now just Jeems left in the blue trying to heal through it, but there's shots hitting him as well from afar. He's going to have to make a decision. GEX in the meantime is going to send it. Yuri gets an opener here onto Purple Mood. 2 left for them, Thunders and Boarboats underneath. They're going to molly the Entrance and just not let GEX get in unless it is with grenades.
This is bad for GEX because they need to have one person holding this exit from Purple Moon, but everyone else can just play around that ridgeline and try and deal some damage back on to Ghibli as this phase 5 closes, but they have a lot of utility, so they're going to throw it all in. Yuri finds one on the 𝗟𝗏.
Yeah, the re-knock there on the 𝗟𝗏, going to immediately follow up with the molly, hoping to get the flush, but actually comes up short, so GEX gets a kill on a Perfectix from forever away. Somehow in the middle of all this fight, GEX has the wherewithal to third-party others, but still, the grenades rain, but they aren't really doing as much damage as you'd probably like here.
That one looks great!
Back is good from Savior.
It's mayhem everywhere on this map because the spots to play are all running out. Xenon drops from the high ground here. They're still just trying to put the final nail in the coffin for Purple Mood, as we do see Sun Sister also get eliminated.
Now the shots are starting to get in as that molly has expired at the front door for Purple Mood. Yuri coming in, making sure that Thunders is down. Boarboats and 𝗟𝗏 trying to inch their way forward, but Boarboats gets caught by a molly. He is taken down. 𝗟𝗏 able to put some damage into Yuri, but Yuri with a quick prone, able to escape death. Xenon gonna finish the job. Purple Mood out in 7th.
I said that they could just play on the ridgeline without worrying about Purple Mood. Now that Purple Mood are dead, they really don't have to worry about them, and they can just lay terror on the rest of the lobby because the ship does continue to favor them. Vegas actually gets a knock with an again, great weapons for Vegas against AZ and Battlegrounds. They can't really stop for the revive because they need to break their way through Ascend to get into phase 6, and of course it's going to be Ghibli still on that high ground, still in that forest.
Yeah, Ghibli going to be putting tons of damage in. It's Chris on 4 health, able to get to that tree safely, I believe. Should likely be able to get that first aid going as well, but now Mill from behind takes Mika down, or Mika, and now Mill taking a bunch of damage, and it's a knock from Leo from a very long, or excuse me, Glaz and Leo combining on that from a very long distance.
It's those two teams, GEX and Ghibli, just, like I said, dealing so much damage to the rest of the lobby. Ascent are out, made it to 6th place, but unable to go any further. Petrichor Road wounded, limping. STK really wounded and limping. Twisted Minds wounded, limping. Ghibli and GEX sitting pretty. And in fact, Human is actually going for a low side rotation, a low side flank, just to continue to establish control of this zone before the high ground gets removed.
Oh, Vegas, just, I'd love to see his perspective on that shot with the AWM. Gets the headshot, good for the finish. And Vegas doing a phenomenal job salvaging points here for STK. A wide split for Ghibli. They have complete control over the southern edge. If they can get rid of Petrichor Road, the game is all but theirs, potentially. There they go, Tosi, and the follow-up is great. Tosi with a nice double, and now this is the south side of the circle completely under Ghibli's control.
Yeah, they can now take that crate and use that as a secondary point to play off of with Heaven Glass still on the east side. Now, GEX have sent their own player across the road. It's Savior pitted below that high ground, but with just the solos and Vegas and Lou remaining in this top 4, I actually don't know who to favor between the two full squads.
It's only phase 6, and there's 10 players left.
It could shift, yeah, it could shift a few different directions, but...
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Vegas, though, I mean, there's this part of me that just because Vegas has the AWM, I just want him to win. Like, that's all. That's the only part of that logic.
He's getting points. He's salvaging quite a lot for STK. They already have 5 kills, 3 of them on Vegas itself, and I think 2 of them came after the rest of his team was eliminated, so he is making this solo save really work really well. Can he go any further? We saw him get that crosshair lined up on Lou, so at the very least, a good opportunity to get 3rd.
Only had 4 bullets left in the AWM, though.
Yeah, only need 1.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. You only need 1, but there's more than 4 players alive, so he can't wipe the lobby with it. That's what I was, I was hoping for.
Okay. yeah, that is unfortunate.
Now, we wait now for phase 7 is here, but we wait to see what the teams are going to do. Ghibli is going to have to kind of make their way down this hill. Now, if they have vehicles up there, what a lot of Korean teams will like to do in this situation is to leave one up top and send the other 3 in the vehicle down and try to play kind of a, an anchor split. Of course, a lot of teams like to do that these days, but we'll see how Ghibli wants to do this. They don't play like most Korean teams. They're very aggressive.
That is absolutely true, and Vegas just fired another shot. Might have even tagged Human because he's down to like 20 HP, so still... he's being loud from that position, which he has to be at this point, but at what point does ghibli just crash it? The problem is GEX are going to punish that push because they're still holding the north side, even though they're also feeding in a few members in. The cover that both those teams have been playing around is already incredibly limited. I like GEX is taking control of this wall, if you want to call it that. It barely counts, but you can prone behind it, and that'll be at least something. For ghibli, it's not a lot.
All right, well, ghibli now beginning to make their move a little bit, trying to inch their way in, loading up the vehicles, getting ready to make some kind of strike. Will it be towards Vegas? Will they make a play for maybe the western side of the circle if they can get Vegas and Lou out and make it a 4v4 fight potentially? But Savior's position in particular is really tricky for ghibli.
Ooh. Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this?
Oh, it's just beautiful. It's a thing of beauty from Vegas. Lou is going to take 𝗟𝗃 down, though. And now Gumin and others from ghibli scrambling to try to figure out how they could recover for this. 2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else happen? Yes, he can!
Stop! Please!
Unbelievable!
Vegas! Oh, no! GX just sitting pretty this entire time.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, Vegas. I'm just sad you only have 1 more bullet. He's going to use it to finish off Gumin. There was just a barrel for Vegas left. Not sure if there's going to be anything inside of that guard tower. It's a mini, in fact, that he's going to be able to pick up. It's the guard tower. There's loot in there. He got lucky with that one for sure.
Could have also been in the vehicle.
True.
Teams
I got to remember that.
Yeah. It's a new addition. Teams have quickly been utilizing the trunk of those, finding the crate weapon. I imagine he put his secondary in the vehicle from the very beginning of the game. Lou does get eliminated, unfortunately. It is a 4v2v1, but Vegas, despite being out of bullets, feels like as a one-man army himself. So even GEX with 4 up, fanning on out, I don't know how safe they can feel.
He's certainly ruined a couple teams' games individually, and that's what you love to see from superstar players. Now over to GEX as they begin to make their move in towards the center of the circle, locking that fence line down. 𝗟𝗏 is going to be hugging the edge. Heaven here trying to find any space, any angles. Not going to happen. And immediately it is Vegas with the barrel at that range is going to get the knock.
But look at GEX this entire time just pushing, just bounding ever, step by step, bit by bit towards the north end. And ghibli are able to get the revive still, but Savior is also pushing up onto that high ground, slowly closing the door onto all these different teams. Another grenade's gonna come out.
Savior looking to try to finish ghibli's game and then surround Vegas, see if they can take him down. They have no idea he's up here. He strikes. That's 1. That's 2. ghibli is gone. And GEX looking to win game number 2 on the day. It's a stun out here. Vegas is in the molly, and he's just going to shoot the vehicle in front of him because he knows it's over. And it is going to be GEX with an 8-kill chicken dinner here on our first Erangel.
Nobody can kill Vegas but Vegas. It's not even about denying the points at GEX. It's about making a statement, but GEX still coming out with the win. 8 kills, 9 kills for ghibli, so a good run for them, but STK, Vegas STK, the new addition to the roster. If he doesn't have an extended contract by now, he's got to get one.
Beautiful stuff from him. But guys, we've got some highlights. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Game 2 is done as the GEX Factor comes through, getting the chicken dinner savior with the double flush, and Vegas with a little help in the arm. GEX gets themselves a win.
Oh yeah, I was really looking at ghibli here stepping up, and they got first place from this game here, but still, they got shut down by Vegas, and Vegas helped out so hard here. But GEX, of course, some well-needed points going their way. I talked a little about it yesterday, that they could kind of be my dark horse to potentially jump in today. Now here they get a win. If they have one more good game, they could be getting into that top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to look at the leaderboard when it does come around, because it's that middle ground seems to be shifting aggressively, but you brought it up. Ghibli got a slow start. They were here in the losers bracket. In fact, yesterday, I said it again, we asked on the desk, where's Korea? What's going on with them? And I feel like they took that personally.
Yeah, no slander coming their way without them coming back and saying, you know what, we're going to show them. And now, of course, looking good here. Both Ghibli and Gen G looking fantastic. And I got to say, I'm loving what we've been seeing from Heaven so far. We saw him at the start of the day, more than 500 average damage. And now they're continuing this trend here, being super, super aggressive and strong and looking good. But yeah, I got to say, Vegas, this game here was my, there's my MVP moment there, right for him.
What happens with Vegas hurts everybody else. And I will say, we saw him utilize the vehicle. Again, another mechanic we don't talk about a lot, the change to be able to store things in the car. He put his Mini into that truck, used the arm, was able to swap it out, had lots of utility to continue to hold down that position. That's sort of the unspoken change in Pro PUBG that has been fascinating to watch. Teams sort of stashing those cars full of late game supplies.
Yeah, I mean, if he was even able to use some of those grenades there, if GX wasn't able to hold him down, he had 3 grenades extra that he could toss towards Ghibli and maybe gotten some more points. But a salvage mission for him, getting second place, getting some extra kills coming his way there, that was huge for him. I think he ended on, SDK ended on a total of 6 or 7 kills, and that means 12 or 13 points coming in with. That's a huge salvage mission for a solo player like that. So super well executed by Vegas there. Of course, the young gun, well, not so young anymore, but still young gun on the team.
Right, but he had been around forever. Vegas, a name that we remember all the way from the early days. He's been on the grind and now gets a big highlight moment. Top 4 teams of the match. GEX does take that win with 8 kills. STK with 6. And what else stands out to you on this board?
Yeah, they lost the player already. The first player they lost was 12 minutes, right? So he's been a solo for a very long time there, long travel there. And again, a special military game that ends south of main melee, right? That is obviously a huge southern game. They're going to have a lot of teams that's going to travel for a long time. A little bit of a recap here. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, some more fantastic impacts here. I gotta say though, Ascent, a team that we're kind of looking on the western side, if they're able to kind of get up that hill and elevate themselves a little bit, they could have gotten even further, but they got absolutely shot down by Ghibli.
They did. Ghibli seems to be doing very good at sort of isolating their areas. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 in particular has been on fire here today. We do see GX was able to take this spot away from PLM on a bit of a third party, and that opened the door for them to push towards the win. But Vegas, if there's a spot that you're going to survive as a lone survivor from, it is this little guard tower just outside of Last Ditch. You have a great hiding spot. He did great work with it.
Yeah, he destroyed a few guys there, and he's denying himself, of course, making sure he can't give up 1 point there to GX. But yeah, for sure, in a lovely ending like this here, some points going GX's way. They fought on the northern side. They took some fantastic fights there, and you were cheering on Leo, of course, once they're clearing that last bunker from Purple Moose. And yeah, looking at this, 700 damage there for Leo is going to be huge for you. Probably, of course, also going to be man of the match because we have to have the winning team have the man of the match.
That's true. I will say, when I put Leo on the team, I was hoping for big moments like this to finally come through. He did it. The 700 damage is great. Now, a lot of that, though, is because he was playing that anchor. When they crashed PLM, he kept the distance. Was able to do a lot of tag damage, so he's going to walk away with that MVP. And this is going to be a confidence booster. This team came into today in 13th. Didn't have the best first match, so this is going to let them grind up just a little bit. And again, I think it's going to be very tight around that 8th place spot.
It's going to be super tight, and especially with the teams that are kind of, you know, we were talking about it, the 3 kind of spots having open, but then Gen G comes in, there are mid-pack, or top mid-pack, and they got so many points. I feel like it's only maybe 1 or 2 spots that could be up for grabs for the end of the day. So let's see how it ends up. 60-65 points is going to be likely be the cutoff mark here, but Twisted Mind still dominating the team summaries here.
Absolutely. We're going to see Ghibli going up there. STK does manage to get up in total kills to just ahead of FaZe on the back of that performance from Vegas, but Gen G still representing themselves here. LG on a bit of a slide, but I think it's one of those things. Once these teams feel like they've qualified, they only need 2 or 3 points. They're not as worried about it. They're making some more aggressive plays. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard. GEX does walk away with 18 total points off the back of that game. And SDK, they came in 7th today, no, I'm sorry, 4th, and they have been sliding down the board in the first game. This is going to be a big deal for getting them solidified, I think, to make it the move to the grand finals.
Yeah, this is going to put them on the 60+ point mark. And again, we're talking about this 65-ish plus minus cutoff point, right? So with 4 more games to go, this is going to be the game that have basically qualified them to grand final.
Absolutely. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 getting 2 points off of that one, only 4 points total in the game. When we take a look at the overall, the overall leaderboard right now, we're going to see exactly where they are, 10th place. So 17 at 48 at 7th place. We got GEX in 8th. After a win, they're still, at least they're in the fight now, and that's important.
That's what really opens the door for them. But this is what I'm saying, right? You kind of have 2, maybe 3 spots if FaZe completely falls off here at the face of the earth. 2 spots that's open right now, 48, 43, 5 points different, and then it falls down. If Petrica Road tied, of course, on 43, 5 points again, and then it has to be a big game for Ascend. New Happy, Third Eye, to even have a chance. Even Pentagram could have a big game, and they could actually jump into the top 8 from that.
But it's doable. I mean,
top 5, top 6, looking very good here.
I would say GX had an average win there. They picked up their 13, 14 points. So anybody who's sort of down to almost 15th place, off the back of a good game here on this one, still gets in the mix. But the time to make that happen is running low as we are getting ready to transition over. Exactly, 4 more games. There's no more hoping for circles at this point, right?
You have to, obviously, we have to work for it.
Yes.
You have to get salvage those games that you're not going to win. You're going to have to turn around and say, all right, we're not going to get into the circle. We have to try to steal some kills, try to steal some knocks, get those 3, 4 extra points from the games that you're not going to get 10+ points in.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to take just a moment so our teams can get their head in the right space and figure out how they use the last 4 games to their advantage. This is PGS 1, co-hosted by Crafted and VSPO, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with match number 3.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out though, and that's going to be a warning. But 𝗟𝗏, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window because the shotgun comes through the chest, but the nade finds the second as well too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is 𝗟𝗏's down.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 and company. Oh my god!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's going to push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on 𝗟𝗏. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's going to throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect. They're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Rune. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, 𝗟𝗏 able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
𝗟𝗏 as well, so they are not down just yet, but 𝗟𝗏 is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man. Able to stay alive. Penta, though, taking down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
And welcome back to PGS 1 here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Paper Thin still with you, but joining me now is the main man, Toby. And we are through 2 games. And of course, we are getting towards those grand finals. And as we all know now, if you tune into the grand finals, you can get yourself some skins, some of our GPT teams. Let's go, baby.
And they're pretty cool, too.
That's right. They're really good.
They are really nice.
And
had to get them.
I know. Yeah, I had to get them too. Not gonna lie. I'm a big fan. I'm a hashtag big fan. Of course, we get the 4 now, then the 4 later on in the year. So very excited about all of that. And of course, very excited about our next couple of games. It will be Miramar that we will be finding ourselves up with next.
Now, I am glad that last Miramar game we went east, but didn't go straight down towards Junkyard, where we've been a million times already. We sticked up towards the north. Gen.G had a couple of ships going their way, but they took full advantage of what they were given. Something we haven't really seen from Gen.G, even when things went kind of in their favor. They kind of stumbled at the finish line here. They brought it home, curious to see if they can go back into that same thrive on Miramar that they had in game 1 of the day.
That was the most PO game I've seen in quite some time. It was everything you want from that player. It is his style, it is his game, and he played it to perfection.
Sure did. Phenomenal game for Gen.G, first time around here on Miramar today as we hop on into Miramar once more. 4 games to go, and we will know not only which 8 teams are going to join the winners bracket teams in the grand finals, but arguably more importantly, which 8 will be eliminated.
All right, let's get things underway here at PGS 1, Game 3. And we are absolutely, like you just mentioned, starting to find out which teams still have a shot, which don't, which need to put up some numbers. Everything's still fairly tight at the middle of that leaderboard, but now you can start looking at some of the teams who are basically, can dust their hands off. We've kind of done it. We'll keep our eyes on them just to see how they play, kind of if they're going to try to keep that momentum going into the grand finals.
And also that's one of the worrying things for the teams that haven't punched their ticket yet, right? Because one thing is that you have some pretty good teams up there who can now play more loose, but if one of those teams are teams you've been fighting throughout the tournament so far, you can be pretty sure that they might be coming for you. So for a team like Twisted Minds, are they now actively going to chase down Petrichor just to make sure that they don't make grand finals? We will have to wait and see to find out. Of course, not.
Yeah. All right, well, this is kind of interesting because we could end up with a very similar circle to our first Miramar on the day, but we'll see if it does want to do that. I think 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is feeling very comfortable now after that stellar performance from Vegas.
I mean, that was phenomenal. You love to see a person with an arm, first of all. You love to see a person with an arm also getting a chance to make some highlight plays. I feel like every time someone has the arm, we just see it in the kill feed, not actually getting the shots in. But Vegas, thank you for plenty of clips for us with the green machine there.
You know what's so funny about it is we saw him coming down the stairs after the game, and he just nonchalant as could be. And I'm just like, you just had like some super sick shots. Like, oh, did you guys see that?
Pretty decent. No, I do that every now and again. Pretty good.
He's pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's almost as if he's in a tournament with the best players in the world. Pretty decent. Circle, out towards the east we go. We've been here plenty of times in this tournament thus far. It's a little further east first time around than what we would have expected, I'd say, but still, I'm looking at Junkyard now. I'm seeing 𝗟𝗡𝗗 set in there. I'm seeing 𝗟𝗡𝗗 currently set up and around first place overall. I could imagine them having a pretty good game in this one.
Well, if you can see the map right now, like this circle could end right by Glass. Maybe like a little bit more south, but somewhere in that vicinity is where these like to go because a lot of that area around 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is land ratioed. This is more likely to start coming south than not.
Yep, exactly. We have seen many finishes in the Junkyard area. This one going there would be no surprise to anyone, I think. And it's also going to be one of those things that the teams, of course, are going to keep in mind, because it's not just us viewers, spectators, and everyone else out there who are aware of this. The players are well aware, if not more aware, of these things than us. So expect to see, despite the fact that there's plenty of space available on the map, excluding the water, of course.
How dare you?
Why don't we use the water? I'm not going to segue into that. You can't bait me this time around, baby.
All right.
But expect to see, despite the fact that there's plenty of land available, that teams will opt to play very few positions. You will see patches of land that are going to be, even though you could argue, well, that's a pretty good compound, it's pretty decent. Well, there's also just a very, very small chance that the game goes there. So teams just won't, even though it's free.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the way you got to think about this game at this level.
Yeah.
So that is very well said. Now, of course, we know that this is not a hot drop. This is a Twisted Minds controlled territory.
Love to see it. Again, I am curious to see here in the last couple of games, because right now Petrichor is a team on the cusp. Sat down in and around that 8th place, and obviously Twisted Minds is aware of this, and they're aware of where they loot as well. I would hope to see, at least if they see them in the kill feed, not that they should just instantly drive to Hacienda every game, but if they see them in the kill feed and kind of figure, okay, they're up against these guys, they must be over here, that they actually go out and try and have an impact on those fights themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And I like that our observers are giving us a quick glimpse of Lou there because he is way out ahead of the rest of Twisted Minds. And let's take a look at a replay here from the previous game. Oh, this is, no, the previous Miramar, excuse me. This is the drive up here on the LG. And this is where 17 kind of solidified a very high kill game. That was nuts from Suju.
Boom.
Just nuts.
Then we get the Vegas shot in there as well. Absolutely
insane.
So
good. Oh
Gets
my
2
God.
out of vehicles, finds the 3rd behind the tree. I was saying to 𝗟𝗡, like just to myself, to 𝗟𝗡, why do you keep peeking this man? He is finding you all the time. Just stay behind that tree. No need for you to do anything. Just hide. Because he was on 1 in the previous game. And as you said, Paper, very nonchalant about his performance. Oh yeah, it was pretty decent. Pretty good.
He was just like, oh, you saw that? Like, that was his reaction. I was just like, yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, of course we did.
Stupid idiot.
Well, okay.
I'm just joking.
Okay,
I
know
love him.
I know what you are.
He's a great guy. He's so fun to talk to. LG, it basically, you know, pretty much fine in terms of their position and their points. So now, just trying to, you know, these are the opportunities where you have to work on some things like some team fighting, some micro things more than macro necessarily, because this is your last chance before the grand finals outside of scrims.
It really is. If you're a Miramar game, you have this one and 1 more to go. That is going to be it for the losers bracket. So 2 chances here to claim as many points in the desert as you possibly can. Now, if we were to kind of compare the early stages of this game to what we saw in the previous one, I like how teams are rotating in, but one thing that surprised me by the end of the previous game was how few teams racked up that many points. Because it wasn't necessarily the teams in the best position, of course. Gen.G, plenty of space to maneuver up towards the north. But usually when we have these open area endings, it's just kind of kills are pretty scattered across all the teams. But here we had, as you said, 17 plenty kills. Gen.G able to rack up a ton as well. Not usually how we see things go down in this area of the map.
And 𝗟𝗡 too.
𝗟𝗡 was up double digits as well, almost.
𝗟𝗡 was putting up a ton of damage. Spyro here, putting some parting shots into Purple Mood, but I think they're okay.
Yeah.
Able to get on the other side of the hill and should be a-okay from suffering much further damage.
I mean, yeah, they do have, as you can see in the distance there, some Twisted Minds players up on the Minas Mountain proper, but with Floki now getting in behind there and only a 4x to work with for Lou as well, it ain't exactly optimal distance to try and take this fight. As I say that though, shots are being fired, forcing these players off of the hillside. Oh, okay. Both shots connected. One from Thunders, one from Lou, but not too much more will come off it.
Yeah, splashing into the extremities there of Lou, so no significant damage done. Petrichor Road sitting to the southwest of 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Right now, they are almost the most north team that is currently in the circle.
Yeah.
FaZe is the only one a little bit further north. New Happy doing what they do best, wrapping in on the south. Playing for the edge, playing on the outside of these mountains, which are relatively uncontested until you get to Savior, who's kind of trailing up ahead as GE left Impala.
We've seen GEX wanting to play this kind of intersection area northeast of Impala before. They dealt with 𝗟𝗋 last time they were up here. I hope for New Happy's sake that they are aware that GEX likes this area, because New Happy right now, I mean, sat in 11th, 38 points. Sure, they're close to 8th, but they need to have some pretty good games back-to-back in order to solidify their spot. We're talking around that 70 points. That's when you know, or should know at least, we're probably going to be in the top 8. And right now, well, for New Happy, we're way over halfway there, but they're only halfway to 70.
Yep. And I think if you're sitting at 60 right now, you got to feel pretty comfortable that you
definitely
squeak out that many
10
more
points. 4 games, doable.
Yeah, very doable. FaZe, as we mentioned, up north, but they're kind of on the edge of the road.
Chill.
Going towards the beach. James is way out.
He's going for a boat, just in case.
Well,
you never know. You never know with these circles, Paper.
You know, I was just going to say, I noticed that one of the crates dropped on one of the islands.
It is a magnet.
It is the magnet.
Yep.
But I think maybe, you know, James is just getting information, watching for teams that might come up from the backside of FaZe along that coastal area. So I think that's a smart idea here from FaZe.
For those of you guys who don't know where James is, he's in that one spot where you normally spawn that you never go back to.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can spawn there.
Yeah, exactly. In the meantime, SDK, I'm liking their setup here, trying to hold out. Ascent issue is they 9 billion IQ that one, and they're wrapping up towards Los Leones. So we'll see how long SDK are eager or willing to tank blue damage before they realize that, you know what, Ascent probably ain't coming this way.
Yeah, they are being very cautious about this one, is SDK. Just probably crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making sure that they are fully prepared to, you know, not make enough mistakes that they find themselves in a dangerous position as the day rolls on in terms of the points, in terms of getting into that grand finals.
Yeah. In the meantime, Spiro alongside the rest of Twisted Minds heard Thunders run around down below. They're waiting for that 3P. And Thunders stood with the SKS in hand, has absolutely no clue. There's almost an entire team set just a couple of meters up above here. So as soon as he puts himself in a vulnerable position, you can be pretty sure that Spiro is going to start shooting at him.
Yeah, you can
Not even going for 𝗟𝗏 in the open there, because they want that kill first.
Yep. 𝗟𝗏's getting shot by somebody else.
That's up on the mountain. That's Lou, set way up on the mountain. They knew he was there early, so I think like they're playing with that in mind, but I don't think even with those shots being fired, that they're expecting the rest of them to be that close.
Certainly. We'll see. Sun Sister has one player pretty close to 𝗟𝗏, 2 of them at least, that I don't expect to kick off, I would think, unless somehow 𝗟𝗏 gives an open angle to Sun Sister where they can maybe go for the knock.
I am a little curious with this next shift coming up in 20 seconds, how much water we're going to include. As I said before, as we have said before, usually these circles do end up either up towards 𝗟𝗏 or Junkyard or west out towards La Bandita. So should we, maybe for once, go east? We'll see what's going to happen there. Thunders, again, did he just realize now there's a team above him? Literally an entire firing squad is set on the hills just above.
Oh, they're just waiting. They didn't find the angle. They didn't, if they can get 2 guns onto him, now they're going to let it go. And yeah, like you said, Twisted Minds was just super patient, and they want that point. They're going to find it. The circle is going to drift down towards the south here of 𝗟𝗏, centering around that junkyard-ish area.
Good timing for them to get that kill too. Now they're forcing Purple Moon to wrap further in, and they themselves can now stay in the high ground position, scout further towards the east, maybe claim some terrain off of it. Spiro actually already in the car. Same thing here for New Happy down towards the south.
All right, New Happy on the roll. Little bit of LG ahead, trailing his third eye behind them, 17 on their right, Purple Mood on their left. But for now, New Happy has quite a bit of space to work with. 𝗟𝗏's pretty well, you can see it now on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. 𝗟𝗏 just kind of completely barricaded inside this saloon. New Happy?
They don't go there without checking, right?
No way.
I just had to make sure. One thing is they don't go to the free compound, but then again, no one is expecting what they call jungle compound to be free at this point, so didn't even stop to scout it. Now, in the meantime, over towards the east we go as Petrichor find themselves in a fight against Sun Sister, a team who usually I wouldn't expect to come out victorious, but they've already found 2.
Yeah, well, Fevin has to back off as there's some crossfires getting knocked. New Happy, oh my god, 𝗟𝗏 pushes out. That's a huge double from Tosi. Ming and HS already down. The grenades are out. New Happy is completely cornered. The grenades are raining in. 𝗟𝗏 the only one left here. Duming, more grenades. Glass up front and close, but 𝗟𝗏 able to just barely hang on. Surely not for much longer. 𝗟𝗏 wipes them out.
What a play. What an active play from 𝗟𝗏. They sat in the compound, they heard the vehicles come close, but they never saw them peek over. They go, well, if they ain't gonna peek, we might as well just push up and throw some nades in there. Because again, while the dips are great for cover, they also tend to be funnels for nades coming their way. And well, New Happy, they felt all the hurt of those grenades there.
That's devastating for New Happy.
It is.
Sitting in 10th place right now on the leaderboards. They need points so badly. And 𝗟𝗏 now rises to the top. They are in first place currently here in the losers bracket. Kong watching 𝗟𝗏 doing some good shooting there. I think 𝗟𝗏 wisely is like, yeah, maybe this ain't it.
PO very close on this one, wanting to go super aggressive, just doing PO things, but he's parked in the middle of the open with no cover. Good thing for him is that DG98 is now covering his back because he's sat in a vehicle and getting shot from behind as well. A little too eager, maybe on that one.
I was gonna say, let's see how good PO's reverse driving is. DG continuing to put the pressure onto Empty, but Hikerman split out far away from the rest of XO. Kong did get knocked by Foxy off screen. PO driving in that general direction, maybe trying to put 2 here to put some pressure on XO.
I think he can. The fact that he's going aggressive with half HP to get that flush, knowing that MT is around this area now, 𝗟𝗏 finds 1 as well. Ooh, that nade, is it going to go far enough? Just bounces off to the left-hand side. PO is going so aggressive despite his low HP, and once again, it's DG98 covering his butt.
Yeah, the good thing here is right now, they've got a safe res on a 𝗟𝗏. Akita's too far away to do anything about this. 𝗟𝗏 behind the hill and safe. So now PO can put some pressure in, even though it's phase 2. Plenty of time to make that res.
Sure is. Mika from Ascent, wrapping on over towards this north side of Impala issue is. Well, at least now he's aware. There's an entire team set inside this factory position.
Yeah, Mika, not much you can do. And Circle there, gonna go right on top of the junkyard.
Who could have predicted that
Who
one?
could have thought? Not like we said that this wasn't gonna be. Glaz, by the way, has barely moved this game.
True.
He has probably moved about 200 meters total. And it was all in that reach out towards New Happy.
Ain't nobody going to be complaining about not having to go anywhere, that's for sure, especially in a tournament like this. And for Kipling, I mean, already qualified. Luminosity set in Junkyard, pretty much already qualified. It's the teams that are in need of points that need to come out here and make plays themselves.
Yeah, now you got to be thinking about those edge kills. Third Eye, one of those teams that need those kills, but it's Twisted Minds on top of them in the God compound, making sure that at the very least the tires are popped. Some grenades hit Lou, but not significantly. And Third Eye, so far, no critical damage done.
Not yet, no. Richie trying to back off a bit, trying to find a better angle. In the meantime, FaZe and opting to try and rotate over the western side. This is a weird circle because all the teams that are now coming in from the southern side here have had literally no chance to scout what's going on up towards the north. Now, FaZe did wrap around, so they know that GX is around. But are they aware that Xavier sat just over on the other side here?
Xavier just getting all the info we can, but Leo gets caught. Xavier there not able to accurately communicate, or Leo just maybe didn't really respect FaZe's angle and bush. He takes a grenade as he is knocked down to half in the knock status. FaZe, though, not really comfortable to try to push this.
Yeah, it's a weird angle to try and approach. They haven't had a chance to properly scout what's down below. That's an entire split 17 gaming, so I respect FaZe not being too eager to make the aggressive play here. Again, once you peek on over, you're essentially exposing yourself to the entire team setup above. So smart play, peek on over, find the first one, fall back down again.
Kill did get stolen, though. I believe it was Inmahawk from Sun Sister. Adam is going to take down Brexco. 𝗟𝗗 trying to wrap in behind Third Eye here, but he is very late to that party. Xavier 𝗟𝗄 knocked on opposite sides of this fight backs. Ooh, if he had found that spray just a heartbeat sooner, but he's able to put the pressure on to Yuri, but Yuri stands up and sits him down in 5-2. Unbelievable from Yuri.
4 HP, able to find the double. That is absolutely huge. Let's see now if Gustav can make his way over here. 3 knocked FaZe Clan players. Yuri is calling for assistance as he knows pretty much the entire team is already down.
GEX needs points so badly. Just Gustav on his feet for FaZe, trying to find some space, trying to find a potential res, a flush onto Fex. Now Gustav has to pull off that res as he hears the footsteps encroaching. Gustav gonna be spotted by Yuri, but not Yuri this time, not quick enough on the draw. Gustav is better. 𝗟𝗏 trying to finish the job, but it's Gustav who saves FaZe's round.
What a recovery, what a huge play coming through from Gustav here. But also credit where credit's due to Yuri for finding the double with just 4 HP, initiating that fight.
Foxy all on his own out here. PO was trying to potentially help DG98.
Yeah.
Things have gone sideways for Gen G, who seem to have XO fairly well handled.
I mean, I like to think that we've seen a very passive Gen G throughout the tournament so far, where things didn't go their way. Now we're seeing an immensely over-aggressive Gen G, which also is not going their way, but at least this time around, they're kind of already through to the grand finals, so they can be a little more careless. And honestly, if them being then by kind of finding the midway coming into the grand finals, we started out too passive, now we're too aggressive. Let's stay too aggressive so that we can slow it down a bit for grand finals and play our actual style, then I'm all for it. Because again, they are pretty much already through.
I was thinking something very similar here. As PWS fans, you know, as Gen G fans, you got to be hoping that Gen G is just saving their best for last.
Exactly.
DG did get rezzed by PO. Foxy trying to scoot his way around the fence line to potentially get rezzed himself. Third Eye overview onto Purple Mood. Some trees in the way, as Purple Mood also has a hillside for cover. Curious to see what they want to do. Gustav, the man himself, who just absolutely went nuts. They're going to lose 𝗟𝗄 though, but still, FaZe just needs, you know, a couple points per game and they're good to go. 𝗟𝗏 watches him for a moment, but it's not going to be too dangerous just yet for Gustav.
Yeah.
Oh, unless he drives a 𝗟𝗏.
I was going to say a couple of dips available, but you got to pick them wisely because there are players in this area. In the meantime now, Purple Mood making their way forward, actually straight in the direction of Gustav over on the other side of the hill. Let's see, is it going to be 𝗟𝗏? Is it going to be Gustav that gets company? It seems to me like it's going to be 𝗟𝗏. Nade, set up, early, locked on, over. We'll see if he gets anything. Finds the first, finds the second. No, not going to happen. As Floki falls, 𝗟𝗏 is there to help him out.
Yeah, that grenade was just a bit off the mark. He threw it left, they went right. Now Gustav going to come in. He wants wants points and he wants them now. The mollies are there. They're trying to find that knocked player, but it's not going to happen. Boarboats, good defense.
Boarboats finds him, but 3 tags came through from Luminosity on that northern side. So a little bit of help coming through now. In the meantime, EXO will fall to the hands of Lou up above. Good for PO that he gets the info that there's entire team now set on his northwest side.
Yeah, PO going to start going for heals. Twisted Minds, Spyro going to be the only one who's thinking about drifting in that direction, maybe set up Lou for the cross. I think they're just trying to trap PO, end his round, and it's going to be successful. Batoons from the high ground is going to take Gen G out.
I mean, this is one of the positions where Twisted Minds play perfectly into their, I would call it natural habitat. Edge, full control, high ground control as well. Don't have to hurry. They can sit. They can pick the fights that they want to. They can just, I mean, really shoot at a distance without any risk involved for themselves. Expect to see Twisted Minds rag up quite a few kills this game.
Absolutely. Ghibli did lose Glaz, but still 5 kills, and that's fine. The rest of this game is just gravy for Ghibli. They really don't need much else. Twisted Minds here, 2-2 split. Like you were talking about, taking that wide edge control, but the circle continues to center towards Junkyard. Mill still alive for Petrichor Road, dead center. 17 needs points. Oh, so badly.
Yep, they sure do. They don't have the circle yet either. They heard all the commotion with Purple Mood over on the other side. So they know at least there's one spot that if you can find a proper nade, could potentially be points coming our way. But I think for now, they're sat here waiting for a fight to pop off, maybe for a rotation to come through that they can then pull up in third party on. If anyone takes the fight to Luminosity, if anyone takes the fight to Purple Mood, maybe there's a chance for them to third party something. But for now, Pentagram not opting to go far enough. 17 will have to make the fight happen themselves.
They're still going. I thought they might pull up at the hill at the edge, but they're going to keep on rolling through, trying to get towards Purple Mood. They're going to get shot. Now they're just driving towards Luminosity. This is dangerous here for Pentagram. Oh, they're able to find some space. Mill. Oh, he's the single. One does get knocked 2 here from Luminosity onto Pentagram. A grenade onto a 𝗟𝗗 as well. And Pentagram went for the center. They've lost 2 for sure, maybe a third soon to follow.
I was just going to say, I mean, it looked really, really good for a while. Nice scouting on the fly, kind of pulling up on this compound. But then Luminosity, once they got into their crosshairs, 2 of them fall instantly. 𝗟𝗗 might be able to get rest here, unless if Mill has something to say about it with that nade. Nope, bounces foul.
If that had gotten in the door, I would have been very, very impressed. But I think he figured it out.
That one did.
The grenade is good. 𝗟𝗗 doesn't die, but 𝗟𝗗 not able to be rezzed after 𝗟𝗗 heard that grenade sound. There's enough room here in this cubby to hide in the corner, and 𝗟𝗗 should be able to get his heal off. Now, 𝗟𝗗, we saw some heroics from him yesterday. Can he finish the job? Never mind. Just Snickers is going to end my thought. Thanks. Thanks,
Sometimes
Snickers.
it be like that. If you take too long to hype up something about to happen, you know a player will just go, nah. Let's just cut that sentence short, shall we? Yep, we got him. 17, again, haven't really fully committed to any decisions just yet. They know that Third Eye has to leave the compound. They saw them there before. Maybe waiting for a situation to follow up on that one. But nope, not going to happen. Crossing the roads early is what they do, but they didn't do so before they saw and heard Ghibli push north. So smart, passive play from 17 allows them in to at least the very edge of the next circle.
And you gotta be considering here that Purple Mood probably doesn't have a ton of throwables left.
They shouldn't.
Absolutely. And so this is a pretty smart maneuver here from 17. They can pick on a weaker opponent. They've got them pretty well pinned down. They've got a lot of frags themselves, and I can already see them in hand. Oldless is getting snuck up on by Lou. Lou getting close to the crest, and Oldless may not be long for this lobby. Indeed, well handled here by Lou. Goes for the second, can't quite get the spray under control. Meanwhile, 17 on the backside is doing the dirty to Purple Mood.
And this is exactly what I was talking about when I said the Twisted Minds like playing the edge, like to sweep around. They were sat on the hard northern side. Right now, they're one of the most southern teams in this circle. Such smart play style from Twisted Minds to wrap further down on the southern side and now forcing Third Eye out in the other direction. Issue is they're going straight over towards 17, who just finished a fight of their own. So we'll see if they're able to make that cross or not.
Still Junkyard for the circle as we go to phase 6. Vox, Richie B, and Adam need to get out of dodge. There's just too much pressure, and unfortunately, you go from one bad situation to potentially worse almost no matter where you go.
Car on fire, Vox has to get out of it. Makes their play in the open field, but that's headshots coming in from the other side again. The entire western side fully controlled by Twisted Minds.
Now this feels like 2022 PUBG. 17 playing well, Twisted Minds controlling space. This is feeling like last year a bit more.
Yeah. Sure is. 17 playing well. Welcome back. It took a while, but we'll see if they can keep it going in this game. They have edge control now, but they need to take the fight to our current first place team in Ghibli.
Yeah, and there's going to be a little bit of extra stuff floating around. Probably not a ton of throwables like we mentioned, but maybe some extra ammo, maybe some extra meds, those kind of things. Kickstart going to go out and find himself a crate.
Why not?
What does he get? Level 3 gear and something he didn't like, maybe? Unless it was 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 behind there? No, yeah, just level 3
Must have been
gear.
something, 762 something.
Something.
Yeah, sure must have been. Heaven in the meantime peeks on over, finds the first one. Kuman does have a nade in hand, and if it's placed right, might just be able to find one with it. Nope, goes a bit short. Heaven tries to make the cross on over, but that's where I was gonna say 𝗟𝗏, but no, it's Rello from up north finds the kill.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here now for Ghibli is if these grenades weren't able to connect, they're under a firing squad from other angles. So now they're going to try to come through. And here's Kickstart. Well, he's just going to do the dirty work for him. That's 2 down on to 17. 𝗟𝗡 and Lil Coast scrambling to recover. Perfectic's going to clean out Mill on the other end. Somehow 𝗟𝗡 dives underneath the exploding car. Still alive, but 17 under a ton of pressure.
I mean, right now, this game is just Luminosity and Twisted Minds playing around with the rest of the server. They're doing exactly what they want. Kickstart is solo pressuring 3 teams down towards the south with absolutely no fear in his life, and he's getting away with it as easy as can be because he knows that behind him he has Rello, he has other players sat there ready to help out. Lil Ghost now falls to the molly. Kickstart effectively is taking out 17 all on his own.
Yeah, Kickstart here, just a phenomenal maneuver to get that level 3 gear and then just to wreck other teams' day. Guman gonna come in, so didn't get the steal. He just, there you go. Guman takes down 𝗟𝗡. Haven't actually got the kill on a Lil Ghost, so for Ghibli there, a few extra kills in the bag. Now Kickstart just wants to clear out this right-hand side.
I mean, he is essentially solo cleared out the entire side of the circle. Rello does come over to assist, but got to be fast if he wants it. There you go. Kill does come through. Luminosity full control. Now Richie, well, they were going to miss one, and that was a solo in Richie B. So able to find one. 3rd kill for the team in this game. Shots now connected on towards Kick, but he is going to be allowed to back off that angle.
And every point that Richie B is able to get here is so vital for 𝗟𝗏 right now.
Definitely.
This is, one of kind of just like Vegas in the previous game, although STK in a much better spot on the leaderboard at the time. 2-2 wide split here from LG. I don't think there's any vehicles they can take to get back to their teammates. I mean, they're just going to have to like crunch Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I mean, for both these teams right now, it ain't that much of a oh no, because they are both through already. But of course, if this is going to be kind of a what are we in for the grand finals, bragging rights, and also just coming off of a good end game with your team, is something both teams would want. I had a short chat with Trevor earlier today. Of course, proud of the team that he's part of in Luminosity, but says the one thing that can go against them is when they have a couple of bad games in a row, the bouncing back can be hard. And even when they have good games, they can still not be satisfied because it could have been even better. So for a guy like Kickstart, who is always playing, trying to be as best as he possibly can, they want to claim this win, even if they're already through to the grand finals.
Yeah, one of the hardest workers, a perfectionist for sure, is Kickstart. There is never good enough for him, no matter how amazing the games may seem. And he's put up plenty of amazing ones so far here at PGS1. And, well, to me, my eye is really on Richie B here. Just, can he get any more points out of this?
My short answer, no. He has to come off this hillside. He has to get into the circle. I think what's happening right now is both Twisted Minds and Luminosity are sitting around waiting for the next circle to pop. As I say that, though, both Rello and Kickstart are on foot, pushing down in the direction of the compound that Twisted Minds are currently sat in. Richie, well, being a bit of a nuisance to Flood, so he will have to focus him at least for a short while. But again, he's still not inside the circle. Now he's here with one tire in his bike. I don't think he's going to have that much of an impact on the outcome of this game.
Yeah, I mean, how does he get to that hillside by that tree? I don't know, because that's about the only place he can get to that has any semblance of safety.
Yeah.
It's just doors being broken, angles being exposed. The rest of LG now able to regroup, able to swing around the outside of Twisted Minds, finding some good ways through. Flood finds the knock onto Lou. Richie B trying to strike Flood, but nope, Flood's having none of it.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Everyone now, waiting for the next circle to pop. Luminosity could just full speed crash, didn't know, and they're in a 4v2. But respecting Twisted Minds. And maybe this is them sitting and saying, come on, come play with us, we're out here. Come peek, we're ready for it. But Twisted Minds, they're just waiting for that circle to shift south.
Maybe we get the old... Let's bring out the pans and see how this goes.
You know what? Considering they're both set there, 2nd and 3rd, I would not be against it. Throw your weapons down. We need to have in other games where you can take out the knife and swing it into the wall so it goes clink, clink.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's like the invite for you to come out and fight it in the open.
You know what they do in Korea is they make the dut 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 with their
that's
gun.
what it is.
That's how they signal they want to.
If I took off my headset now and just ran up to one booth, you go to the other, and just pan fight, guys, go, go, go.
Right.
I wouldn't be against it. In this particular case, as much as I'm all for hardcore competitive integrity and everything, always play to the best of your ability, it would be kind of entertaining.
I haven't had a pan fight in a while. That's all I'm saying. I haven't had one of those in some time, but that's okay. Certainly, again, things to work on for all these teams and players at this point. So if they want to finish it out, they absolutely should, and nobody should have a problem with it.
And to be quite honest, Luminosity bottomed out winners bracket. Twisted Minds have not exactly looked good while they were hot dropping either. So for both these teams, again, getting reps in, reminding yourself that you're actually a pretty damn decent team. If that's what a win can do for you here, I think they'll be very, very happy with it. Circle does shift away from the compound. Twisted Minds will have to make the run. We'll see how Luminosity wins this game, because I don't see Twisted Minds coming out victorious here.
Rello trying to keep Perfectix from going out that window, and he does, at least for now, with the mollies and the shots. Lou here just praying that these grenades find some targets, and they do not. They are in the middle of Luminosity's formation. Twisted Minds, this is what they had to do. Just throw everything in the kitchen sink down at this, but with Flood up on the angle, Snaker's up there as well. This is near impossible.
The one thing, and it's happening right here, is if they can find Flood, because all of Luminosity right now is set four-way split. If one falls, there should be no rest coming through. All the smokes they just threw have already vanished, so Luminosity did exactly what they have to. They have the smokes, but we cannot allow them into them, and now the blue is pushing as well. Do they deny? Pan comes out from Lou, but it's a little too late for the pan fight, Lou. You should have asked for it earlier.
Yeah, this is all but over now for TM. They're going to try to fight through it. Why not? But it is going to be LG. Luminosity Gaming takes another game here at PGS 1 Losers Finals, and they're in. There's no question about it.
No question whatsoever. They seem happy. I see some smiles. Again, bread and butter. Circles came to them. They sat in Junkyard for a while. But we've seen it before. Just because you get the compounds, just because you get the circles, don't mean you necessarily get the wins.
Exactly. All right, guys, we're going to watch some highlights, and we'll be back with the desk in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. PGS 1 continues on.
An illuminating game as Luminosity Gaming comes out with a win. They started on Junkyard, they ended on Junkyard. 11 kills in the bank, and a heck of a match for Kickstart.
Yeah, and it wasn't a match if it wasn't for Kick dropping off and popping off with all the kills coming in there. And I gotta say, the aggression we're seeing from them there, it shows the confidence that's coming out from the boys. So it's obviously fantastic to see. And yeah, unfortunate for Twisted Minds, they got absolutely locked down in the end game.
They did. They got locked in there. I mean, at the end of the day, it's first and second and third fighting. For, I think Toby said it best. It's all bread and butter at that point for those teams. For me, the big takeaway was Richard Bisler, Richie B, Third Eye, a team that is on the cusp and has been struggling to sort of make it to that cutoff point. Did manage to salvage a lot of points. They got up to 43, so they're actually back in the hunt off the back of that game.
Yeah, but to me, I gotta say, it looks like only 1 or 2 spots available now. The top teams are absolutely stacking the points, and it's going to be really hard on. Even though we got some games to go, it's going to be rough. It's like you need to have one good game to be in the race, and then you need to have another good game to get into the top 8.
Which I think in some ways opens up a discussion about the value of getting in the losers bracket if you know you're a top team. Because I know Luminosity...
Extra training.
Exactly. And the guys are going into the finals fresh.
Yeah.
They're going in with a massive confidence boost, right?
Exactly.
Because some of the way that they've played these games, they can go a little crazy. And, Ghibli, for instance, was a little struggling. And now they're just going to be blazing going into the last matches.
Yeah, it's like the story loves to tell about like your various high school or college teams. Then they throw a match in against some of the kind of worst teams before the state championships, right? And then you come in and you're absolutely able to dominate everything. So yeah, the confidence boost here from playing in lowest brackets from the teams that are right now are dominating. Your Luminosity Gaming, your Twisted Minds. It's going to be could be. So. let's see if it's going to be a factor in the grand finals.
Absolutely, and the teams that want to not have to sort of be on the edge, because that is not a confidence boost, struggling to get through losers bracket at the end is going to set you up for a tough run in the grand final, which remember, only 2 days away. That's where the big money, the PGC points, are going to come into play. That mid-pack has been tight, and there's not a lot of spots left. It seems like there's maybe 1-2 possible positions to take away, because FaZe has been doing a good job of locking up those points, making sure that nobody can really get caught up.
Yeah, the big one for me, of course, is here that we're now looking at how are they performing, how are they doing, all these top teams here. It's obviously interesting, but still, to me, you have to have these teams here that are chasing right now. They have to keep putting on points, even though they're not, going out and dropping 11 kills, 6 kills, 9. But a third place and 3, that's going to add some. And if you're able to do that for the next couple of games here and then have a big game, then you're making it into the top 8.
It's not just the 3 kills and the placement. It's the fact that the rest of those placement points, the rest of those massive kill dumps are going to teams that are comfortably already in the top 8. You don't have to stress out. If you're third eye, if one of these teams on the cusp and Luminosity wins a game, that's actually good news to you in a lot of ways. It means you in this situation, you want the rich to get richer so that you have a chance to get a little extra for yourself.
So the rich can get Bizzler.
The rich can get Bizzler. Richie B did turn on in that match. Take a look back at the end game here. Luminosity took the high ground. All they had to do is they put Flood in charge of defending against Richie B. Once he goes down, really it's just an easy end game for Luminosity. There just wasn't much the Twisted Minds could do. Even with the smoke, it was just sort of a defensive measure.
Yeah, at this point they're like estimating, okay, how many points can we get out? Is it even worth trying to send out? And once they had the first knock, Kick got the first knock. And then it's just like, okay, we're going to have to deny it here. We don't want to let them run away with it. If they get too much confidence in winning these kind of fights, it's going to be rough. Kick started with 5 at 742. That's probably going to be another man of the match for Kick.
Another man of the match for him. I will say, Twisted Minds denying in a situation where they're basically fighting for like third place does speak to me on how they're keeping that focus of following the strategy for the next bracket. They're looking at the future. I like that they do those intelligence plays. Kickstart, though, great game. And Rello, this is a player who is also the shot caller for the team. I remember the era of IGLs didn't have to be as good as everybody else. That is long gone. And players like Rello who are leading teams very strongly. And Kickstart, the ultimate, I mean, this is the Michael Jordan of PUBG in North America. He trains sun up to sundown. He says he works harder than anybody else and is committed to being the best.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing from him. Honestly, he's such a character, right? And he's coming in with insane winner's mentality. He always wants to be number 1, both on an individual level, but also for the team here.
Let's take a look at the team summaries overall, where everyone's at during this bracket. LG does manage to move up a little higher in total damage and average survival, but it's not going to change that much. The reality is Twisted, LG, Ghibli have just been dominant in the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting these teams to do well, right? So that's what's happening, of course, for that case. 21 for Luminosity, as we talk about. More teams, though, on double digits. We're having 13, 12, and 12 there. And it's the teams that's already rich, as we've been talking about, right? It doesn't really matter too much, but if you're on our mid-pack teams, those 3, 4, 7, 8 points for Third Eye and 5 for Petrichor, it's going to be important once we get into the last match, because it's going to come down to the last match for that last or second, like the 2 spots that we're going to have in 8th and 7th, potentially.
17 going to be very happy with those numbers. We go to the overall leaderboard. You're going to see 17 continuing to climb up into a more comfortable position, as that will take them to 60 off the back of that game. And now it really is becoming a battle. Petrichor Road needs to go into game number 4. They need to make some plays, because that's the difference. FaZe has been grinding up point after point to keep that buffer zone there. Richard Bizzler kept Third Eye in this one. GEX continue to try to make it happen, but those teams can't seem to close on anybody except Petrichor. So what do you do if you're them?
And right now, if you have 3 games to go and you're Petrichor Road, you're going to have a target on your back, because you have 8 other teams that are looking at you saying, you know what, there's a huge opportunity for them to potentially take that spot. So they're the hunted at this moment. They have 10 points to catch up to get to the 7th spot. It's going to be hard. I feel like at this point, even with 3 games to go, you need to have 2 big games to get into the top 8. And with half the lobby looking at Petrichor Road for third-party opportunities, that's going to be rough for Petrichor Road for sure.
And that's a great point. You bring up those third parties. When it gets to this stage of the game, there are points where the top teams can choose who gets to go to the grand final with them. Petrichor has players, has pedigree. You don't want them there with you. So that is a massive risk. Third Eye, another team. You can see them studying the paperwork, trying to make the move that they need to. Richard Bisler sits on 3 cushions on top of that chair, just so you know.
He's not just that big.
No, he likes to be comfortable when he plays.
Oh, like the princess on the P?
Like the princess on the P?
I like that.
Maybe that's what happened the first couple days. That someone slipped a P under there and no one knew about it. Check in with Tainted Twisted Minds. These guys have been absolutely unstoppable in this stage. It seems like they only get stronger as events push forward, and it's been incredible to see.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing from them here, but we're ready to go to the next game. 3 more games to go, Tobies.
3 more games to go. Let's get into it and head over to the vivacious voices of Toby and the Paper Thin.
Well, thank you very much, Toffees. I appreciate the in front of my name. That adds the extra bit of emphasis. I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you are the Paper Thin. I mean, yesterday you were questioning it yourself.
There are no
So
others.
it's good that others can remind you that you are the Paper Thin.
It's good to know that in my existential angst, like, I'm still myself. That's very good. Even at 38 years old, I'm still here and I'm still me.
Here. Alive, kicking.
That's right.
Not so much.
Well, I'm not kicking so
a
much,
little bit.
but I'm alive.
A little bit. I mean, yes. At least I hope so. Let's see as we head on over to Erangel for the second to last time of this losers bracket. Playing pretty straightforward. Not gonna lie, it's almost, I said almost, as fair as can be.
Yeah, this is about as good as it gets.
Could be a little more diagonal, I suppose, a little more multi-power over North George-esque, but this is all right.
Yeah, the only team who might complain about this is like LG, but at this point they have nothing to complain about.
I was gonna say they have no rights.
Yep, nothing to complain about.
No
So too bad.
rights.
You don't get to complain this time, Trevor.
Didn't even pen fight last game. That's how you lose your.
The funny thing is I can see him.
Yeah.
And he but it's delayed. So like he
oh, true, true.
Anyway. All right. Yeah, LG, probably just gonna go Novo this time, I guess.
I mean, they might as well if no one else is. They're not going to be able to stretch all the way to multi-power. So get vehicles over the, like over towards Milta, and then make way further forward.
Or contest with phase for some of these vehicles by the crossroads. Oh, kind of curious to see. Battlegrounds Road is going to be fanning out a bit more around this Razak drop. You can see AZ. Normally you do have a player out here on the Razak drop, right? Because there's a, there's car spawns and other things. But then they sent 𝗟𝗗 all the way out to the Sunken City this time.
Yeah. And I can't be, the desk kind of alluded to it as we head the circle up towards the north.
Yes.
A little bit of variety, never hurt nobody.
Stalber, please, please, please.
It is pretty entertaining when it does go up there.
Stalber finishes are great.
Yeah, they're pretty fun. They're pretty fun. But what I want to say is that, again, going back to the whole teams that are in can potentially take out teams that are potentially out. Twisted Minds is looting right next to Battlegrounds. And if there's a team that Twisted Mind would just not want grand finals with them, I could only imagine it being put them.
Gotta be licking your lips. If you're Twisted Minds, you have nothing to lose, right? Nothing to lose. Correctly, nothing to lose.
Do it.
Might as well go for it. I'd love to see it. Please hit this shot, and I promise I will give you a great clip to put in your highlight reel in the future. Okay. I gave Vegas
that's
some
not
earlier.
enough. It wasn't enough.
We gave Vegas.
It wasn't enough. You didn't give it highlight reel.
Oh, that's not good enough?
$1 trillion. He would have hit the shot.
Oh, yeah. $1 trillion. I don't have that much. That's like...
Well, I mean, you don't have to be able to give it.
It's like more than South Korea's GDP.
True. Most countries, I'd imagine.
Certainly.
Yep.
Well, if you're a 𝗟𝗓 fan, A, you got to be feeling good about today, and B, you got to be feeling good about the circle since they're dropping Yaz. Currently, that will not be their drop spot going into the grand finals because that's 𝗟𝗓 territory.
And I was just going to say, as much as this circle favors 𝗟𝗓's loot spot, how does 𝗟𝗓 favor playing from the center? Because that's not exactly where they're usually the most comfortable. Exactly. And it's a weird thing, and I've had this discussion with both Tal and other players before. It's so fun that we're in a game of PUBG, you just automatically take for granted that if the circle comes to where you loot, everyone's happy. But for the teams that really like playing it, a team like Twisted Minds, what normally happens when they sit center early on is they'll stay center, obviously, because, I mean, now they're there. And then when or if the circle shifts to the edge, they actually stick around. Even though they're technically the closest to the new center circle, they're sticking around on what then becomes the edge, because they have all the info of who's around them, and then they just play that much better on edge because they were center in the previous circle. So curious to see if potentially, depending on where 𝗟𝗓 opts to set up shop, they will try and go for the same play, or if they're just going to full commit center now that it's gone their direction.
I'm not even sure in this current iteration of 𝗟𝗓 that they would even do that. Like, I think no matter what, they're going to spread out in some fashion.
Yeah.
Like no matter what. And then my concern is as we saw earlier, that they don't always, you know, coalesce, condense when they need to. Lou here, just what you're talking about, Toby. Time to try to punish Petrichor Road.
Yep, they know where they are. They know where they rotate. Let's see if Lou can hit the shots needed to find at least one out of this vehicle. No, not gonna happen with the first one. Second time around, though, SKS in hand, able to take one out. But again, Cavalry was there. They will get the cleanup, but here comes the rest of Twisted Minds.
Every piece of damage you could do would be great, but Aches left is better. He has got a couple down. Mill now has to prone behind the vehicle. Perfectix and Spyro trying to show up in the backside. Batulin's going to be flushed. Now, this is a little bit of the danger here of trying something like this, Toby. You are feeding a few points over to Petrichor Road, but if you can stop them from getting many more, fantastic.
That's the thing, right? Doing it just a little bit more damage here. Finding maybe 2 kills could be them. Yes, you give 2 points of your own, but if you can limit them to a 2, potentially 3-point game by losing 2 yourself, I think Twisted Minds would consider that definitely worthwhile. This time around, though, no kills for them. 2 kills gone the opposite direction. Not what they would have wanted. Did that nade just bounce on the water?
In the water. I can see one in the bottom of the river.
Like the initial trajectory bounced over like on the waterfront.
Maybe a little bit of an observer glitch.
I didn't know you could skip smokes.
Oh, that would be pretty sweet if you could.
Imagine.
I like skipping rocks is fun.
Imagine. I like the attempt though for Twisted Minds to go out and do this, because now Petrichor has to play with that potentially happening in mind for the last 2 games as well.
Yeah, no. Look, Twisted Minds is absolutely well within their rights to do that, and they are smart to do that.
Yep.
Like you were hinting at, or not hinting at, but very explicitly laying out in the beginning of this game. Good idea. Just couldn't quite execute it the way they wanted, I'm sure. Ghibli, wide rotation to the east of 𝗟𝗏, and FaZe trailing behind them by quite some distance, but also Pentagram mirroring this rotation. You can see them out on the left. So a lot of teams think about trying to wrap to the north of 𝗟𝗏 here.
And FaZeland very, I don't want to say famous for, but at least usually opting to go out on that eastern side. Some compounds there on the east side of 𝗟𝗏 that when the circles do end up in that area, the victorious teams rarely go below double-digit in kills because you have so much control, so good an option for control to play out on the east side of that circle. So expect to see FaZe set up shop down around the east side of 𝗟𝗏.
Third Eye. They are on the other side of 𝗟𝗏. Then they are under the eyes of Ascend. A little bit of damage done to the lead member of the team in their vehicle formation, and that's going to be about it. And the rest of the way should be smooth sailing unless they happen to just drive another kilometer right into Ghibli.
I am curious now that I know that our eyes are on Third Eye, but I'm curious to see when Ascend opts to not change their playstyle as in a massive overhaul of the entire strategy they've laid out, but just dare to go more aggressive. We've seen them when they play 4v4s. They are actually pretty damn good at this game. It's just as if the playstyle doesn't really build around them taking fights. It's more of a let's play passive for as long as we can, and then we're forced to fight. We will then engage. I think the situation they're currently in, Satin 12, 38 points total. They need more points than just potential late game points. And Suju, well, he doesn't need more headshots because he just connected 2 of them.
That's pretty nasty.
It was pretty good looking. On a moving target too.
Yeesh. Well,
and then he goes.
That Mika is going to make him pay the price.
Yeah. Hey, Ascend. Aggressive-ish. I like it.
Sort of. It's pretty far away.
I mean, yeah.
That's almost 500
I mean,
maybe more.
Ascend shot at something before 8 minutes in. If that is not Ascend playing aggressive, then I don't know what it is.
Okay, so this is oh, I see what you're saying. This is Ascend playing aggressive.
On their most aggressive. Shoot at something 500 meters away and actually doing surprisingly good amount of damage. That's what I'm saying. They're pretty good at taking these fights.
When Mika has the range dialed in like that, then it's well worth it. You're absolutely right. Okay, we love to see the aggressive play for
Super
Ascend.
aggressive plays coming in at 500 meters.
That's what we wanted to see. LG, dude, they're trailing kind of a lot of teams want to wrap around this north side.
Yes.
They all seem, because so much of this first circle is water, you kind of get it in your head that there's a decent chance this ends like 𝗟𝗏, North 𝗟𝗏.
The issue is, though, and we've seen it so many times in this tournament already, babes. Let me lay it out for you. Because everyone is now going north, this game ends in 𝗟𝗏.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
This is going to be a city ending in 𝗟𝗏. We can see it already. It's just so many teams north of 𝗟𝗏 on the circle goes, guys, you clearly have not been paying attention this tournament whatsoever.
It is the PGS 1 law that we have to hard shift away from our team.
Yup, that is how it's been, at least up until this point. We'll see if it continues to be so. Ghibli spotting a free Willow. Can't quite get a free kill on him, though, as 𝗟𝗏 whiffs a few that he probably wish he wouldn't have.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 able to find that grenade. I thought if he had stuck on that spray a little bit longer when Relo was driving, he might have been able to catch that Relo's vehicle spun in the air and he could potentially find the knock, but now he's able to continue to lock this down. Flood as it grows on the backside. All of Ghibli is here.
I love the fact that he got the first one on point, the second one he just yeeted off the mountain.
Yeah, why not?
It's a bit of a stress nade the second time around, exactly, as he waits for his team to get up close. 𝗟𝗓 is in a really high ground position set up there in the mountain above. He could potentially have a really good angle to try and suppress down below if Snakers and Flood wants to push over.
One more good grenade from Heaven will end this particular round, but he's actually going to find Kickstart with it. I was going to say of Relo. Instead, he finds the knock on a kick. Well-placed grenades from Heaven, and LG might just be done with this.
Yeah. No reason for them to stick around here. Nice 180 set up there as Ghibli, again, aggressively trying to come over and claim these kills, having, of course, seen the vehicle dip and heard it as well. 2 easy points for Bibbles.
That's right. Now you're getting it.
Yeah, I'm getting this. It's growing on me. It's growing on me. I like it.
It is cute, right? It's fun to say.
Yeah.
I feel like it fits with their name. Ooh, 𝗟𝗏 though hits 𝗟𝗏. And 𝗟𝗏 was in the middle of that 3-man formation that Ghibli had, so well, I don't know what happened there, but that 𝗟𝗏 did not last long.
Not at all. Circle did not do what we thought it was going to. It does shift Westo out into open terrain, limited playability terrain, and we'll see how, when this fight comes to an end, I could only imagine Purple Mood is opting to rotate into that one. We've questioned Purple Mood's, not rotation ideas, but rotation executions so far in this tournament. Paper, they have been going in the right directions, but then not really daring. In similar fashion to Sun Sister, not really been daring to claim what they were kind of giving themselves access to. So curious to see how Purple Moon are planning on getting off this mountain.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think them and Sun Sister hopefully are going to learn some hard lessons from this event that, you know, hopefully they can go back, watch that tape, realize that there is potential for them to, you know, finish much better, to have much better performances.
They fit in the ecosystem. Because, again, when you're a team that do something that most other teams don't, while we see Luminosity run the gauntlet in this one, when you're a team that plays a style that no one else does, you might not have to be the best team in the lobby, but you can still usually thrive, because you end up positioning yourself in areas where there ain't a whole lot of teams around you.
Exactly. No, yeah, it's been tough for Sun Sister in particular. You know, and I was hoping that maybe we could see, you know, with the performance they had at the end of the PGS, to kind of rip away what looked like an assured win for a couple other teams. You know, Sun Sister put up a monster last couple days to get here. I mean, absolutely monster.
Yeah.
Last couple of days. So, well, we'll see if maybe there's a readjustment as things go towards PGS2 and Snickers goes towards this shack and might die when he gets there. Yep.
Yeah. He didn't even get in.
That's an M16 for Mill.
I mean, I think any gun could have done it at that point. He had like 1 HP. Toss a pan at him.
Oh, wait, the saw doesn't spawn on this map. What's the worst gun on this map?
Toss a pan at him.
The pan?
Yeah, exactly. The mortars that we were talking about the other day.
Yeah. Pan's not a gun, Toby. I want to know what the worst gun that spawns on this map.
The worst gun is a pan, because it's not even a gun.
Well,
breaking logic, one sentence at a time.
We're done with this conversation. Ghibli has 𝗟𝗏 over behind the rock. Now you have Gibbles down to just 3, as we saw 𝗟𝗏 get glazed a little bit earlier. You're welcome, 𝗟𝗏. As 17 Gaming sits in the gas station and the area around it. GEX is completely fanned out, taking a lakeside vacation around the 𝗟𝗏 Lake.
They're playing the odds. They're waiting for the hard shifts.
Yes.
I mean, can't fault them. Cannot. Coming into this tournament, I would say, what the hell are you doing down there? Now that we've seen this entire tournament unfold, I'm like, you know what? Ending in the water, you know, why not? At this point, are we really going to be surprised? Probably would be. A little bit.
Well, a little bit, but, I mean, not with the way things have gone. Normally, I'd be surprised. But.
Exactly. I do like that they're sitting around, because not only are they on the edge, so not really in danger, but not overcommitting to anything that might not be playable late. If you commit to a shack, if you commit to a dip, you can be pretty sure that once you've committed to it, those tires are going to be gone, and you will have to stick around and play the rest of the game on foot. So let's not commit before we get a better inkling of where the game is actually going to end. And also, while staying here, they get to sit tight and make sure no one comes in behind them.
Yeah, no. I really like what you're saying. 𝗟𝗏 really likes what he's seeing. It's Thunders ripped away from this lobby. Now Heaven gonna turn on to 𝗟𝗏 and take him down. Purple Mood just walking into Ghibli's opening arms. 4 boats with some grenades, but now he takes the crossfire from 𝗟𝗏. And Fluky, out on an island, may need to try to find an island for safety.
And while okay, let's hold the fort for a second.
Circle?
Yeah, Circle has shifted up towards the north. A sat bet center in the pretty much one of the only compounds that are left in this very northern shift. 17, nice rotation, kind of refortifying Little Ghost's position further up towards the north. They should be getting guests over at any time soon, or at least have a pretty good chance of shooting at half the server. The issue is they're not fully inside the circle themselves. I'm looking at STK on the map right now, and very curious that they're brave enough to try and maintain this two-way split, because that is two pretty prioritized compounds.
Yeah, I would like to see them go towards Purdy Curdy's compound up on the north. Heaven gets ZP on now. I mean, ghibli is just
they're on one
beyond confident right now. This is the ghibli I saw at the PWS Grand Finals.
Exactly.
That could do no wrong.
Exactly. That's what I was going to try and allude into before we saw the circle shift before, because I know ghibli are kind of talking their own tale in how they're performing right now, but I just want to give them a massive shout out. Considering how we saw them play coming into the beginning of this tournament, they're one of the teams that have adjusted the best to their own mistakes early on and are playing flawless PUBG right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're really doing a good job making their semi-aggressive edge style pay off.
Yes.
They hold angles so well. They recover from fights quickly. They play off of each other well right now. Heaven is going to go down to Jeems. Now, this is a tough position for them. They got sandwiched between a couple different teams. But again, this round not of particular importance for ghibli. Some damage being done. And Adam actually finds Fex on the backside. Now, that's problematic for FaZe.
Yep, as you said, not really that necessary for ghibli, but crucial for FaZe. Only a couple of games left. They're not solidified in the top 8 just yet. Only Sad currently at 59 points, and losing players this early on is not exactly how they would start off the mid-game here.
This has opened the door for ghibli to do some damage. I cannot believe that New Happy didn't get aggressive on this fight, if I'm being perfectly honest. Instead, they're rotating away from this. They need points more than anybody else that's involved in this. I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of Gen G. Taemin is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR, puts 3 members of New Happy down. Ming Ming's gonna have to stick these reses.
What an absolute beast. The New Happy just, I mean, magnets on their helmets these days. They can't go anywhere without getting their hats popped off. We'll see now. I think that's going to be 𝗟𝗡 down. Nope, not exactly. Has managed to crawl off just a bit. And it's actually GX who are pulling up here. So maybe Ming Ming should be able to get one up. As I say, that they're not going to happen. Phase 4 is going to connect now. 𝗟𝗡 out.
Yeah, and GEX now even trying to see if they can get involved. But Nan, somehow, some way, able to get Leo knocked. The rest of Gen G trying to back up Taemin. HS out in the open. Point going to be scooped up by Foxy. Nan and Ming Ming in the blue, trying to work through 2 different teams to keep their tournament hopes alive. But it is crumbling. It is desperate. It is dire for New Happy.
Really is. They need to get something going, and probably should have gotten something going a long time ago. Just 2 more games left to play after this one. 0-point performance in this match. Up until this point, we'll see if they can get some flushes on the knocks down the hillside. 1 molly still for Ming Ming to lob forward. I would imagine, it's going to come through.
He's got to make it go. Meanwhile, Gen G's just backstabbing GEX here. Zednon down to Foxy from afar. And now Ming Ming continuing to try to find some way to get over this hill, some way to find points as his team desperate. And Ming Ming waiting. Oh, it's Nan actually. He's going to open up there, find the first knock. Ming Ming now on his horse, trying to push in towards these smokes, but the smokes persist. A couple fresh ones down as well here. Gen G, PO is down, but Yuri striking. Nan's dead. Ming Ming out in the blue. He's going to get 1. Can he find any more? Ming Ming with 2. Ming Ming saving New Happy.
Doing everything he can to stay alive here. Sen falls, and so many more points coming through, but Foxy from afar able to take him down from the compound up the hillside. That was 3 points just stolen away there from New Happy. Points they desperately needed.
Now a grenade plus some shots from Hikari have Gen G on the back foot potentially. Foxy just knows that GEX is in dire straits and is trying to finish the job. Him and Taemin working together. A stun up and over. Savior, is he going to be ready? No. It's going to be Foxy with the finish. Gen G here going to claim the lives of GEX and basically put New Happy out of this.
And the fight that unfolded while we were looking the other direction was 17, initially pushing up on Petrichor, taking them out, and then Twisted Minds immediately to follow. The southern side of Erangel here, of the rest of the circle in Erangel, really lit on fire with that previous circle shift. And even though it's one that everyone was expecting, coming back down to the south off the water, there's just so limited area to play around. Everyone was getting pinced closer, or forced closer and closer to one another. And once that first fight starts, everyone eager to try and third party.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Yeah, there's just not enough space in here to do much else other than wrap the edges and try to sweep.
Yeah.
Pentagram now trying to do their best sweeping. 17 is under pressure from SDK, but they're able to return fire accurately. Lil Ghost takes a Vegas.
There should be no way, right?
It's about close enough if he was like a little bit higher up. But Penta gets Lil Ghost knocked. This shack is bad news if Wicked gets a little bit closer.
Adder, not really. I mean, luckily for 17, Adder doesn't really have the better angle on that one there. They're just inside the circle, I believe. So for now, should be all right. Issue is Pentagram just going to be waiting for them to come out.
Now, 17 is in 5th place currently, so they're getting there.
Yeah.
And they may be there. Depending on how all this goes, Circle's going to shift up to the north towards Ascend, who that was a team you talked about a lot early in this game, that they need those points so badly.
And so far, they've been able to chill in the compound, which, luckily for them, hasn't really given them any of those points that they desperately need. We'll see if they can get something along the way. 17 trying to wrap around the ridge line here, not really working their way, losing 2 in transition. Gipley losing 1 as well now, actually the last player. So they're going to fall in 9th, and just now, we're making our way into placement points as we hit the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, Suju along the edge, just skirting the side, seeing if Pentagram will reveal themselves to him, but they are sticking a res. Alo should be able to find the finish. Yes, indeed, the flush onto 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. It's going to be good. STK able to stay alive. You know, we talked about them a little bit or a long time ago, it feels like, that they're still kicking.
I mean, they committed to the compound. We wanted them to commit to at least one of them, regardless of it being gas station or the hills up above. They went north, or south, I mean, as soon as they saw EXO come closer. So smart from Penta to dip on the north side compound to leave the split. And now, while they're outside the circle, Purdy has made his way inside the circle.
All right, the 2 survivors from Gen G slip in along the edge of the circle, but lose a lot of players out here on the other side. And I think they realize that after those shots, they're like, let's try the other way. But Vox actually has an angle onto the retreating players of Sun Sister and Gen G, and Feven out in the open. Easy pickings.
Now, while we might... I don't say we can already give the win to Ascent. I'm curious to see how many kills they're going to be coming out with. Because right now, as long as these fights are not happening on their kind of downhill side of this circle, there's not really anything they can do to engage on it. As long as the fights are happening down towards the south, it's very limited for them to get kills, unless if they actively go out and try and claim them. So we'll see how much of the commotion is going to continue up here as 𝗟𝗏 push further towards the south.
I mean, my concern for Ascent is they have 0 kills, Toby, in this game.
Exactly.
It's just... like you were saying, they got to start getting aggressive. I think Richie B, that's going to be Sun Sister taking care of. 𝗟𝗏 continuing to accumulate points. I believe they're up into 8th place right now, if I'm not mistaken.
On the cusp, set tied there with Petrico at 52.
All right, EXO sat on the edge, still 4-man strong, empty left as an anchor as they're trying to get into SDK, but it's actually Adder and Akari who are doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. And they are, you know, with EXO on the other side, but Pentagram is pushing in and just wipes SDK.
I mean, Adder just full-blown spraying through the smoke, finding the double. SDK left with limited to no options, tried to make a play on back, not going to happen. Pinned in between 2 teams, a nice quick execution from Pentagram. A team who also desperately needs these points, sat currently in 11th place.
Exactly. Pentagram has to get kill hungry. Oh, there's 3 alive for Gen G. I missed that we got the res on a Tamin earlier. I knew PO died, and I just assumed that Tamin did. Oops-a-daisies. Sorry, Tamin. Hikari, though, his Korean brethren, sits underneath him on the hill. They just spotted each other. Yep, they were both jumping at the same time, and Tamin, with a pretty nice 3x spray, at least backs him off.
Good shots connected to force him off that angle once more. Kita able to find Hikari again. Similar situation we saw with 17 before, trying to use that ridgeline to wrap around. You will be visible to opponents in better positions, and well, unluckily for them, global PUBG players tend to hit their shots.
Yeah, they're kind of good at this game.
Yeah, pretty decent.
Pretty good. All right, 𝗟𝗏 trying to make their way down the hill, but it's Chris.
Welcome to the game, Ascent.
There we go. He had some great shots onto Richie B. The real question is can 𝗟𝗏 get there and get back to Richie B? Right now, they're not even looking at him.
I'm curious to see how EXO are planning on playing this one. They're the only team who have yet to really commit to a decision, and now I think they do. Could go trap on the northern side, maybe even collapse on the compound because Brax is running out. If they time this right, they might get a 4v1 against 𝗟𝗟𝗗, but that's a long journey over towards that side. I think they're going to send instead. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, let's see if they can make this work. Adam on his own here. Box is kind of cut off by those smokes, so he's in a car. It looks like moving in. 𝗟𝗟𝗗 is going to find that kill. Taming continues to peek down towards Pentagram. XO, smokes are out. They're not even a fully commit, as 𝗟𝗏 was able to get the bulk of their forces there. Oh, empty. Some absolutely nasty shots along with Ikerman. XO has Pentagram nearly eliminated, and it's going to be done by Gen.G.
Pentagram down and out in 5th, but great game for them. Cannot take that away from them. And now is when Ascent is starting to flex out. I wanted to maybe have them do it earlier, but of course, Compound is always great to have. Take advantage of it for as long as you can. Brax wrapping one side, Micah wrapping the other. DG tanking the blue as he's trying to find just one more flush before he goes down. Doesn't manage to get it.
Very nicely done here by 𝗟𝗏. Still hanging on, but now Brax finds the angle, finds the headshot. That's 2 headshots. 𝗟𝗏 almost down and out. Brexico trying to find that last survivor from 𝗟𝗏. This is tough now.
And right now he's just buying time. 𝗟𝗟𝗗 is still set all the way down in the compound, actually able to find 𝗟𝗏𝗗. Nice angle from him, staying behind, playing the over-the-shoulder protector for the rest of the team, and really being a nuisance to both, I mean, to all of EXO, really.
Even though everything is, it's Chris, just in there, it's done. The grenade is good. Ascend coming to life. They have 4 kills. Can they finish the job? Can they win this game? Empty, already knocked. It's Chris trying to spray the tree line, trying to see if he can get at least one more point. They're out in the smoke, but it's Chris. Out duels 𝗟𝗏𝗗. 2 left now for EXO. The walls are closing in.
I mean, EXO's been fighting, and then fighting some more. Ascend in the meantime has been setting tight, so nice. Helmets, vest, utility should be there as well. Kang does manage to find one, but they're just having their backs pushed all the way up against the blue now, as both Brax and 𝗟𝗟𝗗 comes up close.
Ooh, Brax was thinking about the grenade, but has to think better of it. 𝗟𝗟𝗗 good for the crossfire, though, and now they are getting annihilated, and it's done. Ascend is going to find a win near the 11th hour. 8 kills for them.
Good 18-point game for them. Did they need more? Maybe, but they'll be well satisfied with this one, with 2 games still to be played.
Yeah, this is huge. There's no other way to cut it for them. Some big games from some teams that really need it.
Exactly. I mean, we see here on the overalls, 𝗟𝗏𝗗 team to rack up the most points. Penta getting a lot of points now. Ascent as well. Some of these teams getting a lot of points now, which is just going to make the final 2 games even more exciting.
Precisely. Well, don't go anywhere, guys. We've got some highlights. We've got a desk, and then the final 2 games of the day. You don't want to go anywhere.
Ascend with the ace as the chicken dinner comes through, and they get some much needed points at a very crucial time, all on the back of 𝗟𝗟𝗗.
That was a northern circle galore right there, and it kept going north. We even saw a lot of water going into the 3rd circle, so you could see so many teams fighting. And that southeastern fight there, you had so many teams on this kind of smaller shacks there. Oh my god, I did not expect such a mayhem there. And also some really nice shots coming in from Tame and onto New Heavy there. That was super impressive shots from him coming in.
Yeah, that's really what it came down to. Ascend got to watch most of the map unfold in front of them. but they did not lay idle. The moment that they saw that sort of move to the middle, they broke out. They were very bold with their outside rotations, and then they just absolutely massacred all of the teams on the inside.
Yeah, you were cheering on Brechko right there. Oh my God, that's a big angle, like a high ground off angle, and had did not see it coming, and he dominated two
they had
guys.
Just left that spot, so Brechko saw it happen. He moved up there, and I think we were in the green when I was yelling, "The shots are coming from inside the house," because it really was. They were not ready for that. They were singularly focused on the defense against EXO, understandably, but that's when you want to strike. That is PUBG in a nutshell. Get them when their backs are turned.
Yeah, so much terrain to be had in front of them, right? Because you're controlling the compound on the lower ground, and they're able to push up, and they take so much base, right? They controlled 70% of the circle. They wanted to spot the third eye I was saying for so long, right? Because that's the ridge you want to take control of, and then they could take on EXO quite easily. It was well executed, well timed by Ascend there, so good win for them there coming in. There's also, as we were talking about, the well-needed points. Coming with 2 more games to go, they get 1 more decent game, they could be going into the grand final with that.
That, I think, is my biggest takeaway. At the end of that game, and there's 2 left. This was 3 games left at this point. All 3 of the teams in the final moment there were teams that needed to put points on the board. So I'm glad that these teams are waking up and showing up. I'm starting to stress out that's a little too late for some of these guys. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams. 3 of them who need those points. Gen.G, I think they're pretty comfortable, especially after getting 7 kills in that game. But you can tell, Ascend and Third Eye in particular have really decided they're going to put up here in the last couple of games. 9 kills for Third Eye, 8 for Ascend, both with just massive amounts of damage. I do love that 15 smoke count from Third Eye. They were just doing everything they could to survive in a really tough circle.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm a little bit sad because if that Richard B alive there, that could have been a different story. That was a big loss for them there in the late game.
That was a big loss in the late game. You did see Vox. Vox hesitated. He had to make that tough decision of do you leave him or go for him? And I think it was the right choice because he was being watched dead to right by Ascend. So let's take a look at the last 5 teams. This is what we were talking about. Pentagram decides, hey, maybe that's a spot for us too. EXO says, no, this is between us and Third Eye. You just stay out of it.
Yeah, MC sprayed on there. That was crazy. Good to see from them. Third Eye there calls that angle there, and then Gen.G, a lot of kills in this game here. They didn't really need it, but kind of putting on top of that, and they can build some little bit of confidence going into the grand finals for that. But it's Chris really coming out strong here with good nades, good utility usage, good awareness of this edge here, and then putting on a lot of pressure at EXO. At this point, it's impossible for EXO to get anything out of this here. Ascend has this insane reach of them, and they have no more utility left to use.
And that was exactly it. They used everything they had to get to that spot. Meanwhile, Ascend just got to sort of sit back and watch everything unfold around them. Now, that takes nothing away from their play. They walk away with a very good kill count. Not as much damage. Is that because they got to play clean up on so many fights?
And I gotta say on top of that as well, this is the 2nd win they have.
That's true.
They have had, of course, some good games here, but their worst games and their bad games, they have been very bad. Like we're talking 0, 1, maybe 2 points, right? So we really need to have 1 more decent game for them to be able to stay inside the top 8 here. Of course, it's Chris, man of the match. It's always good to see him up here.
Man of the match, and deservedly so. This is a player who is an anchor for the team, is always someone who shows up in the late game, and has been a leader for this region, this country, as well as this team. And it's nice to see him get a moment of honor. Now, the question is, can they change this? Can they push this forward into a grand finals appearance? Because even with that win, I think they're still going to be on the cusp.
Yeah, they're going to be on the cusp. They have to have 2 more good, or like 2 more games with points, or 1 fantastic game, 1 more win-ish, right? And it's always not fun to go into the last 2 games with a lot of pressure on you, right? You're gonna have teams focusing you. You're looking at these teams that are gonna be like, okay, you see Ascend in the kill feed, they're gonna have to third party them because that is the team that you're directly fighting against. You could be getting the points and you could be eliminating a direct competitor.
I mean, that's one of those things. We saw it in the earlier brackets. Never leave it for the judges. Never leave it for the circle. You don't know how wild that last circle is going to get. Match leaderboard, there it is. 18 points for Ascend, but 14 for Third Eye, looking to keep this thing close. Gen.G's got 11. That's going to solidify them in the push to the end. EXO with the come up, I'm not sure it'll be enough. In a second, we'll take a look at the overall leaderboard, and we're really gonna get a picture as we go into the final 2 matches of the day. Who really is on the chase? And my question is, will these teams push the gas? Will they go hard after it? Will the team in 8th choose to defend? Those are really tough decisions that you put yourself in when you let it go this late.
The scary thing is on the right left-hand side of the board here is going to be the teams chasing, right? Ascend, they're going to be 1 point behind Third Eye, so they're going to be chasing. Also, FaZe, they've had a few rough games, so right now they're actually also, their spot is open for the taking right now. You have a few teams at Petrica Road, Ascend, that could be doing one good game with double digits, and that spot is going to be gone. So need one good or two decent games here to solidify their spot. I will say this though, you're also looking at your top 5, top 6 teams that could potentially have, you know, they don't want to see a FaZe in there, right? So they could also third-party them in a chance for it, because they could be a strong team in the finals they don't want to go against.
I'm giving away codes in the grand final for the FaZe jacket, so I'd like to see them get to that point and pick up the gas as we go forward. They have allowed it to slide, which I think has been a bit of a shock for those of us watching at home, because I thought today, yeah, FaZe makes the grand final. I wasn't stressed about it a couple of games ago, but now I can tell you I am.
Yeah, for sure. I'm honestly expecting them to do good. They have to have one more decent game, right? They have to go into the grand final. And looking at where their performance was yesterday, they've not had too many points today. I think it's 11 or so, maybe 13 that they've ended up so far today. So they need to put, you know, 5-10 more in there to be certain, solidify their top 8 spot.
They need to put rubber to road because they need to make the grand final. This is PGS 1, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. And when we come back in just a few minutes, it's time for the last 2 matches of the losers bracket.
dangerous that can be. The shot does come out though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps go out the window. But 𝗟𝗏, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window because the shotgun comes through the chest, but the nade finds the second as well too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is 𝗟𝗏's down.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's going to push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 is hurt, but he is prone. He's going to throw a molly right on top of 𝗟𝗏. This may be the end. 𝗟𝗏 is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect. They're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Room. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, 𝗟𝗏 able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
𝗟𝗏 as well, so they are not down just yet, but 𝗟𝗏 is found.
Exactly, many teams aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input, let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man, able to stay alive. Penta, though, take it down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
So far in this tournament, we have seen 24 teams take to the stage today. Tonight, this is the last shot that we will see everyone. 8 teams are going home, 8 more teams are going to the grand final, where, if you tune in, you can catch some nice skin codes for yourself. Miramar and Erangel, that's all that we have remaining. Cameron Davis, Toby, and I don't know about you, looking at the leaderboard, there is possibility for a few teams below it to get like a good win or two here and climb on up, but really for me, it's 7th through 10th as like the real fight for the last 2 spots. That's FaZe, Third Eye, Ascent, and Petrichor Road.
It's almost as if through both group stage, winners bracket, and now here today, you and I have been on there saying 2 games left, back-to-back good games, you have a good chance. We saw Daytrade do it in group stage. We saw GEX do it up in winners. And now, well, let's see who is going to be able to bring it home here in the losers. Who will take those spots, making their way through to the grand finals?
Yeah, and as far as sort of like last line come-ups, we've already seen a few. We saw Gen G and 17 Gaming, both teams that I'm not going to speak for you, I personally had counted out coming into today. So they've already put themselves in the mix and made it harder for, New Happy, who have slid even further. And then, of course, Petrichor, as we mentioned, while still with a good shot, not currently in 8th place. So already we've seen a lot of upsets in terms of where we started on the day.
Most definitely. But I feel like that is also just the name of global PUBG. You're always going to come out of tournaments with upsets in terms of teams that didn't make finals that we thought would, or teams that makes finals that we had no expectations for. So if 17 is going to be that one team to not qualify potentially, we were going to have 1, 2, maybe even 3. So not too surprised, despite it being 17 being the one that is currently looking to probably not make their way on through.
Seems to be time. Zooming on in, loading on in, game start, match 11 of 12. Time is running out. Miramar, we go for the penultimate map of Losers Bracket.
Yep, it's gonna be a good one, I'm sure of it. The plane, you will see it in just a second's time. Hard southern skewed. Plenty of teams in this losers lobby like looting up towards the north, or at least further towards the north, and this plane is gonna allow them to. So it will be interesting to see if potentially we aren't gonna have any confrontations early on. Not that I think either of any of these teams would want it, but they might be forced to.
At the very least, as you of course spoiled for the audience, the southern plane path, that is likely gonna give us a southern circle, and that's gonna be a little bit of different terrain from what we've seen on Miramar today. We've seen South Miramar a few times. I believe we had a match or two yesterday, so it's not going to be completely new to this tournament or even this lobby, but it's at least going to give a little bit of diversity, as we do have to hold on for just a quick moment. It seems to be just a short little issue. We'll be going into the game as quickly as we can. This does give us a little bit more of an opportunity to talk about all these teams that are on the cusp. Ascend right now, I believe they started the day in 8th place. They slid down a little bit, but a solid end of the previous match put them back into a comfortable position to contest for 8th place. Currently 9th, but again, it's like 1 point behind Third Eye and 8th. Only a few extra points behind Facepan and 7.
Huge that they're able to rack up the points needed there. So Petrichor, another team who right now is at a pretty good spot. We saw in the previous game, though, that Twisted Minds were out on the hunt. They were looting next to each other on Erangel, and they're actually not looting that far from each other on Miramar either. Issue is there's a San Martin team, that was a difficult one, in between them. So Twisted Minds a little harder for them to fully commit to try and take the fight to them early on.
Yeah, there was always that question of if any of these teams that are currently dealing with a fight over their drop position, if they're in a comfortable spot, will they then try and grief the opposing team? Twisted Minds, they're in a spot that they could do.
They've already done it the previous
They've already done it a little bit, but they haven't like fully committed to a hot drop.
True, and I think for center looting positions, there's so many compounds in and around Hacienda, so even if Twisted Minds were to hot drop Petrichor in there, they would try and fly away. There's enough areas that they should be able to regroup. One thing's for sure, though, Petrichor cannot just, how you jump out of the plane, just like only look at this direction you're going. You gotta do the 360s constantly, because there could be a Twisted Mind.
Yeah, my only concern is that with the southern plane path, that's going to make backup spots harder to get to. That's going to make redirecting, if you're already in the air, that much more difficult to do. But as you can see on the screens that are on the screens in front of you, they're in the air. We're launching into the game. Should be good to go.
And there we have it. Let's hop into this one. Last Miramar of the losers bracket. Last Miramar of the entire set here before Grand Finals is on. EXO instantly out there, gonna fly as far north as they possibly can, and other teams would want to do similar things. But as we said, as we alluded to, hard southern plane, will teams have to fight for vehicles? Well, we're just moments away from finding out.
Ascend going down to Valdemar. Third Eye probably gonna be coasting a little bit. STK, they're lucky, they can just drop immediately onto their generic loot spot, or not generic, their standard loot spot, their planned loot spot. Same thing with New Happy going to Los Leones. We might see a couple people contest Los Leones with the plane path like this, and just how many people can fit around it. And if you look at the map, FaZe, Purple Mood aren't too far away, but it looks like they're both going to be continuing on and sort of sharing that. I don't know, it's weird that you often see so many teams in that area between where Genji are and then Puerto Paraiso, because it's almost like scrappy vulture loot, but it can fit a lot of scrappy vulture loot.
One thing is the amount of loot, another thing is only so many compounds down here. Oh, let's hold that thought for a second. Hikari knocked himself, I think, and in the meantime, other people have guns, and that is not finding James instantly. FaZe Not guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination just yet. They would not want to take casualties. Circle, in the meantime, actually a lot further towards the north than I thought it was going to be off of this plane path.
It's still touching the plane path. It's still within the bounds of what we expect here. But yeah, still quite far north. So that's going to favor a team like Twisted Minds, whose power grid is actually, as far as all the drops that we're seeing right now, closest to the dead center. And EXO also on the move up to El Pozo. Those are the two teams that are going to have good spots with that mountain in the middle. But we're still seeing a lot of teams drive around each other, fighting for vehicles, and we're losing 2 lives because of it.
Now, one of the interesting things with the amount of teams set towards the southeast is that power grid plateau is really only like properly approachable from the north. You do have a couple of roads up there, but you never know who's sitting around there waiting for you. So I'm curious to see how many teams are actually going to swing hard north. Ghibli could potentially do it. Petrichor, I'm very much expecting to do it. Sun Sister already headed in that direction, but we'll see if that's going to be the case or not. Flogi finds Corexia as well as FaZe continue to take casualties here in the second to last game of Losers Bracket.
Man, losing 1 is bearable. It's harsh, but bearable. Losing 2 before 3 minutes time.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen a pair of FaZe salvage it out a fair bit, but Vex and Gustav not being even looted up and in the circle, it's going to be an even harder task for them.
And having the entirety of Purple Mood now in between them. They're effectively going to have to sit around where they are right now and wait for Purple Mood to leave early. Like once they hear all the cars leave, that's when they can start grouping up.
Petrichor Road is still driving. They still haven't set a drop spot. Sun Sister are only just now arriving at their position on the east side. It's far north, so that explains why. And you know, they could rotate into the zone late and just swing up for the north where it should be more clear. But Petrichor Road are still moving. They might be trying to go for Hacienda, and they have their vehicles, but that's going to delay their loot process. And at that point, you could see another Eastern team like Ghibli or even LG overtake their position before they're ready.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect to see Petrichor continue their rotation they're already on now. They know that no one is committed to taking Hacienda because that's, I mean, A, where they are normally loot, B, no one could reach it. And if they do get up there and take it for free, they'll be in for a treat because there's really a whole lot of terrain available. In the meantime, now the rotation kills happening again. And as we said, very hard southern plane path. Teams are gonna run into each other. This is just another example of it.
A good kill for Cuban, but he is alone. And he's being isolated, he's being surrounded. There is support from Toasty on the high ground, but Xenon is already rushing on, and Guman holding the angle, it seems, with the north side of Flash at the ready, but Leo's even more at the ready with an M4.
Yeah, for Guman, it's not the worst thing in the world to fall here. There's actually going to be Toasty though to find one, as Ghibli is already in for GEX, though. They desperately need the points, and they desperately need to stay alive.
Cuban was able to get to the north side. He's able to separate himself from GEX, no longer surrounded, and now that Glaz is pushing in, potentially stopping here, potentially even bombing all the way into that compound. Ghibli are fighting hard to defend Guman, and makes sense because this is not in the zone. This is not a holding pattern for them. It's not a position that they want to hold a split for. They just want to get a couple of kills and then move on to phase 1. But Ghibli are already in first place. They don't even need these points, but GEX are aggressing on their teammate and they have to send a message.
Yep, GX the ones to take casualties in this one already as well. And Xavier, not just any casualty, he has been a really, really good player for this team throughout this tournament. So we'll see here. GX, if they can prevail, if they can stay alive. I'm loving the split position for Ghibli though. One on the south side, one on the hills, and then 2 shotguns up close.
Yeah, not only has Glazerized Heaven is on the low south side holding an angle. Leo with a little bit of damage, but now he has to back away because the utility is most assuredly going to be falling in on his spot. A couple of mollies from Xenon to limit the angles that Ghibli can peek, but the hunters have become the hunted. GEX need to pull out some frag grenades, and you can see in Yuri's pocket there aren't that many to use.
Yeah, true. Guman jumping around, dodging and weaving the nades, and the other utility being thrown towards him. But he's not really shying away from a fight here. And again, I mean, it's understandable. They already have points enough to make their way to grand finals. That's going to be one hell of a Hail Mary nade lopped on over. It's going to be a bit short as well, so it doesn't find its target. In the meantime, AK swap for a barrel, perfectly understandable.
GEX still trying to let some bullets rip, but they cannot find the knocks. They cannot find the damage. Ghibli are perfectly happy just playing slow for this one, just keeping GEX locked in here. I think GEX expected this to be a free kill trade back onto Guman because they're in a position to try and strike into 8th place, but at this point, they've been wasting so much time, cannot get to the zone, at least not yet. They're likely going to be suffering more casualties because of it, and oh, of course, Purple Mood, the early game fighters themselves, they see there's a party going on outside of the zone and they want to be included.
You'd have to imagine that they want to at least see what's happening over here, not just ride around it. But Heaven is going to hear those vehicles coming in from the south. Fluky's going to now hear the shots as well. And Purple Mood, I mean, they desperately need the points. They're set in 15th. There's Cumin with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now Sinan tries to find another, but Cumin again finds the third as well. Shotgun domination from 𝗟𝗡𝗗.
Just in time before Purple Mood could really punish this fight. Toasty is calling out all the information, taking a lot of damage. That's a really good knock for Fluky, but can Purple Mood, do they have the timing on trying to get more damage, dealing more damage to the rest of 𝗟𝗡𝗗 here? Thunder swinging out to the side to try and confirm that kill. The spray comes up from Heaven, doesn't find enough damage there, and so Toasty is also going to go out. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 are at least going to lose one.
Yep, and it's the eye in the sky that falls, so they're going to have to sit tight in that compound, at least for a little while longer. Purple Mood not fully committed to the proper push up close just yet, but they do know that it's a 4v3 in case they're looking to take that fight. But to be honest, off of just seeing the Cumin get hit 3, I don't think they want to crash into that compound.
I think that was Heaven that was immediately removing that tire. So Fluky relegated to the truck that might already be a little bit damaged, which is why he was going for the buggy in the first place. But Purple Mood, do they even want to try and stick around for this fight? They're sitting in 15th place. It is not impossible for them to get into 8th if they have 2 amazing games, at least 1 win, potentially 2. And I don't think committing to this fight is the way to start that.
It's not the winning play, let's put it that way. Even if they do get 2 kills here, even if they take 1 casualty, that could be a 20-point game over. Because as we said, we're looking at around 70 points. You can probably qualify with less, but 70 points, then you should be pretty guaranteed. And that is still 40 points away for Purple Mood. So quick math, 20 points per game. You don't get 20 points per game by losing 1 early.
Human here trying to see if he can't lose 1 early for Purple Mood. Getting revenge on a Toasty with the drive-by and the quick stop by Fluky. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 lose yet another. I mean, 𝗟𝗡𝗗 have nothing to lose here, okay? They have, there is no skin off of their back. They're really just trying to grief a team that griefed them here. But already 4 kills, I mean, teams have had a lot worse games than 𝗟𝗡𝗗, even if they do go out here.
Yep, 𝗟𝗡𝗗, effectively the mosquito in the room late at night that you just want to get rid of, but you can't. Still floating around, still doing damage, still forcing Purple Mood to stick around, even though I think it's safe to say they would much rather go towards the circle right now.
Yeah, a couple of shots in, but everyone back in the truck. We got to go. Blues at our back. We do still have to focus on the rest of the game. So good for Purple Mood to keep all 4 up, all 4 alive. They and I also agreed, or at least didn't disagree with the decision to try and third-party this a little bit, perhaps sticking around a little bit too long. But let's look at a replay of, this is one of the very first kills here, as non-separated and dropped far away from the rest of 𝗟𝗟𝗏𝗏y just to try and get an early kill. But then, of course, Human on the rooftop with the shotgun. Oh, the final shot.
And that's 3 full health players, too. Those shotguns are getting pretty disgusting.
I'm a fan of the shotgun.
It's not that I don't like the shotguns. They have their play, or they have their place, I should say, in the ecosystem of PUBG. It's just they're no fun to be up against.
Thunders? Do Thunders and Heaven know about each other? I'm sure they do now. Got to hear the footsteps. Thunders at the ready with the barrel up. Just waiting for Heaven to peek a little too aggressively. We do see the circle shift, hard shift to the southwest, which makes this fight even worse because Purple Mood have to move even further. But Thunders is locked in here. It's a good decision for the rest of Purple Mood to try and group up. And Thunders does get the first knock. It's only 1 member of 𝗟𝗡𝗏𝗏 left. It's 𝗟𝗏, and can he try and 1v4? Does he just go for this? Because why not?
Might as well. You're so far from the circle. Solo player left alive. You might as well see how much more of a nuisance that you can be in this match. As you said, Circle Hard West Montenuevo is what it has written all over it. A lot of the teams, though, luckily for them, were already in this area, so not the longest rotations for them to make phase. 𝗟𝗡𝗏𝗏 should Glass not up to take the fight, and Purple Mood are the only really, I guess, losers in terms of where the circle shifted.
Protocol Road and Sun Sister, I imagine they've been rotating around each other since the very beginning, since we first spotted them rotate through each other to get to their initial drop spots. And they're both going to be coming in from the north through the El Pozo angle onto this circle. SDK also driving in. And I mean, SDK, they're currently sitting at 65 points. So while they're not one of the teams that are in the danger zone just yet, part of me still is a little worried, and Kurt going down so early to Richard Bisler himself, sort of, I don't know, It's been a while since I felt that I could be 100% confident in STK.
A double zeros on the board here could definitely mean a potential out early of the tournament. But I'm going to have my faith in STK that they can wrap up at least those 4 points to get to the 70-point mark. Currently sat in a pretty decent position. They have control of the compound and the ridgelines down below, and they have a good spot in the circle too. In the meantime, New Happy, another team now to make the presence in the circle. They need something going here. They need at least 25 points to even consider qualifying for the grand finals.
𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 holding a little bit of a bridge toll here on the south side, a 2-2 split. PU is actually going to be running out to try and catch an angle while Taman covers, tries to get a little bit of initial damage, but New Happy want no part of this. They hate early fighting. That is going to force them more towards the center, which they're also not fond of. But at this angle, they should know that no one's really going to be coming in from this south side. So as far as getting backfilled and then crushed between a couple of different teams, shouldn't be too fearful of that, as Petrichor Road, we can see, have grouped up, separated from Sun Sister. I was curious if they were to choose the 16th place team to chase down and get quote-unquote easy kills, but nope, looks like they're just going to try and post up and wait for phase 3.
And look at this, Gustav and Fex found one another. They didn't have to wait in the blue for a long time to be sure that everyone else had left, but with this hard shift coming in, I think that was the confirmation that they could now start rotating hand in hand.
They're not far from the shift because it did edge south along with very, very, very far west. So they're actually not far from it at this moment in time. 𝗟𝗏, not quite dead center, but really, really close if you're not in Montaigne River itself, which we haven't talked about the fact that it is a urban setting in the dead center of this circle. It is likely going to hard shift to the east, northeast, I imagine, around those fields, which means that the high ground positions, while not being center that you see around those fields, could be useful. But there's still a lot to be decided here.
Issue with Montenegro is, as much as you can chill in the center of the city, everything around it, except for the southwest, is open fields. And the southwest, well, it never really shifts in that direction, as you were alluding to anyway. So difficult to predict where this one shifts. First circle, though, I mean, not going to be easier to predict for this one. We are going to go east, though, at least to some extent. And right now, honestly, 17, 𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, put a dot in the middle. The circle should shift east, southeast.
Yeah, this is great for 𝗟𝗏, as you said. They're not in the center here, but it is going to go their direction. They should just have the open shooting season. It's really going to be the Montaigne River teams that should start looking at how to get out now. Petrichor Road immediately on the move to get closer towards that central position, trying to get ahead of the potential field nonsense that might just happen. And the teams on the south, on the hillsides, could be using that position. It really is just these northern teams trying to rotate ahead of the curve. Petrichor Road taking a couple of shots from Ascend. Twisted Minds on the hilltop to the northeast, also trying to do some damage.
Yeah, Petrichor, so far so good. 0 damage taken as they come full speed forward and towards the city. Now headshots are starting to ring through as Ming tries to peek on out. Nice little dodge and weave there from Ike's left through the car into cover.
They found something. It's not a great spot.
I mean, it's playing time.
And they came in at a velocity that didn't allow them to really save their vehicle tires too much. So the exit could be a bit harder than the entrance, but it's something. It's somewhere to post their flag. Luminosity here. It's actually FaZe Clan backfilling them in this. And just the weekend phase. Weekend, not weekend. Weekend phase might not be enough of a force to really have LG be aware of them until it's too late.
I mean, vehicles and Mirados especially do make quite a bit of sound, but as you can see, Snakers and Kickstart, they have their eyes elsewhere. They know that 17 is sat just north of them. They're currently looking in that direction. They're just waiting.
Yeah.
Understandably so. FaZe needs every single point they can get here. They're currently sat in 7th. They're currently in, but only at 59. With 2 games left to play, they want to get up to that 70-point mark, potentially even higher. It's smart PUBG we're seeing from FaZe Clan here.
And FaZe is going to really, really hope that it's the teams that are above them that are going to be getting all the points from this game. But again, with 𝗟𝗏 in the center, with Ascend with another position towards the center, those are the teams that they don't want to be there.
Vex is, no, he's prone inside. He's prone inside the shack. I was saying he's looking south, and that is crucial timing because Glass is sneaking his way up behind him. I mean, if Glass runs forward, he's going to see Gustav prone in the middle of the open.
They must have spotted Glass. That's the only reason why they're looking behind them. I think they must have heard his vehicle. But here's Sun Sister moving out. They have a wide spread, but they're playing around these rocks that it's going to get shifted off of. It's going to get shifted off of. This is a play for a late push, and by that point, who knows what's going to be available right now. Gustav, eyes on Glass. Vehicle send got stalled short, and Glass out in the open, taking a lot of damage from the blue. Grenade's not going to hit, but this is still a it's a necessary fight for FaZe just to stay alive and not get taken out by a snake, but they are hating the fact that they have to be distracted by this.
Exactly, and now Glass double headshot connected onto FaZe. He had a good off angle, whipped one crucial shot, and now Gustav headshotted as well. This nade could be the downfall of FaZe. Commits to the heal. Will he be able to get it off? Just exactly. Luminosity, I'm looking at you. Where are you in all of this? Kill does not come through for Gustav, and he won't be able to pick up Vex either.
And it's a hard shift in the rest of the circle towards the northeast. It is towards that field. Twisted Minds just sitting pretty sitting happy, overlooking everything, as well as Third Eye, but Purple Mood here on the north. It's a big giant field between them, but it looks like they have their eyes set on Twisted Mind's position.
Again, they need points and they need more of him, so if they can claim this hilltop position, they would be good at least for a while, knowing that most of the teams are going to have to fight one another. Gen.G in the meantime trying to make their way further forward as well, but look at this open field they have to maneuver through.
Yeah, there's not a lot of spots to play, so it might only be Circle 4, but you just got to go for Ascend.
Yeah.
That's what Gen.G look like they are doing. Petrichor Road actually able to get out of Monte Nuevo very, very early. They find this little dip, which we've seen some good games come out of it, but they're going to have to defend it with their life, because Gen.G seem to have eyes on that position. Vox with the first knock against the Korean team. Richie B with the confirm. That's another point for them, who are trying to maintain themselves in the top 8.
Full speed forward. Here comes Gen.G, not aware of what's waiting for them on the other side, but Taemin from inside the vehicle finds one. Instantly taken down, though, as Mill gets the return. That's a nade. That's a real close nade as well. One down, could potentially be two with the second. Yes, Chewy falls as well. Now it's just Mill left alive. The third, close, but not done enough damage.
But Mill is just dancing and dodging and taking shots from multiple angles. It's going to be Spyro with the final kill there. Petrichor Road are eliminated, and so they have one game left to put themselves in 8th place. Fox, the only one up for Gen.G, so it's not like they got out of this one scot-free, but they are comfortable in the position. Does any other team that needs to climb gonna see that in the kill feed, gonna see that on the map in front of them, and try and steal that spot?
And what better team to get the final kill on Petrichor than Twisted Minds? They are laughing. They're laughing as they see Petrichor fall out of the lobby here. As you said, they will have one last chance in the next game to make their way into the top 8, which they're currently out of.
So for a brief moment, that 1-2-1 that Purple Mood are playing, it did push Twisted Minds a little bit more towards the east. Luminosity now charging in towards the center. They're not going for the dip, they're going for Third Eye's compound. Always with a grenade at the ready, as well as other members, which should be pulled away, taking a lot of damage already. And it's actually going to be Penta and Vegas and just SDK that are dealing with the first initial knocks.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through on the side of Third Eye now as well. Nice swing around, but not gonna happen. Oldless able to take him out. Third Eye racking up more points as they now as well sit inside that top 8.
But they're wounded. SDK are overlooking that compound. They might just want to steal that or continue to fire from the high ground. Penta taken very low, 19 HP, forced to fall away and prone down for the heal. And we have a few more seconds before phase 5. This one could go a lot of different directions, but Adam is now also taken out for her Third Eye. They stabilized in the warehouse, but they lost their forward anchor.
What better than shifting this circle wide out into the open? No one is going to be at the advantage here. If anyone, Purple Mood, and they're the team right now that needs the points the most. So you know what? Fair's fair. Sun Sister, Purple Mood, this is your chance to rack up a lot of points, but also the city has to be abandoned. And look at how many teams are currently set in here.
This is awful for New Happy and EXO. I don't need to tell you why that's the case, but it is exciting for Ascend, who, again, currently in 9th. It's not going to be the easiest hold for them, but if they can collect a bunch of those kills of EXO and New Happy, they're going to take those points. They would never turn those down. 17 now throwing themselves towards the center. Foxy, the last one up in that dip. A few rocks, a couple of smokes, but has to be ready to fight. But 17, they do stop short.
One nade here could be the difference maker in terms of whether 17 stays alive or not. It's going to be close. It's going to find one. Xiaowood fell early. He's going to take down Sushu as well. Now Little Ghost falls too. They were looking so good. They came into a good spot with one nade, started the escalation, the downfall for 17 Gaming.
It wasn't even one grenade. It was them pulling a grenade and then getting knocked by STK and the Rude Goldberg machine of rudeness. And now it is only Xiaobei up. Solo player can still get a couple of points, a lot of points for 17 Gaming, and they're not in the worst position. So it is not alarm bells just yet, but EXO somehow while we were watching elsewhere on the map, completely avoided Ascend as they sent it to the north. It's just Purple Mood who will now have a crossfire around them, but they can easily play out of that position.
Nice northern wrap, definitely for them. Purple Mood doesn't have an angle on them. They know that Twisted Minds wrap close towards their position up towards the north, so can't really fully commit to EXO out west right now. Back inside the city though, New Happy, Ascent, they will both have to leave, but for now, Ascent are still in the circle.
This is going to be a crucial fight here. Both these teams are trying to get into the top 8.
Yeah.
Ascent have an easier time. They are closer to that position, but New Happy, if they have a really good game here, they could put themselves in contention in the final game, but it has to start now. Pentagram, similar thing with them. They're at 46 points, or 47 with the kill that they've gotten already. And Akkad out in the open, just trying to run it down onto Sun Sister, dodging and weaving, taking a lot of shots. Batulin finally gets the knock, but can the rest of Pentagram follow up on the attempted entry by Akkad?
If only Sun Sister knew someone was that close to their compound, they would probably be looking this direction a bit more. Issue is they can't really fully commit to it. As you see Imhack, as soon as he peeks down towards the southeast, Twisted Minds are shooting them in the back.
Akkad gets confirmed. Adder and Wicked get shot to bits.
There's nothing they can do. There's simply too many teams looking in this direction. Too many teams sat in good positions. And now, speaking of positions, SDK, good spot for them to sit in. Issue is here comes Third Eye.
This is what you get for third-partying us, Third Eye are saying. They get the knocks, they have to pull away. Vegas prone down in time, and now he can try and answer back. All eyes are now in this hill, and Third Eye back off. They have vehicles at the ready.
Gustav, we saw him earlier, 15 first aids is what he had, and here he comes, sneaking his way forward. FaZe need points in any imaginable way that they can. One more first that he's burnt through 13 of them, and now he's getting close to Third Eye from behind.
Twisted Minds left the circle. They want to clear this space and clear this area before they retake that hill and contend against Purple Mood. The grenades are coming on in. 5 kills for Twisted Minds already, and now back on Third Eye. FaZe are eliminated in 10. Gustav was unable to get any placement points out of this round, and SDK just across the way are getting the revives.
You know what, 14 first aids later, kudos. Valiant effort, Gustav, to try and make your way into this one.
6 kills for Third Eye. And they're not committing to the SDK fight because they know it's not in the circle. It's not in the zone. It's not for a playable position. They're going to have to get into their vehicles and send it onto where xiaobei is. But that still raises the question of Twisted Minds, who took Sun Sister's spot, and then Purple Mood on the north side. How much damage can they do? And finally, New Happy pushing into Ascend. Knocks on both sides, but New Happy just seem to have a very difficult time breaking themselves away from that wall across the road. Non and HS are trying to get to ZP on.
That wall is going to work in their favor. Issues, the smokes on the north are going to be gone in just a second, and that's going to be when they'll be able to peek on over. The rest should be able to come through, but they need to re-smoke this. They need to isolate more angles for Ascend.
Nika, you can see prone dub. 𝗟𝗗 up close and personal, can maybe even use those steps as an angle overlooking it, but he doesn't want to go first. He's got to wait for the rest of the teammate to try and open up. But Chris, who is on the off angle, has been down. HS with the shotgun in hand, jumping around, seeing what he can't spot. 4 up for New Happy. It's a 4 versus 3, and who knows when X are going to be able to find an angle. Grenades are coming on in. Micah is taken low.
Bit too far on that one. 𝗟𝗗 peeked on over, saw 3 instantly on the other side. In the meantime, the fight between Oldless alongside the rest of third party on the other side is going on. 𝗟𝗗 swings, finds the first one, doesn't get the second as 𝗟𝗗 finds him in return.
It's all up to Brex and Micah. Brex rushing around, trying to use the wall. He peeks out, he's able to get the spray down, but they have still been falling apart. Ascend, HS and Miming the last 2 up, trying to push in with shotguns onto Micah's spot. Spotted through the smoke. Micah's going for the first, going for the second. It is all Ming left, and Micah, he's gonna run out in the blue.
Yeah, wants to go for the kills, wants to get more points off of this. They know that they need them, but couldn't quite commit to it in the end, had to fall back. We saw Third Eye take out STK just before as they reached 10 kills as well.
Ming, no time, no opportunity to get the revive on Non. Goes for the spray, but just can't quite stick the second. Ascend survive for now. They're wounded, they're bruised, they're battered, but they can continue to play and get themselves into 8th place.
What a phenomenal swing there from Ascend. Not only are they able to get the kills through, but they should be able to get at least 3 on their feet off of that engagement. Make that 2. Sorry as Micah and Brex stay alive.
Richie B. Richard Biz, the last one up for Third Eye, once again, is going to be hoping for an EXO third party, and the blue pushing on in. Spyro running out into the zone. Down to such little HP, but that is going to be Third Eye out. We're looking at the top 4 in the blink of an eye. We're down to 4. Twisted Minds and EXO still with 4 members up. EXO somehow able to take all the position that was held by Purple Mood.
Yeah, xiaobei as well. Again, I mean, 17 by no means guaranteed in this one. Trying to rack up placement points, trying to stay alive. Allow for Twisted Minds and EXO to fight. Issue is both of them still 4 up. They see 9 total. They know it's at least 2 teams here. Twisted Minds, though, they do not care. They're pushing up close. Perfectix has the first.
Getting ready to peek on over. Heikeman has been knocked. 8 kills. Twisted Minds trying to pick up as much more as they can because why not? But Gang holds strong. Doesn't go down off that peak. Is going to get immediately traded. But Chulin falling away. They are not over pushing. That's going to attempt to go for the revive, but Empty has a grenade. With Twisted Minds name on it, goes for, pushes Spyro to the grave.
Yep. Akita is the off-angle player. He's trying to not allow for Twisted Minds to wrap around the southeast side. He needs to be ready for this push around from Lu. His one job is to isolate Lu, is to take him down if he comes over this side. 𝗟𝗡 now peeks on up though, the solo player that they forgot about. And he could just be the Mass Impact player as EXO falls.
11 kills for Twisted Minds now, but 𝗟𝗡, how much more work can he do? There are 2 down for Twisted Mind. He knows this. He is pushing on forward, but the spray cannot finish the job against Chulin, who pulls out the pan, but 𝗟𝗡 gets it in the end. It is now a 1 versus 1. 40 HP, has to reload the Groza, and Lu with a flash at the ready. Going to be confirming those kills because he wants to make sure that he gets the points, but Twisted Minds able to secure in the end. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. 12 kills.
Huge.
Exciting finish, but they finish it for themselves.
Twisted Minds took it in their own hands to bring this one home, pushing from fight to fight to fight, but for 17, coming out in second. 𝗟𝗡, I loved his reaction. As soon as that flash came over the hilltop, he knew, I'm gonna be blind in a half second, might as well use the Groza to claim 2 more points. Great reaction play, huge game for 17, but even better for Twisted Minds.
1 round left for losers. 1 round left to get yourself into top 8. We're going to a break. We'll be back after this.
The big brain plays from Twisted Minds as they come out with a big win despite the best efforts of 𝗟𝗡 to put a stopper in it. What a great penultimate game as we get ready to head to the last one.
There's a little bit of cheering for EXO, for the underdogs there, right? That have been fun to see, but yeah, they got shot down. A lot of fun happening with Grozas as well. It's just such a strong gun. It's so hard in that close range fights.
Even I'm good when I have a Groza, and that's saying something.
Especially if you're within like 10, 15 meters, right? Then you're like, you just point in the middle, and then it's just gonna spray into the head. And
you
then
just hold down the button, and it shoots twice as fast as anybody else. And
so good.
It was beautiful. We saw 𝗟𝗡 put it to work, and it was an excellent end game there. Twisted Minds does take the points, not necessarily needed. But you saw them hunting over. For me, it was 𝗟𝗏 and EXO in the end game there. That was sort of our story. Where are they going to end up? And 𝗟𝗏 has been just surviving and getting the points, I think, unexpectedly for a lot of folks.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I've been a little bit pleased with how the leaderboard has been ending up, because we have a lot of teams that are within kind of that distance there. If 1 or 2 teams that are very close, they could jump them, and it's going to be an extremely exciting last game here. Of course, the other teams is on the scary kind of end of the spectrum, because you have your top 4, top 5, maybe top 6 teams that are so safe. They're like, who do we want in the grand final? They could potentially deny some teams that they don't want to see there because they're a strong grand finalist, or they're in a spot that they want in terms of looting.
Yeah, I think we saw that with, say, Luminosity when they crashed that warehouse 𝗟𝗏 was in. They know they're qualified. They threw bodies at a problem and figured, hey, if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Doesn't really matter to us. And that's scary for those teams in the middle, because there's nothing worse than a Genji wrecking ball slamming into your house at any time.
It wasn't a wrecking ball, though. That was more of a, I don't know, beach ball.
It was,
when it happened.
It was like a beach ball at a concert just gets popped by the security guard. Top 4 teams. Twisted Minds comes out with 12 kills, so they're going to love the points away from that. 17 having an absolutely phenomenal day as they get up to second. EXO and Ascend, 2 teams that need to get those points, do show up in the top 4, and I believe in 5th place you get 𝗟𝗏. So all of these teams that need to make that cutoff are doing everything they can to get there. Now, normally when we go into these sort of final leaderboards, final game.
Right.
It comes down to like one team versus maybe two on the chase. This one, it felt like there's a couple of teams in that 5 to 10 point swing area that if they let off the gas or like they give up some points, really we could see a pretty big mix-up.
Yeah, and I gotta say on top of that, especially with this circle here, we saw much more kind of normal Montenegro circle. It went outside the city, you know, in this more open land terrain area, and you know, Twisted Minds, they exactly expect this, and that's why they're standing it up. EXO, though, I gotta say, impressed with how they're playing this late game, but they got dominated by some of the pushes and shots we saw from Twisted Minds. They are super well executed by them. I was cheering a little bit for Akita, of course, my cheap pick, fantasy pick. He's been doing really well for himself. And yeah, but it's looking rough for EXO to get into the grand final.
All right, let's take a look at the team stats, and it has been a little rough for EXO. I think if they could have turned it on just a little bit sooner, they might be in a different position. Team stats, the winning team walks away with this. Batulin gets 4 kills.
Efficient.
You also see Lu as well.
200 damage only.
Very efficient. That's a cleanup hitter, we call that.
It is. A little bit of thieving going on in there for sure when you only have 200 damage.
But even Lu, only 386 and 4. So it does tell you, I mean, but that sort of fits their style of play. They like to sort of lock down strategic positions, pick off teams as they sort of fight themselves, and we do see that. We'll take a look at the MVP, the man of the match. 4 kills for Lu, 1 knockout. Good survival time. And really, again, they found a good spot. You said they expected the circle to go to that location, and they just sort of bristled up and defended.
It's the same kind of play we saw once we had it the last time, right, with how Sonics played it. And it ended inside the city, kind of in the crossroads department of Monte. But here it ended the way you usually see it. And here's the team summary, of course. Still Twisted Minds on top 4 every single category here. Ghibli looking good, though. I've been impressed with how well they've been playing here. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see Heaven representing them in the grand final.
Absolutely. For me, the big takeaway today is the re-emergence of our Korean teams, both in Ghibli and Genji. Take a quick look at the match leaderboard. 22 points there, 13. We're going to focus on teams in the hunt here as we get ready for the last game. So just for you guys at home, teams to track as we go into the last match. Our casters will help keep you up with that. Third Eye in the race. EXO in the race. Ascend in the race. And those are all teams. FaZe Clan was shockingly now, FaZe Clan being forced to be in the race. 0 points in the last game actually puts them out of the 8th position.
Yeah, currently on 9th, as you're going to see here on the overall leaderboard. It's going to be a scary one for this one here. Look at that. So 70 points for Third Eye. That's the threshold you want to make sure you pass in case Third Eye doesn't get any points, right? And you have 66 points for Ascend. FaZe Clan 59, Pentagram 52, and I think that's it's going to end there. Unless you have an insane game from Pentagram, and I don't really see it happening at this point here.
We haven't seen it yet, so
that's our 4 teams we're really tracking. FaZe Clan, Pentagram Road, Ascend, and Third Eye. I think everyone else is going to be safe. I don't see 3 teams passing shoot to kill on 72 at this point.
Absolutely. SDK will just play safe, and that's, I think, Third Eye, Ascend. Those are the teams that you want to watch. So we're going to check in with FaZe Clan as the first team we visit in their booths. This is not where they thought they were going to be. They had an amazing day. Not amazing. They had a good day yesterday and an amazing game. Phenomenal. One of the best games we've seen, and they need to make that jump. A final without FaZe is a difficult pill to swallow.
Yeah, I gotta say that's unexpected at this point as well, to be honest. But also, they're a scary grand finalist, right?
Yes, they are.
They could have some targets on their back going into this one.
Every grand final ends on a Sunday, and FaZe is synonymous with that. Though Third Eye told us they want to make it Third Eye Sunday. Can they do it here today? We'll find out as we head back to the magnificent meadows of Erangel for our last match of the winner's bracket, co-hosted by Crafted and VSPO.
One more match to claim the rights for a grand final spot. One more match from 9th through 16th to show what they're made of and to make their way through to where all the prize money lie. I'm Toby, joined by Cam, and we are in, Cam, for an absolutely amazing final match of PUBG here in the losers bracket of PGS 1.
I mean, we should be, right?
We better be.
Looking at the numbers,
we better be.
And the fact that it's not even close to a tie, there is a not ginormous, but noticeable gap between 8th and 9th place. It means that we are expecting really, really executed attempts at FaZe Clan Petrichor Road to try and get into 8th place. And then, of course, Third Eye Ascend holding the line, holding the door.
There are only so many teams properly in the race right now that for the teams that are already sat safely inside, they know who they are. And if they want to take the fight to them early, they most likely know where to find them as well. So keep an eye out of that. Some of these teams that are on the cusp might get hunted down because either it's teams that could have loot spots that the other teams want for grand finals, or simply it's just teams they want to make enemies with.
GEX here dropping down to Sosnovka, as they have been this entire time, and we see Luminosity and Ghibli parachute next to each other. I thought Luminosity might want to try and long drop to Milt to power, but no, instead it looks like they're going to be going for vehicles and perhaps trying to fight over Ghibli for those. Again, this is basically 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah.
So, or, I mean, 2nd and 3rd, because Twisted Minds took that spot, but still at the top of the leaderboard doesn't actually make a difference in terms of qualification. Both those teams have punched their tickets already. New Happy cannot say the same for them.
Nope.
It's possible, but it would, okay, well, this circle sort of makes that even harder because New Happy are one of the teams that needs to drive the furthest.
And look at how many teams aren't in this one or anywhere near. Petrichor could... Wait a minute. Petrichor could go Russock. The plane was straight south to north. Petrichor didn't dare go Russock out of fear that Twisted Minds were going to come for them. That is 100% guaranteed.
Where is this happening? Where?
It's happening...
Wait. Why are there 2 17 players that got taken out by Ascend? Well, at the very least, whatever led to that decision for the split drop from 17, Ascend got 2 more points. So that is bad for fans of FaZe Clan, bad for fans of Petrichor Road, because that's going to make their climb, that's going to make the wall, the cutoff for 8th place even higher.
That is, that's interesting, considering 17 usually, if not always, loots Pachinki when given the opportunity to. I kept my eyes too hard on the map on that one, seeing Petrichor not hop towards Russock, and they missed that one. That's on me.
A little more shots coming out. Okay. This match is...
Remake?
A little, yeah,
remake.
It's looking a little bit that way.
This is getting too weird. This is getting simply getting too weird. I think what might have happened, as I try to brain my way through this one, we're getting the confirm on a remake now. I think what might have happened is that the 217 players disconnected. That's why they were shot. That's why they remake. And because the DC happened before they hit the ground, rules are as written, it's a remake.
Yep. I didn't want to call it before we got official wording for it, but then the second we saw players knocking themselves and their teammates, it was basically confirming that. So, apologies once again. We are, yeah, Toby, you're excited about something.
We're getting into mega theory crafting now.
Okay.
Twisted Minds now knows that Petrichor doesn't dare go Russock. Is this the double reverse play where they now go Russock because they think Twisted Minds is gonna chase them in Prim? They just played their hand in a game that was remade.
Ooh, yeah, that is a bit curious because
it's a mega theory crafty, I know, but still.
Okay, but here's the thing: Twisted Minds they just want to play their game, and especially for a team that has been a bit slow to start into this tournament, or I mean, if we're being honest, even in their own region, I think just focusing on trying to get the good reps in going into the grand finals is better and more valuable to them than going for a hot drop and trying to greet Petrichor Road.
I agree.
But does Petrichor Road know that? Does Petrichor Road then like Uno reverse card themselves like twice and actually just give themselves up for Twisted Minds?
It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. One thing that I did catch as we had our eyes on the booth of Twisted Minds just before, Batulin's throughout this entire tournament so far has been full, like just cold face focus mode. I sensed a smirk. A small smirk out of the corner of his mouth there. So I think Twisted Minds know that regardless of where this one takes us, if they see anything that just the smallest sign of Petrichor in the nearby vicinity, they're going hunting.
GX right now, one of the teams that we don't really consider one of the main focuses of being able to break into 8th place. FaZe Clan certainly are, but for GX, sitting at 46 points where the cutoff is as it stands 66, it is definitely possible. It's even possible for EXO at 42. It's going to have to be amazing games, and it's going to have to be Ascend and Third Eye and no one else in between not performing well themselves. So
now I'm okay. So finish your quote. I'm going to do something I don't normally do, but I have a NA caster next to me. I'm going to use an American football reference and see this remake was effectively icing the kicker for the game-winning goal because not only the Petrichor Twisted Mind situation, but this plane did not allow for FaZe Clan. You could see the eyes of Gustav. He's a very focused man right now. They were forced to all jump towards Sarki as well. Many teams that are praying for the remake to have a better plane path than the game we just saw here.
So it's the opposite of icing the kicker then?
I mean, the game iced the kicker, I suppose.
No, but wait. Okay. I mean, like maybe I don't understand football as much as I thought I did.
They're doing it to try and make it even harder, but yeah,
but it's going to be an entirely new game, so it's a new situation.
There is also the chance that when you ice the kicker, the wind then shifts. You know what? Let's just forget about American football for a second. We'll watch normal footballs on the field.
This is what we all get for letting a European talk about American sports.
But you know what? I mean, I tried. I did my best.
Certainly did.
And it just proved to the world that I'm not an NA caster, because apparently I can't even get football right. And if you can't do that, you're definitely not American.
I do appreciate that you call it NFL football.
I mean, I used to play football. I'll call it that. I'm not a big fan of soccer. I used to play football. It's just,
yeah.
That's the one thing I'll NA myself about is football.
I like you a little more now.
Thank you.
Not because I like football, but I hate soccer.
There you go. It's do or die time for many of these teams. Of course, the teams currently on our screens are the ones to whom it matters the most. You could say it matters to all, but has the biggest chance of making this happen. FaZe wanted a good game last game, so they could sit back a little more chill in this one. They zeroed out. They need a stellar performance here in order to qualify. Currently set, I believe, 7 points out, but they would want at least double digits this game to secure their spot in the grand finals.
So I am currently eagle-eyed focused at all of these monitors that we're seeing in front of us, because I want to see the plane path. I want to see what it's like. I want to see what game this is going to give us. Are we going to get a similar plane path, another one that is like straight up and down, one that's pretty fair, pretty even, or are we going to skew even worse than we saw just the previous game?
I hope, just for the sake of fairness, I mean, they can't completely repeat the previous game or remake, so I hope that it's going to be similar, but we'll see.
I mean, fairness, the round didn't technically happen, so really you should just wipe that from your memory.
And would it be fair if they all knew coming into it? I guess technically not, so it's only fair that it's random.
Exactly.
Yep.
Which it is.
Which it is.
We have, as much as we've tried, there is no way for us to influence the game. It's a black box that's guarded by an entire military's worth. But hey, look at that.
Here we go.
We're into the game. We're into the round.
Here we go once more. And as much as we said we can't repeat the plane path, it's pretty close, except it's coming in from the other direction.
Yeah, but the trajectory is the same.
Yeah.
North and south this time, but the trajectory is the same. And FaZe, once again, are going towards Darky, which is actually a much better drop this time around because of how early they can get out of this.
True.
But then it's Petrichor Road.
Yeah.
That's the question. Do they ice themselves?
They're still in the plane.
I think they're still in the plane. Okay. Nothing's changing. It's just who gets to drop out first. Everything else is the same. And 17 get all 4 of their members in the center of the map. So already going better for them than the last run was.
Imagine Twisted Minds only jumping 1 out of the plane early and they're just leaving the other 3 in to see, are they actually with us? No, they're not. Okay, we stay in and we hunt them down. I would have liked to see that, just because, you know what, in these sort of situations where you're already in, I'm not usually a big fan of hot drops, but in these situations where you have literally nothing to lose and so much to gain by taking out a team like Petrichor, if you're Twisted Minds, I say worth.
You work in the wrong region if that's what you want to see. Because that is a big NA play. I have so much of European.
Well, I mean, in terms of how much they actually do those plays, that is true. It is a little more rare than I would like it to be.
They're getting more and more American by the day.
It's I guess it's smearing all over working with you. Circle, southwest we go. I like the shot coming through.
Ooh, okay.
Not connected though, but this one, I mean, for Petrichor, they couldn't really wish for it any better. They're flying far southwest, still in their parachutes, some of them down towards Quarry they go, and the circle have just been gifted to them. Now, having said that, just because it's a southwest shift does not mean that when you loot Quarry you get a win, because this one can still swing in a multitude of directions, and all of a sudden what was prime real estate phase 1 can be who gives a crap position in phase 2.
Yeah, we can see a phase 2 hard shift all the way to the northeast, and it's been a while since we've seen a field finish on Erangel.
We have been Quarry more than we have been north. That is true. And you know what? I'm not necessarily against it.
Yeah, I usually hate field finishes.
It's almost as if
you haven't had one. I miss it. You don't know you're missing.
Do you? I mean, you miss it until you get it.
Until I get it, and then I'm gonna.
Then you realize why you didn't miss it for so long.
We've had a East Severny finish multiple times, so
True.
You know, anything's better than that. Anything is better than that.
Well, Purple Mood, yet another team who desperately needs points. And again, I mean, I feel like I've said this the entire tournament so far. I want to see Purple Mood more aggressive. Now, I desperately want to see them more aggressive, because if they do not come out here with arguably, probably their best game ever, they won't qualify for grand finals.
You want to see Purple Mood more aggressive? How much more aggressive can you get? They've been avoiding placement points because they're so aggressive.
Well, I mean, they've been avoiding placement points because they wrap around teams, try to play edge, and then they get killed in edge because they keep wrapping.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying they do it well, but they certainly play for early game fights, or at least mid-game ones.
We'll get into them if they qualify. If not, then we'll leave it there. Because that's a long discussion that I don't think is worthy of the game we're about to see unfold.
No. 17 right now. Good spot to qualify. Currently sitting in 5th place, so we're not really worried about them. Again, we're really just worried about Ascend mostly, and perhaps a little bit of Third Eye, and then FaZe Clan and Petrichor Road. Until another team below them starts to have a really, really hot game, like even Pentagram could, or New Happy, we're just going to focus on those 4, and none of those 4 outside of Petrichor Road are already in this this phase. So if there's any game that Pero need to show up, it's here.
It is a little exciting that we don't get to see the leaderboard right now, because I am not like
it hasn't changed. There hasn't been a single kill.
I know, but I'm not mega brain enough to remember the exact numbers of all the teams on the cusp right now. So it's gonna be interesting to see if maybe they just keep it off for the entire game. We'll have to just guess alongside the players, because to be honest, the players don't know either. They're trying to see if they can math it out, but for the most part, when we come to these final games, like everyone just wants the best game they possibly can get in the final one.
It's like they heard you. Said, okay, well, you don't have to be so passive aggressive about it. Here's your leaderboard.
I mean, if it works, it works, and it worked.
Not right now. I was wondering if New Happy would want to gatekeep that West Sosnovka bridge, since they loot around Ferry Pier and the 6-packs, the ice box that some people call it, because, you know, that's where 6-packs are. But no, it looks like they're going to be pulling away. They don't want to try and camp early on because of how risky that could be. If you don't get the points there, then you're already on the back foot in your rotation. So they're going to try and set up and then maybe not camp or rotate, but definitely punish or rotate that swings past them, because that Forest of Death that they're in has some good angles on that southern road.
Definitely. Now, we talked about how solos can sometimes salvage a couple of extra points in a game whenever their teammates die. We saw Gustav try to do it last game, didn't really succeed. xiaobei, though, able to get, I believe, 6 placement points. 3 kills with it as well. Those 9 points is what has them set where they are right now. In the meantime, though, New Happy, well aware of the pentagram rotation coming through.
Am I a seer? Am I Nostradamus? Because this is exactly what I said that New Happy looked like they would be doing. Angles onto Pentagram, already getting 1 and good amount of damage. And now, of course, whatever they couldn't get, Petrichor Road have even more weakened targets in front of them. They're not able to collect anymore, though. Pentagram still have 3. But man, for a team that needs to have an amazing game to be in 8th place, this is not the start they wanted.
Nope. It's and for the 2 teams that are currently sat there in Petrichor and New Happy, exactly the game that they would have wanted. Get a free point at least for 17, or for New Happy, I mean. That is a great way to start this final match of the winner's bracket. Loser's bracket. I can't brain more. I'm sorry.
One of the brackets. It's a bracket.
The brackets.
Yeah. GEX now following up where Pentagram rotated through. New Happy might have another angle onto them. That it looks like GEX is going to be a little more on the low ground, because New Happy actually aren't holding those hills. They're holding the compound that we've seen be a strong compound towards the late game. So angles not on GEX. We'll see if they run into Pentagram. And now FaZe rotating in all the way from Zarky.
Yeah, they're very, very split. And I think they're playing this split, not expecting EXO to still be in the position they're in. But let's hold that thought for a second. As Pentagram, while they lost 1 just before, are currently looking to see if they can find one of their own. GEX wrapping south around again. A team who needs a really good game here in order to qualify. Cannot afford taking casualties early on.
SDK now pushing in from the north. Hitting the swamps-ish area. Should be okay. It's a little separated from the rest of the map, so mostly just playing for a shift west. If not, they're going to have to bound through the hills if they want to go towards east. That's assuming that they stop where we last spotted them. EXO now rotating through. They're not going to be holding off FaZe, though. I think
their vehicle sounds did alert FaZe to their presence, so FaZe had to hold for a second. But all these teams coming in from the north, I don't imagine that they're going to be going for early fights.
Oh no, wouldn't expect that at all. But then again, I mean, for EXO, they know in order to qualify, we need at least, not even at least, we need a really good double-digit win.
They need to
really
beat
good
FaZe's
double-digit win. They're currently sat, I think, waiting for FaZe to cross that bridge.
Maybe.
What better to bridge camp the bridge campers? That would be a way to go down for FaZe Clan, a team that always tries to set up shop on bridges when given the chance to.
That's true. That's fair. Gen G rotating in. They're actually not the last team to arrive. It's Third Eye behind them because they had to go to a Stalwart Kamesh. Why can't I pronounce that word? Kameshki. Because of that plane path. And so they're coming on in, but everyone is ahead of the blue. Even Purple Mood, who are not just taking the boat, they're putting vehicles on the boat.
They're putting 4 boats on the boat.
Wow.
Wow. I've been waiting for an opportunity to do something with boats, with ball boats, since the first day of the tournament. Thank you, ball boats.
Even hiding the tires, I love it.
Especially if you don't make it further than here. The fact that you gave it to me in your last game, I am so happy.
They should be ahead of the boat. They might take a little bit of damage while
It'll be all right.
The boat takes its...
No one's fair PS, it'll be good.
Yeah, it should be okay. It's not nothing. It's nothing that they couldn't heal through. 𝗟𝗡 now taking actually 𝗟𝗡𝗡 Mountain ahead of FaZe and EXO, who, EXO, they look to be pretty delayed. They wanted to use FaZe as the first stepping stone for a fantastic final game. A couple of shots coming on in. Empty and Kang, you know they're going to try and stop onto this one. Fex and 𝗟𝗡𝗄 pulling away, and I think that's a couple of tires already popped, but the FaZe vehicles keep on trucking, and even James is going to stop a little early. Even Gustav's going to stop a little early to get some return fire because they could use the points as well.
And look at who's shooting from up above. It's 𝗟𝗡𝗄, a team with literally nothing to lose, just trying to be a nuisance to all of these teams rotating on through. Headshot comes through, and again it's 𝗟𝗓 from all the way up on the mountains, able to find Gustav. It's going to force FaZe to rotate.
Oh, James. Oh, James. Caught out a little bit of nothing, but he gets the spray down to Hikerman. I believe that was a drive-by. And now Hike is in a rough spot, but Akita is there. Of course, Akita is there.
Now.
The Mini 14 monster himself. And Kane gets another spray down. Fex is now dropped. Frag grenade comes out. This could be it for FaZe. 𝗟𝗡𝗄 standing out in the open takes a lot of damage.
FaZe needs so many points in this game, and once again, as we saw in the previous one, this just ain't the way to start it. 𝗟𝗡𝗄 down. FaZe in shambles as Gustav is now the only player left on his feet.
And the only team that's in the best position to capitalize on this is already in second place. Grenade is going to come out from Gustav. Needs to have something huge, but it bounces too far. The revive is being stuck. That second grenade might do a lot better work. It lands in a better spot, and it does confirm Hikerman. It re-knocks Kang, I believe, and Akita's still there up on the high ground, but the blue is pushing on in, and 𝗟𝗡𝗄 are surrounding.
The sharks are now in the water as they're looking to see what they can find. They're taking points away from EXO as well. 𝗟𝗡𝗄 want to show the world that they're not just here to qualify, they're here to deny entry for multiple other teams. Now, Akita does fall, but believe you me, they've done exactly the damage they were looking for. Gustav needs to somehow find around 10 points as a solo player in order to qualify.
Ascendant, Twisted Head, Third Eye are two teams that are also battling for a position in the top 8. They're just trying to hold on, these two. And the circle, we saw it a few seconds ago, it was a hard shift towards the northeast. FaZe Clan are eliminated. FaZe Clan are eliminated. They are not going to the grand finals, falling out just short in 9th.
Set in 9th, 6 points behind Ascent, who currently are trying to stay alive themselves. 𝗟𝗡𝗄 here stays put for now. Ooh, that vehicle knock on 𝗟𝗡𝗄 might be the knock of him, depending on the nade. Nope, not gonna find any damage there.
Good spray from 𝗟𝗡𝗄. But Third Eye, they're surviving. They saw FaZe go out in the kill feed, so a little bit of pressure is going to be alleviated from both of these teams. But Petrichor Road is still a threat, and New Happy, Pentagram also still threats, but it's Chris going to be swinging on in. Trying to confirm 𝗟𝗡𝗄𝗄. The rest of Third Eye has already left. Vox and Old List, the last two up, running behind, trying to find something to hold on to. And these two individual shacks could work. It's close enough to the center, but they're going to have to snake this one out, rat this one out for quite a while if they want to start collecting any points.
Just thinking back of that fight with EXO and FaZe, if there were two teams that were not, like neither of those teams looking for that fight at all, it was them too. But once the first knock came through onto Gustav on the hills from up above, they had to commit to it. So unlucky for both teams that they end up in that situation. Both teams now, I mean, with FaZe out already and EXO so low with just one player, there should be no way for them to qualify.
GEX hold on to this compound. STK tried to swing by and try and feel it out, but they're going to be taking a lot of damage. Penta does get knocked in. Vegas so close to getting knocked. He's going to get away just barely. Penta does get confirmed. STK, at least they got information, but I don't think losing Penta was worth it.
Nah, but GEX as well here. They need really good points. So 1 freebie off of this one. No casualties taken for them. That is exactly how they want to kick off this game. But still, of course, far from qualifying through. Only currently sat in 12th, tied with New Happy at 47.
Ghibli let Akita go. Realized, you know what? This is just getting cruel at this point. So they're going to try and get into the zone, wrapping around that west side and coming in late. Genji as well, just slowly pushing on in. This is... Wait, that was just PO. That wasn't even Genji. That was just PO. The lone...
He's doing pure things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, but you know what? Yeah, it's done good work for Genji in the past. Yeah, I'm not going to judge it just yet.
No. It's just pure things.
Yeah, opposite. Here's the rest of Genji on the opposite side of the map.
It's like with Coriander. Either you love it or you hate it.
Yeah.
No one just kind of likes Coriander. It's either one or the other. Same thing with PO doing PO things.
That's true. It is very true. Purple Mood right now, they have landed at Ferry Pier. Unsure if they're going to have any vehicles, but a few seconds away from Phase 3. Unsure if they're really going to need them, as we could continue to go east or north towards the field, or we can swing back down towards the coast, towards Llama Hill. Where is it going to go? It's going to center up dead center.
You said you hadn't had a field ending in a while. The game hurt you, and that is potentially where we are taking this game. 17 sat well in it, and now, kills coming on to Ascender's Brexco falls to third eye.
Vox is getting some revenge, but we're looking at Petrichor Road on the rotate because they need to have a good game here, and actually taking this hill early could be the opportunity to get that. They're just above New Happy, who also are looking for kills, but I think Petrichor Road on the hilltop is going to have a better chance at that, as they can just run around, and as long as they land their shots, they can pick up a good number of points.
Issue is the angle into the field isn't necessarily the best, despite the high ground. Let's see now as Chris tries to wrap on through. He falls down again. Ascend is the team on the cusp right now at 67. Petrichor would need to find 15 points in this match in order to overtake, and there they fall. Ascent out in 15th, currently the 8th place team.
Currently 8th place, but that is the line set. Petrichor Road, New Happy, GEX now with a point, and Pentagram, though those final 3 teams have to have a much bigger game, but that is the line set. 67 points. Can you best it? Can you beat it? 1 round left.
I'm worried for Ascent. I'm worried for one reason. The win in PEC, they were taken out, just 1 kill out, lost by 1 point. Qualification from group stage to winners, they lost to Howl by 1 point. If this curse is to be broken for you, Ascent, I hope for you that it is going to be right here. As you say, 67 right now, that is the cutoff.
GEX looking west, looking at Ghibli, who they heard arrive. Ghibli had a late arrival, so unsure how much information they're going to have in this approach, but Heaven now already sneaking in on the south side. I imagine they know, or at least expected there was a compound, or at least a team in this compound. Saber has already moved out, but Heaven is going to continue to try and find a flanking position. The question is, does he get too close to Purple Moon? It's not even Purple Moon, it's actually Xenon on the far east angle and Savior on the north. This is a really good crossroad that GEX have on the beach, but the problem is it is way too late, and of course Xenon taken down and going to be confirmed.
GEX needing so many points this game. The loss of Xenon is huge to them in this match here. Down to 3 is GEX. Wicked found us well. Not sure if Thanos will be able to claim the flush on that one, though.
Yeah, remember Pentagram already lost 1 member. So they need to get the revive onto this one. Purple Mood is just making it even harder for both these teams that need to have good games. Get to the top 8, they are trying to drag them down with them, but Glaz with the rotate, Yuri and Leo, another opportunity to get some points, but Heaven is having the covering fire from that angle, and now Tosi is rolling up. Doesn't want to go too fast, doesn't want to give himself up, but Purple Mood, the push gone in to Pentagram.
Great shot coming in return from Thunders here. Whenever there's been some sort of success for Purplewood, a lot of it has lied on the shoulders of Thunders. Pushing forward, Fluky though there to assist as well. Finds the second as Pentagram now in trouble. Ada, solo player left alive for the Korean team.
Has all to do, and it's not going to happen. In the blink of an eye, Pentagram are eliminated. Only 1 knock against Purple Mood, but they can easily get the revive. Does Exo Akita, who's swinging on in, or perhaps Ghibli or GEX, try and take advantage of the slightly wounded Purple Mood team? I don't imagine that'll be the case. The circle continues to center up towards the north in the field. Exo Clan are eliminated, and that is another point towards New Happy, and here comes GEX.
And just like that, 2 teams out of the tournament in both Pentagram and Exo. Solid performances for them, but not solid enough to make their way through to the grand finals.
GEX are dodging New Happy for now, but Petrichor Road, they might not have the best angles for it. but they're in the compound and they might actually be crashed. No, the shot's coming out. GEX are going further. But where can GEX go? Are they going to try and go for the hills or perhaps even the compound? But Vox is already posting up. He is already showing that this has been claimed, that this has been taken. GEX stop here, but this is just a valley for 17 to shoot down.
It is, but the good thing for them is they're out of nade range from everyone. Whoever tries to make that run forward will get shot at by the surrounding teams, whether it be up towards the north in the forest or to the west on the hills. So for now, GEX, this is a last resort sort of position to play from.
Ghibli now pushing into purple mood. Fluky again going big for his team. They're getting the points, getting the kills. I don't know if it's going to be possible for Purple Mood to try and qualify off of this round, but they are giving it the best effort that they can. Tosi rushing up with the frag grenade, but the shots are already coming out. Doesn't actually take too much damage and has an opportunity to hide behind a tree.
And you hate to see a team like Purple Mood, who are so good at fighting these fights, play so worried, I would use it like a better word, in the remainder of the tournament. Because had they just played with this playstyle with little to nothing to lose and just dared to go aggressive earlier, they maybe would have made their way through to the grand finals. But as you're saying, even with a couple of kills coming through here, is probably not going to be enough to get them through, especially now with Thunder's down.
Another grenade. Tosi had cooked really well. Fluky was just barely able to dodge that. Tosi's pushing ever forward. A hole was given, a gap was given by Purple Mood, and well, Tosi is going to get punished for it. Didn't get the drop of Fluky that he was hoping for, and it is all on to Glass to stay alive. Ghibli going to go down. Purple Mood with 7 kills. They lost Thunders, and Fluky is taking damage from the blue, but they are still able to play through this while we take another look at STK approaching New Happy.
Vegas has made his way up towards the hillside above alongside ALO, so they have the overtop positioning, the better vision, and New Happy are not inside the circle yet either. They have to leave, and I think for STK, they're realizing, you know what, we could stick around, we could try and go for it, but let's get the position inside the circle instead.
New Happy are leaving, but they're going towards the east. They're going to be running into Purple Moon. Where is their ending final destination? Oldlands with yet another kill, so Third Eye are picking up the points. And then, of course, Flood. Oh, from the combat to the east side. It's a battle royale in the battle royale here on the south side. Purple Moon are eliminated, and points for New Happy. It's points for New Happy. They are at 50.
Trying to wreck their way further up this leaderboard. They still need a lot to make their way through. 17 points still to go for that tie with Ascent currently set in 8th.
Where are we going to go? Where is the zone going to go? It's a hard shift to the east. And I mean, this means that for Third Eye, even if Oldlist can't play in that position on the edge, can still play up with Vox, assuming he can get there. But there's going to be a lot of teams that have to come in from the west side. And I imagine a lot of them are going to be swinging in from the north, where Shoot to Kill is currently focused on.
The only somewhat decent thing in this situation is that the compound that Luminosity currently has control of is shifted out of as well, so you will be able to play the field. Issue now is Gen G up towards the north have a really good position. So if they don't get pushed by Twisted Minds, which I hope Twisted Minds will do, if there's just one team set in the forest, playing the field is practically impossible.
But none of those teams that you just listed are the teams that are fighting for 8th place. They don't need the points. It's Petrichor Road, it's New Happy, and I mean, I think Third Eye are pretty safe enough, but it's just mainly those two that really need to get the points, but 8th gets one on to Kurt. Shoot to Kill, they have the high ground, but they are on the hard side of the zone. They're going to need to move fast. Alo is trying to deal the initial damage, but then, of course, Relo from the opposite side is still not going to let their NA brothers have it easy.
It's been a long time since we've had a last game of any stage really where no one, like no impactful changes on the leaderboard came in the final match. But this one might just go down as one of those where no changes were made from game number 11 to game number 12. Unless if New Happy or Petrichor or GX can pull off magic.
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go out with a bang and not go out with the whimper. The sense coming on in. Oldless with the grenade at the ready. It looks good! Oldless takes down 2 of New Happy. Does go down in the meantime, but that is damage done. Will it stick? Petrichor Road spots that, and they need to push in. Yes, just as you said.
They have to make the play here. They have to make the run on forward. Ixlift, MK14 in hand now, swapping over to the nades. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 down towards low on the bleeding out, so he will go down. But you can see HSM want to go for the reses, but I think seeing him cross is only going to make it worse, and indeed it is. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 confirmed. HS falls as well. New Happy down to the hopes of Ming Ming, and those hopes are slim, close to none, and New Happy are going to fall as well.
Petrichor Road up to 58 points. They are 9 points away, 10 points away if they want to make it clean from replacing Ascend.
Twisted Minds just got a knock onto Petrichor Road. They now know which team it is, where they're set. I'm looking for them on the map. Are they going to try and seal this one on their own? They need to stop them now. If Petrichor gets warm, they can get scary.
17 just took out Sun Sister and we're in placement points. They're going to start picking up further and further. Luminosity left the compound as he said, taking the east side with a nice low spread. 17 forcing in towards the center, going to be crashing up against Vox. Only 1 point, only 1 kill for Third Eye. Can Vox get any more? It's not going to happen. Logo steals that. 17 Gaming with a single shack, and it's close to center. Will it remain there for long because we have the phase 6 shift about to happen? It's going to stay with them. It's going to be medium west and Petrichor Road.
Yep.
I guess they have some vehicles, but they're going to have to shoot through GEX, and then, of course, Twisted Minds and Gen G still on the north side, but Ace left. Not going out without a fight.
They need this and they need more of it. You can see Mill, 2 smokes, I believe. Axis has none. And the worst thing for them is Twisted Minds can sit up here. They'll take blue if they have to. That means that they can take out Petrichor. Churi now trying to make the run on forward. Does that nade allow him to get within nade distance? No, it's still gonna fall short. Tries to go for the jump throw again. Second time around should bounce short as well. If he can get one well-placed nade here, that could potentially be all of GEX down. Issue is only so many smokes to work with, and they're running out as we speak.
Pierre got a knock on a reload. And so that could be, I guess, a little more space for Petrichor Road to try and push on through, especially with that confirm. But the problem is, these grenades are not landing where they need to. Nope. GEX is in a brutal spot to keep Petrichor Road out. And then, of course, Twisted Minds, they are staying on that north side.
They're waiting.
Beaming on in onto their drop rivals. Aceleft has been making it work with this Mark 14, already 4 kills, but he's going to have to continue to put in the work. It's going to be a grind here on out.
Petrichor could not get a worse shift here. The entire circle is sat there looking at their shack, knowing they're the first ones to make a move, and I don't believe they have any more smokes left to work with. One is blooming, no vehicles left with tires on that is going to allow for them to rev on forward, and here comes Twisted Minds. Are they going forward? Are they trying to take matters into their own hands? No, they stopped short.
They need to get into the zone. They're at least playing for the win here.
On fire.
Off of that opportunity, off of that timing, Petrichor Road trying to push on in, but GEX have the angle. It's only Chewy left for Petrichor Road. Is going to have to come up with the miracle down to 10 HP, dodging and weaving, and the grenade is going to be it. Kickstart, Luminosity, closing the door before Petrichor Road. We have our top 8 confirmed.
Something absolutely miraculous would have to happen for GEX to be able to claim the spot. They need 16 more points with just 17 players left alive. Now, don't count out placement points. There is still a world where this happens, but GEX would have to start it now, and they would have to farm practically what is remaining of this server.
Well, they're aiming up towards Twisted Minds, so it's certainly a start at it. They have Twisted Minds on the ropes. The question is, will these kills get stolen by Gen G? Yuri's going to confirm at least one of them. Trying to confirm the second. You can tell that they know how important every single point will be.
They need to do everything they possibly can here. 3 alive, 3 smokes to work with for Yuri. No helmet, though. These guys have been knocked time and time and time again. And every time they see a kill confirmed in the kill feed that isn't theirs, that is a chance of them qualifying, slipping away. Petulance sat tight on the edge, solo player left on his feet, trying to make the run for it for Spiro, but caught in the smoke, now running further, should fall down, and indeed he does. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 able to take him down. Twisted Minds out, 4 teams left alive.
That's 9 kills available for GEX, and then 10 points for the win if they can get it. So they won't need every single one of those, but they will need the vast majority of them. It will basically be a win for them to qualify in this circle shift. Oh man, that's it's gonna make it even harder because Gen G have not had to leave this high ground.
They have been chilling in the forest for the better part of the last 20 minutes. And we did it to Petrichor before, we do it to GEX now. Everyone is looking at GEX. They all know they are the one team that has to make a move here.
Kickstart and Flood. The only real direction they can look is towards GEX, but GEX going the opposite direction. They're going to try and swing and backfill where Twisted Minds were. Yuri goes down, Savior in the vehicle, and then Leo left behind as the anchor. But Savior finds the few vehicles remaining. Yuri gets confirmed. And Savior needs to keep 17 pinned down to allow Leo to break in, but even this position that Savior is at is not in the zone.
Exactly. He's trying to play the support, the off-angle position to try and suppress, but Leo forced to go the opposite direction, saying it's a solo game now. 𝗟𝗡 once again, the butcher of the dreams for qualification for grand finals for GEX as it takes him down. Here comes 𝗟𝗔𝗡 though, full speed forward they go. They know that they have luminosity on the other side. Who comes out victorious here?
Grenade out, kickstart spraying with the M16. GEX do go down. They are out in 11th place, but who is going to win this final round of losers? 17 still claiming up the points, claiming up the kills, as you can see in the kill feed. And they are pushing on out because they want to make sure they can get as much as possible. It is only Flood remaining for Luminosity and has to run away from grenades, cannot go for the revive.
It's all a battle for pride at this point, but for 17, they are very happy. For Sonics, though, waiting for them in the grand finals, are we about to see 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗏 be hot dropped again, with 17 potentially winning this one, coming in with a lot of momentum going into these grand finals. Flood, nice shots connected onto Sushu.
This is a great knock, but I don't think it's going to give him the opening to go for the revive. In fact, he's still getting peppered by PO there on the high ground.
Well, it's going to quiet down for just a moment. PO down to his last 8 bullets. Again, a matter of pride at this point, but of course, they all want to best one another. They all want to come in to the grand finals knowing they were superior to the opposition in the qualifiers.
Last circle, last shift. It's going to be a medium shift towards the southwest, so 17 Gaming, they can continue to play out of this spot. That shack that they're in is just barely inside the zone, while Flood is just staring down the 2 low ground players from 𝗟𝗔𝗡. He knows that he can't move from this spot without getting torn to shreds. He needs PO to move, and while 17 are shooting in that direction, the rest of 𝗟𝗔𝗡 are crawling towards the zone, and Flood might not spot them.
I shouldn't hear them either. I don't think he has any utility to work with, so even if he did, the peak 1v2 is going to be hard. But with the angle that 𝗟𝗔𝗡 are currently coming up in, I think they would have to at least crouch to see him, and that could potentially allow for 17 to spot him down on the other side. The good thing for them is they have PO set above, so as soon as Flood peaks that angle, PO better hit those shots.
𝗟𝗏 already has his backpack dropped. DJ98 for some reason still wants to keep his, crawling around like a turtle there. Could be spotted by 17 in that, but Flood's going to peek out spot. Get a little bit of damage, going to go for the re-peek, and it is going to get another knock against 𝗟𝗏, and perhaps suspects DJ98, but it's actually going to be PO, of course, with the final kill onto Luminosity. Actually gotten all 4 of those from the past 5 minutes, however long that fight took, and now it is 𝗟𝗔𝗡 versus 17. 5 kills for PO. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 woke up today and remembered how to play the game, and they are going to try and win a second map.
They sure did. Nate's now getting over real close to Lil Ghost as he tries to stay put. Falls though, but PO down to, I believe, just 3 or 4 bullets. All the damage he's going to be able to do from here on out is going to be with Nate. But look at 𝗟𝗡𝗏! 4 bullets, 3 bullets, 2. They're going to be pan fighting in the middle of this if they don't start conserving ammo.
And the longer PO can stay alive, the more time he's giving DJ98 to try and sneak up and get those last few bullets of his own, however much he has remaining. PO peeking on out, but 𝗟𝗏𝗡 is going to spot DJ98 with good points damage. Actually gets a knock into 𝗟𝗏𝗡. It's all into 𝗟𝗏𝗏, 1 versus 2, and now PO has the opportunity to swing on in.
𝗟𝗏𝗏 has 1 bullet. 1 bullet in his slot. The reason he's not peeking over, you can see now he's dropping ammo. Lil Ghost is crawling. The only reason he came here was to feed ammo across to 𝗟𝗏𝗏 to at least have a chance of potentially taking out 𝗟𝗔𝗡 in a 1v2.
Going for the revive, it looks like, onto Little Ghost. DJ98 can't quite get the angle, but look, PO is getting closer and closer. Grenade in hand, is getting in range, and actually is able to reload his own barrel for 1 more magazine, 1 more clip.
Yep. Let's see if the first aid comes through. Indeed, it does. That nade on the feet of 𝗟𝗏𝗏, and just like that now, Lil Ghost solo player left alive. Blue hurting a lot, and PO claims it in the end. You said 𝗟𝗔𝗡 woke up, they chose violence, and they managed to qualify through to the grand finals.
9 kills. This is just to tell us that that win earlier today is not a fluke.
Yeah.
It was a slow start for 𝗟𝗔𝗡, but they are going to be in the grand finals. And as long as you forget the first couple of stages, just looking at today, they look like another strong team.
So many storylines here. Face out. I mean, new heavy out 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗏, it's insane. Let's take a couple of look at highlights as we jump back to the desk to finish off this day before we head into the grand finals.
It's a big W for Gen G as they come out with the last chicken dinner of the losers bracket. But the real story is the fight for the top 8. It has been solidified, Martin. We now know what the grand finals look like.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I am ecstatic for the grand final, but also sad to see some of these teams here. Obviously not. We're gonna have to send 8 teams on early vacation here to go around in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. It's gonna be exciting for them, but still, they're gonna be super sad for what happened here today. There's some big surprises and some teams that had some rough performances that weren't able to make it through.
And we can get into that. We will continue to congratulate Gen G on their chicken dinner.
That was huge.
There was a shocking amount, and we saw that with sort of the way teams are playing spoilers. In fact, FaZe probably the first surprise for most people. They dropped north towards 𝗟𝗓𝗡. They did everything they could to keep from getting caught. In fact, I saw Luminosity on their drop spot looking to maybe push them out of the grand final. FaZe just could not connect on that rotation.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Also, running into EXO at that point there and deciding to take the fight is obviously, maybe there are some 4 free points that have been made, but they lost. And then there's a third party from Erangel, Skipley, seeing from a distance there. There's some rough situations for them. So, yeah, huge upset for not having FaZe Clan in the grand final here of PGS 1.
I think that's the danger of leaving things to the end, right? A team with the storied history, the player quality of FaZe, when teams see those knocks happen, they are going to come running from all over the place to try to keep FaZe out, because FaZe, no matter what state they're in when they get to a grand final, are dangerous.
For sure. They have the pop-up potential, right? And that's the one thing they want to deny. That's also why we saw Luminosity Gaming in a contest. We saw so many other teams come into a situation where, like, yeah, but FaZe Clan is a rough team to go against in the grand final. And if they have a fantastic day one, they could win the whole thing. So they want to deny that, of course. And also, if you're getting sub 20 points on a day, that is just not good enough. You're not going to get to grand finals with that unless you have like 75 points like we saw from Na'Vi.
A team that I wasn't even sure would make the grand final initially, but looks like they're going to be very rough in the grand final, was Gen G. These guys came out, they started a little bit slow, but they were on fire. As we go through these highlight reels, you're going to see them over and over again. PO was unstoppable in terms of how he played these matches. That's a team that has turned up, and I know they're going to be a big team when he gets to the finals.
It is just like showing here again. All right, guys, I'm back. I am the undisputed GOAT coming out of PUBG Korea, and I gotta say, I've been amazed with how he's been playing today. There's some question marks going throughout the tournament, group stage, for winners bracket. You know, like you're looking at it and you're thinking, okay, what teams are we gonna have some big situations from? But Gen G just came in here, and it's a very like PO classic coming in, just popping off on the last day and just dominating. We had some insane games from him. The 10-kill game from him, and they were like, okay, they're coming here to play today.
We also saw a really nice endgame there by 17 and 𝗟𝗡𝗋. A little too late for 𝗟𝗡𝗋, but maybe some really good signs for future growth by that team. Look at that. You mentioned PO, 7 kills, 896 damage. PO has a G-shaped backpack right now.
That is enough space for all of them as well. I gotta say, 𝗟𝗏 last game as well, he popped up with SLR, a lot of headshots coming in. And these guys are super experienced, of course. It has to be PO again with another MVP situation from him here. It's been a good day for him. If you had your fantasy team, this is the first day he's actually performed points to price.
Right, points to price. That's the key right there. Now, other surprises that didn't quite make the cut, I think is going to catch some folks off guard. Petrichor really thought that they were going to show up at this event, and they are now on their way home.
They are going back to the hotel and chilling there until they're taking their flights at a different point. And also New Happy. We're coming in, and yeah, I gotta say I'm super surprised. Let's look at the team summary here though quickly. Twisted Minds have been dominating the lower bracket. A little bit of a surprise to see them in there, but now they don't have Petrichor Road contesting them in various locations. They're gonna have, I think, a quite good of a grand final showing. I'm really excited for them.
Yeah, I think the biggest hurt for me is New Happy going from their performance in group stages in the top 5 to not making that qualification. On the other side, as we look at the match leaderboard, there are going to be some teams showing up here that did make it, some teams that I think got people a little bit surprised. One of those was 𝗟𝗏, another Ascend. Both of these teams came out, they played a very strong, consistent game through the losers bracket and have secured their positions in the grand final.
I honestly really like what I saw from 𝗟𝗏 today. They were impressive in a way where you're not expecting them to perform in the last day here, so they're able to pop off. And let's take a look at the overall leaderboard here.
Overall leaderboard, the top 8 teams advance to your grand final. There's the cutoff. FaZe in 9th at 60 is eliminated along with the entire right side of the leaderboard. Ascend, Third Eye, STK, 17, Gen G, Luminosity, Ghibli, and Twisted Minds will advance to the grand final to play for the PGC points as well as that $80,000 first prize. PGS points is going to be very important for them going forward. So let's take a look at those teams specifically that get to move on.
Nice.
And I will say again, Third Eye, Ascend, these are two teams that I think surprised a lot of folks. Ascend, I think they just couldn't. It was their first time international. I think in the group stages, they were learning that these lobbies are very unforgiving and played a little safer this time around.
Yeah, and a big congrats to you and the Americas.
Yeah.
They make it.
All four teams, our entire region, made it to the grand final. So pat on our back.
Yeah, beautiful for them to come in here. And the wake-up call that Luminosity game they had here. And look, this is the grand finals teams, and this is going to be a very stacked.
It is deeply stacked, and what I love about the format of this event is while some of our favorites didn't make that cutoff,
right,
they had every chance they had to. So when we look at this, we can say every team has earned their spot. No one lucked into that position. They had to earn it, start to finish.
I gotta say, 17 Gaming, we were saying if you don't make it with 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, that's gonna be a disaster. But they were able to do it, and they're gonna be playing in the grand final starting
with Miramar. When we get back, it's going to be the grand finals, all me on the first day of play, but it's going to be all about them. The top 16 teams in the world taking the field for 3 days of blistering play. And if this last week of play has been any indication, it is going to be incredibly back and forth. I don't know who comes out on top. We've got incredible teams going in there.
I've honestly, we've seen so many surprises in the group stage, in the winners bracket here as well, in losers, so it's going to be incredibly stacked. And also, it's going to be, of course, 3 days of festivities. It's going to have 18 matches. It's going to be a little bit more than we've been seeing in the losers bracket and in the initial stages for this, so it's going to be a true champion coming out of the top.
Very much so. They have a day off tomorrow for the teams to try to get their feet under them, plan their drops, come up with their strategies, and then we're back the day after that for a weekend of blistering PUBG. I'm not going to ask you for a prediction who wins because I know that it is so wide open. We're going to have to get down to like watching what they eat for breakfast to try to figure out who has the edge going into the grand finals.
We're going to have to, we're going to looking at like some interviews obviously to see who's going to be going into having some really good performances. Also for our fantasy teams, of course, we're going to be extremely close, you and I. We've been kind of taking over each other back and forth. So yeah, honestly, I've had so much fun with the fantasy teams going into this event here. And obviously, when you have these stages, you have group stage, you have your double eliminations with your winners and your losers. And now it is the last chance, of course. We have 3 days of grand finals. They're going to be super, super exciting. Both for the teams, the PGS points, there's 4 teams that are going to be going directly to PGC with the PGS points. And you get 200 from winning this one here, right? So it's almost a guaranteed ticket to PGC if you win this event.
Right, so a lot of folks, you look at that prize pool, like, that's $80,000. It's nice, but it's that qualification to get your chance to punch the ticket to the biggest show ever. That is it for us here at the desk. Thank you so much for watching. I can't wait to see you again for the grand final from myself, Martin, and the rest of the team. Thanks, but let's check in with Bella one more time to chat with some of the players.
Hello, this is Bella, and welcome back to the main stage here at PGS1. That was it for the losers bracket, and we have finally finalized the 8 teams that made it to the grand finals. So, without further ado, let's meet the players and let them talk for themselves. First up, we're gonna have Ghibli's Kyu-min join us on the stage. Please welcome Kyu-min. Congrats on finishing second on the last day of the losers bracket. How does it feel to know when you realize that you made it to the grand finals for sure? 이제 패자 브라켓에서 그랜드 파이널 진출이 이제 확정이 되셨잖아요. 지금 소감 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단은 저번에 그룹 스테이지 할 때도 저희 운영적인 부분에서 문제가 없다고 생각해서 저희가 실수만 하지 않으면 충분히 올라갈 수 있을 거라고 생각을 했고, 그래서 1일차 끝나고도 자신감 있는 상태였는데 그래도 좋은 성적으로 마무리하게 돼서 기분 좋습니다.
They
they're very content with the result they came with today because they were pretty sure and confident that they would make it into the grand finals because of the games we saw yesterday. So, you know, his team's very excited and happy with the results today. So the Ghibli we saw on group stage and the Ghibli we saw during the losers bracket, they were very different. What changed for you? 이제 우리가 그룹 스테이지 때 봤던 기블리랑 패자 브라켓에서 봤던 기블리랑 좀 분위기가 완전 딴판이었어요. 대체 뭘 어떻게 다르게 그 이틀 동안 무슨 일이 있었던 건가요?
일단 개인적으로 운영적인 부분에서는 문제가 없었다고 생각을 했고 약간 개개인의 실수들과 팀원들 간의 소통 그리고 교전에서의 약간 좀 디테일이 부족해서 그룹 스테이지엔 결과가 잘 안 좋았던 것 같고 그 이틀 사이에 운영적인 부분을 피드백하기보다는 그 나머지 팀원들 간의 소통이나 교전에서의 디테일을 많이 조금 힘썼던 것 같아요. 피드백하려고.
So during the group stages, Ghibli didn't feel very confident with the teamwork, communication, and the little details during their play, so they focused and made it happen through the losers bracket. So you have a day off before the grand finals. How are you planning to spend your evening? 그랜드 파이널까지 이제 하루 쉬는 날이 있는데 그 휴일 어떻게 보내실 건가요?
일단 마지막 라운드에 저희가 밀타 랜드마크를 가고 싶어서 페이즈 클랜을 살짝 저격했는데 일단 저희 랜드마크를 지키는 거에 일단 내일 좀 다른 랜드마크를 보면서 랜드마크를 정리하고 그다음에 조금 일단은 쉬고 싶습니다.
First of all, they want to have a rest, but they're going to, spend their day off planning and preparing for their landmark. Okay. 오늘 너무 수고하셨습니다. 감사합니다. That was Kyumin from Ghibli for the first interview, and now we're gonna have Mika from Ascend join us on the stage for the second interview. Please welcome Mika. Hello, Mika.
Hello, Bella.
Okay. You made it into the top 8 at the last minute, saving your seat in the grand finals. How does it feel?
It honestly feels amazing. Like, it was really nerve-wracking today. We were really struggling today to get our points done. And what can I say? Like, we're already nervous at the end, but we got our stuff together in the last games, and we just showed our performance and got into the final.
It just happened. Congratulations, man. Okay, how does it feel to be the first DACH group to make it into the grand finals on PUBG's global series?
I think I can speak for all of us if I say that it feels really amazing. Being the only German team here and performing and getting to finals feels it's just overwhelming pretty much. So yeah, it's really nice.
Then, we should have a thank you to your fans.
Can I do the thank you in German?
Of course. Fire away.
An alle deutschen Fans, Leute, vielen lieben Dank für die Chat-Spams, für den Support, alles, was ihr gemacht habt für uns. Ich glaube, wir haben die größte Fanbase von allen und es ist so krass, dass wir so viele Leute von uns hier haben und immer diese Energie von euch bekommen. Und deswegen vielen lieben Dank an alle Leute und einfach nur Liebe und Kuss an euch.
We should have a go for the English-speaking fans too. Yeah.
For the English-speaking people, thank you so much for the support. I see all the chat emotes spamming, and it gives so much energy to us. Seeing that even if we fail, there's so much support, and we love you all. Thanks for the support, guys, and let's go, rise up.
All right. Good luck to you for the grand finals. Good game today.
Thank you, Bella.
Okay. We'll see more of you at the grand finals. Okay.
Let's go.
Tschüss, Mika. Bye-bye. And that is a wrap on the losers bracket. We're going to be seeing more intense PUBG action for the grand finals, which start on May 5th, 6th, and 7th, but same time. So we'll see you then, and I'll miss you guys. Bye-bye. See you on the 5th.